We are live at Colectco for Thursday's Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here and we are ready to sell you some records. And the other part to that is we hope you're ready to buy them. So when you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. Welcome and welcome. We'll see who the first commentor is. Mike Massey, Jerry Stone. No surprise that. All right. Let's go over here and see what's going on. Let's see here. And all right. Let's go ahead. Now, let's see what we have going on here. I need everybody to like the Facebook post immediately. Let's hit everybody, hit the like button. Let's also hit share, copy link, share, and get this shared into some groups. Boom, 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 boom. And let's hit copy link. Let's go over here, see what I have shared for tonight. All right. And let me go ahead and put this in the comments. And I'm going to put, folks, we're live. All right, here, let's go back over here. And Thursday night, let's go ahead and comment here. All right. Let's see here. Folks, we are live. All right, there's that. Got it shared there and there. And let's go over here. Okay. By the way, I'm not looking at comments. I'm not even close to where I can see comments. I'm doing sharing and liking, which I hope you have. Whenever you hop on, go ahead and like the post immediately. Like the post immediately. And I need everybody to do that. All right. Boom. And I'm going to post here. We're live for our Thursday night sale. Let's see. We are live for our Thursday night sale. And then let's go over to YouTube. Let's get the YouTube link. All right. We're also streaming this to YouTube. So make sure you're on our YouTube channel. Let's click on that. I don't think I've been on there today. Nice. 11,300 subscribers. Nice. We've had 100 new ones since last night. Continue to share and hit the like button. I need everybody to do that. We also go over here and get this shared now to our story. And there's our story. And let me post something. Where are we going to post? Let's go favorites. Let's do something down here. I'm almost done. There we have it. And link. All right. And live now. All right, now knock on vinyl. As long as our feed doesn't go out, we've got all of our links shared, and I think we're ready to get started. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me get this nice and square, and we're going to get started tonight with some new stuff right off the bat. We have 191 people already watching. Welcome everybody. And let's see here. We'll go through that one possibly later. Oh, let's set that right over here for right now. And all right, first thing we're going to do is go through a crate of some new stuff that come in with that I think there's some waiting lists for, etc. And restocks and etc. And there's a lot of new stuff in here that I don't think I've shown before. So let's go ahead and get started with some new vinyl. And Now, I'm officially looking at comments like right now. So if you've sent anything before, I can't answer every question, but I will try my best to answer some questions. So if you've sent something in the last few moments, like I said, I can't answer every question, but I'll try my best to answer some questions, if that makes sense. So if I'd answered questions all night, we wouldn't have a sale. So, but I'll try my best. I'm going to go ahead and get started with some new vinyl. First auction is going to be Rainbow. We have Rainbow, Ronnie James Dio, Long Live Rock and Roll. Very nice copy, a 1978 U.S. original. 1978 U.S. original, $25 start. This is Polydor, red vinyl, or excuse me, red label. Very nice vinyl, EX Plus or better. And this is a $25 start. $25 start Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll. Long Live Rock and Roll. $25 start on that. Sandy Miles already in, and that's a 1978 US. All right, we have bids for 25, 25, and 30. We have a crate of new vinyl to go through right now. This is Metal Night, which the thumbnail was Megadeth and Metallica. That sounds pretty good to me. So that's going to be our first couple auctions in just a second. But let me pull up our waiting list because I'm about to go through a bin of new vinyl. Thank y'all. Have a good night. Appreciate it as always. All right. My printer's still trying to print something. Let me cancel that. Let me close that out. Let me do vinyl pre-order master sheet. That was Brian and his family leaving. Brian and his family's been helping us out with shipping lately, and he just left the store. Thank you, Brian, his wife, and I think sometimes it's who else is back there? Jake's back there right now. Jake's back there, who of course works here. So we trying to get caught up on shipping. Tanner, excuse me, was here all last night. So it literally takes a village of us to get caught up on all this shipping. All right, Disturbed. I don't think I've ever had this before. This is Believe, new and sealed. Disturbed, Believe. We've had a lot of Disturbed albums, but I haven't had Believe. That's $29.99. I've only got one copy. I also have Papa Roach and Fest. $34.99 for Papa Roach. It has the song Glass Resort on it. $34.99 on that. And I have two copies of Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. Now, there was some waiting list for some Sleep Token albums. Let me see if I have those wrote down. Sleep Token, nope, not on that one. But however, I think I do have some fresh, what we call fresh sticky notes over here. Fresh sticky notes are waiting lists that I haven't got keyed into our system yet. So let me go through those. Let's see, Camo Hat, Sleep Token, yep. Sleep told me to Take Me Back to Eden. I don't think I have enough for everybody, it looks like. So Sleep Token, let me go ahead and go through some of these here because I ordered some Sleep Token and then I showed one, then we took waiting list on like everything. So let me go ahead and take care of that. Let me move this crate of new vinyl off to the side right quick and get our first crate. I don't have an empty crate to put sold records in. Definitely going to need that. So Sleep Token, there was actually two people, and that's Lucas Patterson and James Bragg. So we already had two people on a waiting list, and this is Take Me Back to Eden. Lucas Patterson and James Bragg was number 1 and number 2. And I've only got 2 copies. And like I said, we ordered these before we took that waiting list. I know I can get more, but what happens, we showed a stray one, and then we took a waiting list, and I haven't ordered any since then. So these first 2 are going to go to Lucas Patterson and James Bragg. I'm going to scratch them off my sticky note, and Jackie Reynolds is the first person now. If anybody else wants one, let me know. It will be next week before they're in, so they'll be in like Monday or Tuesday, and you probably won't get invoiced until the following Monday after that, just FYI. But those 2 are already sold, and that's technically our first sales of the night. But before that, we already had some claims, and I introduced Rainbow. Rainbow had bids for 25, 25, and 30, 31, 34, 35. Sean Mankel first on Disturbed. And Matt Ketchern, if it's okay, I'll add you to a waiting list. I've never had this title before. That's sold to Sean Mankel, and we'll put Matt Ketchern on a waiting list. Rainbow got bids for 36, 37. Dan Cohen, if it's okay with you, Dan Cohen, I'll also put you on the Sleep Token waiting list with Jackie Reynolds. And I'm going to order extras, so if anybody else wants one, let me know. Those will be back in next week. Nirvana, Bleach. This is their debut album. Remastered, Sub Pop, $28.99. Nirvana, Bleach. New and sealed, $28.99 on Nirvana. And the Flamin' Lips, Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots. The Flamin' Lips is $34.99. The Flamin' Lips is $34.99. Great metal auctions tonight. We're already off to a great start there with Rainbow. And let's go ahead and get it rolling with some Priest as well. It's probably going to take us the next 3-4 hours to run through all these metal auctions because they're usually up for a long time. But we'll try our best. If you're done bidding, say out. If you keep bidding, they'll obviously have to keep going, but as soon as the other bidders say out, We're going to call them sold and move on. But first, here's Judas Priest. I got most of these already tagged. Some of them I don't, but we'll figure them out. But most of these tonight I already have tagged and researched. This is a 1982 USOG, Screaming for Vengeance. It is a Pittman press. It has the insert. It has the merch insert and the original inner sleeve. It has the merchandise insert and the original inner sleeve. EX Plus condition, so a very solid copy. Nice jacket, $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Some of these I'm going to be starting for $1, but I feel like we can save a lot of time by going ahead and just doing higher starts. But I do have some stuff tonight I'm probably going to start for $1. But I've also learned it speeds up if we go ahead and just bump up the starting bid. It's like that copy of Action Comics there's a comic book that sold today for $6 million. I think the opening bid was like $1 million. So they probably could have started it at $1 and it was going to sell for $6 million, but they probably saved a lot of time starting it at $1 million. John Miller first on FL. That was for Flaming Lips. Let's sell that to John Miller. Rainbow got the 42, then 43, then 45. We have Judas Priest at 35, Judas Priest at 35, and Judas Priest at 35. Violent Femmes is $34.99. Dan Cohen, did you want on that waiting list for Sleep Token? I got you down. Just want to confirm. Violent Femmes is $34.99. Of course, that is a 35th anniversary reissue of their debut album from 1983. Very nice craft remaster, $34.99. And House of Pain, Fine Malt Lyrics. This has their hit song Jump Around on it. Their debut 30th anniversary remaster. Haven't had that stock in a while. Shannon M gets Violent Femmes. Dan Cohen does one on the Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. If you just hopped on, that is Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. We got a waiting list going for that. We got a waiting list going for Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. So Shannon got Violent Femmes, Craig Ruth, and Chad Wade on a waiting list. And we have Sade, the best of Sade. Somebody asked the other night, do you have any Sade? And I had to give them the unfortunate answer of no, because they sell instantly. So that made me a mental note to order some new one. And what better one to order than Sade's Greatest Hits? So $39.99, 2 LP. Let me send a text right quick. Okay, so Sade's $39.99. Let's go back to the top. So we got Craig Ruth and Chad Wade on that waiting list on Violent Femmes. We have Phil Toretto at 45 and Troy Robinson on Sade. I only have one copy, and if anybody else wants one, just let me know. This is one of those really good crates where I have just like ones and twos of stuff I haven't had in stock for a while, kind of new stuff or stuff I've sold out of. So I've got ones and twos. Sometimes I go ahead and order 5 of something if I know for sure I probably can sell them. So we'll take waiting list, and they'll be in next week. So Troy Robinson on this one, Sean and Rebecca on waiting list unless they say otherwise. We got 2 great auctions going, Rainbow and Judas Priest. I'll give updates on those in just a second. And here's one of my favorite albums, Van Morrison Moondance, $33.99, a classic. Stone Me, Crazy Love, Into the Mystic, that's $33.99. That's new in sealed gatefold. And we have another classic, Grateful Dead, American Beauty, the 50th anniversary edition, $33.99. And this is got Friend of the Devil on it, Sugar Magnolia, and of course Truckin', $33.99. Mike Brangle first on the Van Morrison. Sell that to Mike Brangle. And we have one copy. I don't think I've ever had this on new sealed vinyl. Stevie Wonder, Songs in the Key of Life. And it has the bonus 45 with it. And I think a booklet. It feels thick enough to have a book. Yeah, I think there's a booklet in there. This has a 45 and the booklet, just like the original. $46.99. $46.99 on that. So let's update these auctions. Rainbow is a 1978 U.S. pressing. It is a 78 U.S. pressing. Long live rock and roll. Javi Soto has it for $46. Javi Soto has it for $46. Long live rock and roll. Ronnie James Dio, that is a 78. And then Judas Priest, the last bid on Judas Priest was Phil Toretto at 45. Priest is also a USOG. It's a Pittman press. It has the original inner sleeve, and it has the merchandise insert. Original inner sleeve and that very cool merchandise insert to match. Phil Toretto was the last bidder on that at $45. So Phil Toretto had that. That's where we're at on those. Those are the high bids. We pulled Van Morrison. Josh Ragland wants the Grateful Dead. That is so to Josh Ragland. And Judas Priest is now at 46. Caius, $33.99. Welcome to Sky Valley. $33.99. Has that great song 100 Degrees on it. Caius, Welcome to Sky Valley. $33.99. One of those. And we have Jelly Roll, Whitsitt Chapel. Jelly Roll, Whitsitt Chapel is $29.99. Whitsitt Chapel on Jelly Roll, $29. 2 copies of Jelly Roll, new restock of that. And the Notorious. B.I.G. That is now playing $28.99. Notorious B.I.G. Notorious is $28.99, and that's essentially like a now playing, which is like a greatest hits. $28.99. John Howard on Caius. Some of these that I only have one copy of. If anybody else wants any, let me know. We'll get you one ordered. Rainbow has new bids for 50, and Judas Priest has got bids for 50 and 51. Skip Knot wants a Jelly Roll, Whitsett Chapel. That is sold to Skip Knot. Jelly Roll, Whitsett Chapel, sold to Skip Knot. Deidre, he says not buying. Never mind. But Deidre Schultz wants one. Deidre Schultz wants a Jelly Roll. Almost got you there. Here's the other sleep token. This is called This Place Will Become Your Tomb. It's $36.99, and same thing for this. I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for this one as well. Let me check. If not, you might want to go ahead and claim, and I'm also going to check that. Like I said, I got some fresh sticky notes over here, some stuff we hadn't keyed into our system yet that I pulled off Rebecca and Jake's desk. They do a great job keeping up with all these complex waiting lists. We got sticky notes. Sometimes I'll usually have I've had like a 2-inch thick stack before, stuff to order after a sale, all the waiting list and request. But I don't think I have one for this, it doesn't look like. This Place Will Become Your Tomb. We had one for Take Me Back to Eden, and there was another one which we hadn't shown yet called possibly Lossless, but this is $36.99. $36.99. So sleep token, nobody on a waiting list for this. I've got 2 copies, and that is on black vinyl 2LP, $36.99. $36.99. Back up to the top. We have Judas Priest at 52, and somebody said they need the information on Rainbow. Rainbow is a 1978 U.S. pressing, red Polydor. It is a 78 U.S. pressing. We started that, no condition notes, very nice textured jacket. We started that one at $25, and the last bid was Jared Benoit at $50. Jared Benoit at $50. That's a final call because no one's bid since that. And then we got Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. Judas Priest is a 1982 U.S. Pittman press. It has the original on the sleeve, the merchandise insert, and Judas Priest is at $52 with Phil Toretto. Phil Toretto has that for $52. One copy of The Smiths, Meat is Murder. The Smiths, Meat is Murder is $33.99 for The Smiths. And we got 3 copies, a restock of Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death, $26.99, remastered with a 32-page book. $26.99 for the Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. We got some big metal records tonight. Kill 'Em All, a unique Canadian pressing. We've got Megadeths. We got original US OG, Master of Puppets, Skid Rows. I hope everybody saw the video. Some very, very cool stuff to auction tonight. We have a new bid on Judas Priest, but we're also going to go ahead and sell Dead Kennedys to John Howard. John Howard, you get the Dead Kennedys, and this is a restock of Days of the New, the Green Album, and there was somebody on a waiting list for this. They bought the new one that came in this week, Volume 3, and they wanted on a waiting list for the other one. That was Alex Celo. Alex Celo. So let's give this one to Alex Celo. This is $49.99, Days of the New. Alex Celo is $49.99. That's the Green Album. That's the second one. If anybody else wants one, I have one extra. The new one, the third, Days of the New 3 came in this week if you was on the pre-order for that. Nobody else bid on Rainbow. Let's go ahead and sell that to Jared Benoit for $50. We got to keep going up to the top to get caught up on Judas Priest, as I expected. Lots of bids on that, and we got some great metal auctions. I posted the agenda tonight in the group, and I basically said, here's the agenda. 6 crates of new vinyl. We got some 50% off crates. We got metal crates, buy it now, best offer from previous shows. We've got, what else did I put on there? I think that was it. I think that was the extent of tonight's agenda on that. Judas Priest, I'll get a new auction started in just a second. We got a restock of Living Color Vivid. By the way, Sean Holford does not need on the Sade waiting list. He already has it, so we can scratch his name off. And Living Color Vivid, Cult of Personality, $39.99. That is a music on vinyl. I'm glad to say somebody has this in print because for the longest, this album was out of print. We were auctioning OGs for well over 100, and they still demand that kind of money in top condition. Living Color Vivid is $39.99. Here's the other sleep token, Sundowning. And I don't think there was a waiting list for this one either. Sleep token, Sundowning. It is $36. Sorry, my mic died. I just got a new one. We were on pretty late last night, and that hadn't been charged. So we was on till 2 a.m. last night again. So Judas Priest, the last thing I said was Edison Toledo has that for $58. Thank you, Edison, and that's a final call. That's a final call. Now, if you haven't already, we got 337 people watching right now. That's excellent. It's only 7:24. Make sure you've liked the YouTube video. Make sure you've liked the Facebook video. Maybe we can get that to like 500 viewers tonight. That would be incredible. Talking Heads, Fear of Music is $33.99. Talking Heads, Fear of Music is $33.99. Judas Priest has a new bid for $60. And my mic's on. It must be. Y'all probably need to reset. Test. Is this working? Test 1, 2. Can anybody hear me? This is working. Must be something on y'all's end. $33.99 on that. And we have 2 copies of Linkin Park Meteora. This is Linkin Park, $33.99. Linkin Park Meteora, $33.99. Paul Brothers wants that new Stevie Wonder. Paul Brothers, that is $46.99. $46.99. And that's sold to Paul Brothers. That's Songs in the Key of Life, 2 LP, $46.99. $46.99 on that. So thank you. That's sold to Paul Brothers. I have 1 copy of Talking Heads Speaking in Tongues. Talking Heads Speaking in Tongues, Burning Down the House. That is $33.99. And I also have Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory is $33.99 as well. All right, so let's go back to the top. Figure out Betch CH bid 60 on the Judas Priest, and then we had a bid for 62, and then we had a bid for 60 again. But Edison Toledo has it right now for $62. And I got another Jelly Roll, which is Ballads of the Broken, and that is on red vinyl. Jelly Roll is $29.99. $29.99 on Jelly Roll. Ballads of the Broken. Ballads of the Broken. So let's recap that. That's only our first bid of new vinyl. Judas Priest is at, one more time, $62 of Edison Toledo. Hopefully everybody can hear me now. That's where we're at on that. Let's get another one started. Let's see what I've got back here in the back. We'll do one of these mini Scorpions albums again. This guy we bought this stuff from in Houston. Love the Scorpions. Love the Scorpions. This is Scorpions, Love at First Sting. And this is a 1984. Now, I think y'all are familiar with that other cover, which I guess this is an alternate cover, but I will say this. I very rarely see this cover, Love at First Sting. It's an 84 U.S. Richmond press with the alternate cover. The vinyl is in EX condition. It's in EX condition, and that's going to be a $20 start. $20 start on Scorpions, Love at First Sting. $20 start on that. An 84 U.S. Richmond press with the alternate cover there. $20 start, EX condition. Have not heard anything else about Petra yet. So, Judas Priest is a final call, $62 to Edison Toledo. Since then, 2 people's asked, what is the Judas Priest? This is Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the merchandise insert. It's an original Pittman pressing, OG, EX Plus vinyl, very clean copy, original inner sleeve and merchandise insert. Edison Toledo has that for $62, and that's a final call. Meteora is $33.99, Jennifer Schrader. I'll do that first as a recap. Linkin Park Meteora is $33.99. Here's our first crate of new vinyl one more time. Have not went through anything else except this right here. Linkin Park Meteora, that's $33.99. Papa Roach is $34.99. Papa Roach, $34.99. Still got 2 copies of Nirvana Bleach. Nirvana is $28.99 for Bleach. Also, House of Pain, Fine Malt Lyrics featuring Jump Around, $33.99 for Fine Malt Lyrics by House of Pain. 1 copy left of Jelly Roll, Whitsitt Chapel. That Jelly Roll is $29.99. The Notorious, now playing. That is a greatest hits comp, Notorious B.I.G., $28.99. Sleep Token, This Place Will Become Your Tomb, $36.99 for Sleep Token. And The Smiths, Meat is Murder, $33.99. All right. I've done my due diligence multiple times on Judas Priest. Edison Toledo, this is sold to you for $62. I was waiting for about 3 other people to say out, but that's okay. I feel like they've had plenty of time to bid if they wanted to. That is sold to Edison Toledo for $62. Now, the Scorpions has 3 people at $35. Dan Cohen was in first. Brian Thurman just bid $36. Brian Thurman has the Scorpions at $36. That's where we're at on the Scorpions. We got 2 copies left of the Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. That is $26.99. What Papa Roach was that? Infest was the name of the Papa Roach album. Days of the New, the Green album, that's the second one, $49.99. Living Color Vivid. Living Color Vivid is $39.99. Sleep Token Sundowning, $36.99 on Sleep Token. Talking Heads Fear of Music and Talking Heads Speaking in Tongues is both $33.99. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory is $33.99. And Jelly Roll Ballads of the Broken, $29.99. Scorpions is now at $40 with David Tate. If anybody else wants anything in there, be sure to let me know ASAP. Actually, you can let me know anytime tonight. They're going to be right here behind me. I do have another crate tonight of putbacks and non-payments. Tanner purged orders today, and he got together another batch of non-payments. And we have some metal to go through as well, like the stuff we went through the other night, Buy It Now Best Offer. So I'm actually about to bring one of those crates over right now. And I guess I covered the agenda, right? We got some 50% off crates. We're going to go through some of this metal. Buy It Now Best Offer, just FYI. And we're going to have metal auctions back here. So pretty good stuff tonight. Kelly Gabney on Dead Kennedys. If you are local or you plan on coming here tomorrow, doors open at 10 o'clock for a $1 sale. There's also a $5 section. There's also going to be new stuff out that I'm going to sort and try to uncrate all these records where people can flip through them and dig through them. Kelly Gabney wants a Dead Kennedys. The Scorpions is at $43 with David Tate. David Tate's at $43 on the Scorpions. And let's go ahead and put a big record up for auction. Oh boy. Never can have enough of these. I wish I had an entire box full of them. There is no, the demand for an album like this is infinite. I think I could get 10,000 and there wouldn't be enough. I could get 10,000 in the next 30 days and I still could use more. This is an 88 U.S. Allied pressing. A 1988 U.S. Allied pressing. So yes, that is OG. That is an OG retail copy. EX Plus. Just some minor sleeve scuffing on the vinyl. And that is a $55 star. There's Megadeth. So Far, So Good, So What. It's in shrink wrap. It has the original inner sleeve. And that's a $55 star. Megadeth. So Far, So Good, So What. With the lyrics may be considered offensive by some audiences. It has the original inner sleeve. That's up for bid. Megadeth. And that's an 88 U.S. Allied OG pressing. All right. And then we have Scorpions. The last bid that came in on Scorpions was $43 with David Tate. Now, Beck CH, which Talking Heads album do you want? There was two different ones. Betch, let me know which one you want on those. And we already got lots of bids on Megadeth, new bid on Scorpions. And everything in this bin is going to be Buy It Now Best Offer. There's some pretty serious metal in here, okay? Some death metal, some doom metal, some stuff like that. These are actually technically on sale. It's Buy It Now or Best Offer. We usually don't do something like this till later in the show, but we have 4 full crates of this stuff left over from all of the metal shows pretty much from this year. So we're going to now start taking offers. We went through 2 the other night and pretty much wiped them out. Here's another. This is Opeth Watershed. So if you see something you want, you can go ahead and buy it. This is $49.99. You can go ahead and claim it, or you can make an offer. Opeth Watershed is a 2014 red, green, and yellow colored vinyl pressing, $49.99. That's Opeth Watershed. And that was, I believe, a Record Store Day pressing. And that was $49.99, a 2014 Record Store Day pressing on color vinyl. That sold very quickly to John Grace. John Grace gets Opeth. We have Orchid, Chaos and Time, or Orchid, $49.99. Orchid, Chaos is Me, $49.99. Orchid, Chaos is Me. That's on yellow vinyl, $49.99. Orchid, Chaos is Me. ASIC, and this, the last time we had this, was $85. It was a Buy It Now for $85. It's an original 1987 U.S. pressing with the insert in shrink wrap. So that was an $85 Buy It Now auction price. So that's now $85 or Best Offer. Pestilence Extivium is a 2021 numbered. It's numbered and it's on blue vinyl, $36.99 on that. John Mincemoyer on ASIC, or I think the way they want you to pronounce it's a little bit different. John was first to claim that at $85. Dave Sibler, you were second. The Scorpions just got a new bid. Let's get everybody updated on this. David Tate has the Scorpions at $46. $46 with David Tate. Megadeth just got a new bid for $105 with Aaron Civic. I'll tell the details on both of those in just a second. We had 2 other people next on ASIC. We still got Pestilence and Orchid. And we have Pestilence Hadean. This is a 2018 pressing, $26.99 for Pestilence. Like I said, everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Obscura Delirium. Obscura is $22.99. Obscura Delirium is $22.99. And Paradise Lost Obsidian. Paradise Lost is $31.99. Obsidian maybe. Sorry, these are going to be some fun ones to pronounce again. Paradise Lost, The Plague Within, $39.99. A 2015 pressing with etching, Paradise Lost. There's back-to-back Paradise Lost there. And we have Within Temptation, Bleed Out. That's a music on vinyl pressing, $34.99. So let's update the Scorpions now that it's moving to a final call. David Tate has this for $46. Scorpions, Love at First Sting. It's a 1984 U.S. Richmond pressing with the alternate cover, EX on the vinyl, $46. The Megadeth is an original 1988 U.S. Allied pressing. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink wrap. The vinyl is nice, EX Plus, and the high bid on Megadeth, we're talking 88 U.S. pressing, Allied, shrink wrap inner sleeve. Aaron Civic has it for $105. Garrett Seifert said that was a claim for Obscura. Garrett Seifert on Obscura. This one right here, that is sold to Garrett Seifert. Thank you. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. We have Tomb Mode. Tomb Mode, Deep Sea Blue Vinyl, $29.99 for Tomb Mode. And Valdrin, 2 Carrion Talismans. That is $24.99. Valdrin, 2 Carrion Talismans. Cathedral, The Garden of Unearthly Delights. That's sealed on clear vinyl, $29.99. And we have, this is Cathedral again. Cathedral is sealed, most likely on colored vinyl, $29.99. Also Cathedral, this is a 2002 Euro pressing, sealed, $29.99. The name of this Tomb Mode album is Planetary Clairvoyance, or Clairvoyance. Yeah, Planetary Clairvoyance, Deep Sea Blue colored vinyl, $29.99. All right, no one else has bid on Scorpions. I'm about to sell it for $46. No one else has bid on Megadeth. I'm about to sell it for $105. Tribulation, The Children of the Night, a 2015 Euro pressing with etching, $44.99 on Tribulation. And Symphony, Iconoclast. That's a 2011 blue vinyl pressing, $79.99 for Symphony. And Spell, For None and All, VG Plus condition, $21.99. Spell, For None and All by Spell. Pitch Shifter, Submit. This is a 1992 UK industrial electronic pressing, a 92 UK VG Plus, $29.99. Pitch Shifter. And Annihilator, The Fun Place, 6s and 7s. That's a white label promo single, EX condition, $36.99 on that. All right, let's go ahead and sell Scorpions. Scorpions is sold to David Tate for $46. That's sold to David Tate for $46. Scorpions is gone. And Megadeth, after really no one set out, maybe a few people did, but that's sold to Aaron Civic. That's sold to Aaron Civic for $105. That one got really, it took off and then it got really, really quiet. But that is now sold. We have Josh Phillips on PS. Pitch Shifter is sold to Josh Phillips. Michael Harrell was second. And we have Possessed, Revelations of Oblivion. That's on red vinyl, $39.99. How much is shipping? How much do I pay? Or how do I pay? Give me 1 second. I'll give you a rundown on what's going on tonight. But first, let's put up some more auctions. Let's go ahead and put up Skid Row. We'll do their first one first. And we'll go ahead and put up this Agnostic Front album. Got some metal stuff. Right now, we're heavy into some metal. We're going through a metal bin, buy it now, best offer. And we're going to go ahead and put up 2 more auctions is what I'm doing right now. If I can get my brain to work. I've already had a monster, but I definitely on path for another one. This is a very nice copy of Skid Row. It's an 89 Canadian retail pressing. The vinyl is truly EX Plus, near mint minus. It is a very, very nice copy. Extremely nice. $55 start on Skid Row. It's been cleaned. There's the original inner sleeve. It does have a punch hole. It does have a punch hole right there on the cover, and there's where the inner sleeve was in it. And that is a $55 star for Skid Row. That's their self-titled debut album. Near mint minus on the vinyl pretty much. EX Plus, near mint minus, and then Agnostic Front. I learned a lot about this album. The first thing I learned is this is a 1986 US pressing. Agnostic Front is a 1986. It's technically billed as a reissue because that original cover is extremely rare and expensive, but this is Victim in Pain. It's on the Camouflage Combat Core label, $25 start on agnostic front. It has the original inner sleeve, and then there's the black embossed cover, agnostic front, Victim in Pain, and that's a $55 start. That original cover, where I think it's like a World War II Holocaust scene, the median on that one is like $590 for the OG. It's like a $600 album, that original pressing of agnostic front. I've never seen that before. All right, let's go back up to the top. We have we left out with Tony Freeman said 28 for Within Temptation. So we got some offers I see right here. Within Temptation, let's sell that to Tony Freeman for $28. See, it was marked $34.99. See how easy that is? We're here to sell these. Like I said, don't hesitate to make offers. I know we got a lot of new people on. I usually do this late at night with our usuals, our regulars. So don't hesitate to make offers. I'm literally trying to sell this entire bin if we can. I'll give first-time buyer instructions in just a second. But first, Chaz Gordon said he'd give 25 for Possessed. Chaz, I could do 35 on that, not 25, but I would do 35. Skid Row's at 55, Skid Row's at 55, Skid Row's at 65, Skid Row's at 55, and Tom Sullivan said he'll take Possessed. Actually, I just told somebody I would do 35 on it. Let me make sure Chaz Gordon doesn't want it. If Chaz Gordon doesn't want it, Tom Sullivan, I'll sell it to you for 35. Matthew DeBlue said he'd give 20 for Tomb Mode. I'll go ahead and sell that for $20. That's Matthew DeBlue. He gets Tomb Mode for $20. Cathedral Titles, give me 1 second on that one. And Agnostic Front is at $35. The Cathedral Titles. This one is called, Cathedral is Freak Winter Live. That one's Freak Winter Live. This one is titled Return to the Forest Live. And this one is The Garden of Unearthly Delights. All right, back up to the top. We have Fear Factory, Gen Exus. That's a 2015 Euro import, $39.99. Chaz Gordon does get the Possessed. He had first dibs on that. Give that to Chaz Gordon for $35. That's so to Chaz Gordon. Now, welcome first-time buyers. Now we got 394 people watching. Wow, Metal Nights are always busy. If you're a first-time buyer, if you're a first-time viewer and you want to make a purchase, it's very easy. These back here are auctions. These are buy it nows, or technically right now, buy it now best offer. If you buy something out of here, for example, John Grace has commented Fear Factory, that means he would like to purchase this. If you're new and you've never bought before, let me know. I'll give you some instructions, which is as follows. Make sure you send us your email address and your mailing address. If you're on Facebook, we just need a message. $7 in limited shipping. We do this every night. $7 in limited shipping. We do this every night. John Grace gets Fear Factory. But before that, there was a bid on Agnostic Front for 40 and then 41. And then Skid Row has a high bid of 65 of David Tate. I'll give those in details in just a second. So we just sold Fear Factory to John Grace, and let's keep going in this bin. If you have any questions, let me know. Another Fear Factory, Mechanize. Some of these titles I'm going to butcher. $89.99. This is a 2010 German import. EX Condition, $89.99. EX Condition, $89.99. Paradise Lost, Plague Within for $30. Paradise Lost, Plague Within, $30. That was this one right here for Garrett. Sell that to Garrett Cypert for $30. That's sold. Cathedral Garden, $24.99 for John Oliver. Cathedral, that was the Garden of Unearthly Delights. Let's sell that to John Oliver for $24.99. Now we're on a row. Agnostic Fronts at $46. Skid Row has bids for $70 and $70. We have Sphinx, the Rack. Sphinx is a 2015 clear vinyl pressing, $39.99 for Sphinx. And Solosis, I think, Circle of Surfing. Solosis is $24.99. Solosis is $24.99. And Repulsion, Horrified. That's a 2010 remaster, $34.99. Skid Row is an original 86. Oh, wait a minute, that's the wrong. That's the wrong sticky notes. Skid Row is a 1989 retail Canadian pressing. The vinyl is very nice. EX Plus Near Mint Minus. High bid on that just came in for $70. And then Agnostic Front is, I believe, an 86 US reissue. Yeah, that was what I had. I had the wrong sticky notes on them. That's an 86 US reissue. Super nice copy. As you can see, for a black cover, embossed lettering, super clean on the vinyl and the cover. High bid on Agnostic Front was $46. Next comment was a Sphinx for $30 to Matthew D. Sell that to Matthew DeBlay for $30. Garrett Cypriot gets the Solosis. And then we got a new bid on Skid Row for $75. And we have, I've already sold his Finks Edison and Repulsion for $27 to Matthew Shepard. Sell that to Matthew Shepard for $27. Next is Neurosis, Times of Grace. Somebody the other night said, I hope there's more Neurosis in the other metal bins. 2015 pressing, $74.99 for Neurosis, $74.99 Times of Grace, and Voivod, Target Earth. Voivod is a 2013 orange vinyl pressing, $39.99 for Voivod, and Voivod to the Death, 84. That Voivod is a 2011 US pressing, VG Plus condition, $26.99. Times of Grace. Times of Grace. Neurosis, Times of Grace is a 2015 pressing. Looks like a thick gatefold jacket, 2LP, $74.99. $74.99. Skip Knot, if you don't want it, I think Joshua does. I'll put that over here in pending. Just let me know if you want it. Skid Row has new bids for $77. But now the final call is on Agnostic Front, $46 with Josh Tanner. $46 to Josh Tanner. Nick Orlando wants To the Death. That's Voivod. So the way this crate works is if you want to go ahead and buy something and you don't want to maybe miss out on it, go ahead and claim it. Or if you want to try to squeeze in an offer, you can. Whoever's first gets dibs regardless of what happens. So even if somebody makes an offer and somebody else claims it, that goes back to the first person, but they may have to pay more. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's already happened a couple times. But essentially, if you're first, you still get dibs, and then we'll just talk about the price later. So let's see here. Josh can have it. So let's sell the Neurosis to Joshua Cross. That is sold to Joshua. And we have Skid Row at $78. Skid Row is a retail copy. It's a Canadian pressing. It's an 89 Canadian retail pressing. It has the inner sleeve. The vinyl is EX Plus near mint minus, closer to near mint minus in my opinion. That has a new bid for $80. And one more record that I'm selling Agnostic Front, another Voivod, The Outer Limits. That's a blue with black swirl. Most of these are on colored vinyl. I'm trying to show most of them. But a lot of these metal LPs come on colored vinyl, $36.99. All right, Josh Tanner, you get the Agnostic Front. Does anybody have that original with the original cover, the true first pressing? I mean, it's like a $500-$600 record in top condition. I've never seen that before. A Victim in Pain. That's a very tough record to get, evidently. That's sold to Josh Tanner for $46. Skid Row has bids for $80, and then Kathy also bid $80. And let's go back up to the top. First comment is Rudy said, is that Repulsion an original? The Repulsion, I think somebody's already bought that, haven't they? Repulsion, somebody's already bought that. And then 30 for Annihilator, Brian Thurman, Annihilator. Sell that to Brian Thurman for $30. Skid Row's at 82. And then let's go back up to the top. So let me give first-time buyer instructions again. If you're buying for the first time and you're local, you can come pick up here in Lebanon at our store, but they're not ready until Tuesday. So our billing cycle technically starts on Monday. So anything bought this week or tonight, or we're going to be doing this again tomorrow, and we're going to be doing it again Saturday, you can't pick up until the following Tuesday. The reason is just the pure volume we sell. It takes days to get all this keyed in and logged and sorted and tagged and resorted and then get it up front so you can come pick it up. But yes, you can come pick it up and you don't have to pay shipping. $7 unlimited shipping anywhere in the country. For anybody else that's watching, anywhere in the country, $7 unlimited shipping. So that's in the United States, the 48. If you're watching in Hawaii or Alaska, we need to talk. If you're watching overseas or if you're watching out of the country, we need to talk. So we do calculated shipping. For example, if you're in Canada, you pay for your invoice, we pack up your records, then we send you a bill for the postage. When you pay your bill for postage, we'll send it out. So that's how that works. But yes, if you're local, you can pick up, but they're not available till Tuesday. We're closed on Sundays and Mondays anyways. The retail store is. We're still here working, but we're really just getting everything sorted. All right, let's do another highly desirable record. Testament, the New Order. Testament is another super clean copy. By the way, these all came from that collection we went and bought in Houston. Houston Metal Collection is what I've been calling it. EX Plus near mint minus on the vinyl. EX Plus near mint minus on the vinyl. A 1988 USOG SRC pressing. Beautiful copy. $55 start. The vinyl, no issues whatsoever. It has the original inner sleeve. The cover is VG Plus or better. Testament's a $55 start. And I even have a little cool memento to go with it. The good old days. 1997. Somebody bought this at Half Price Books for $3. Oh boy, that was a deal back then, 1997. That is now up for auction. Okay, so let's go back to make sure I didn't miss any of the claims. And I didn't. Let's keep growing. Let's keep growing and going. Let's keep going. Suffocation, hymns from the Opro something. This is a brown with white splatter. This is going to, we'll call this Suffocation Hymns 24. That's a pretty wicked looking colored vinyl. $24.99 on that. Testament is an 88 USOG. Suffocation, live in North America. That's on splatter vinyl, $27.99. $27.99. Suffocation, live in North America. That is $27.99. And Suffocation, Blood Oath. Suffocation is red and black merged colored vinyl. That one's $26.99. Several Suffocations there. And we have Suffocation again. This is 2006 gray vinyl, $39.99. And Cyanide, A Descent into Hell. Swamp Green, they pressed 100 on that color variant. $44.99 for Cyanide. $44.99. All right. So let's go back to the top. The last thing on Skid Row was $85 with Scott Ham. Kathy said she's out. $85 on Skid Row with Scott Ham. Testament got a bid right off the bat for $65. And then we had another bid for $60, then $55, then $68. Garrett Cypert wants the first Suffocation. This one right here, that's sold to Garrett Cypert. And then Dustin Riviera, you were second. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 more, or 3 others. You may have to let me know which title, Dustin. We had Live in North America. We had Blood Oath. And this one, I don't think I ever gave a title to. I think it's self-titled. So Dustin, let me know. And then next was Dustin Riviera. He also wants Cyanide. So let's give that to Dustin Riviera. And then Edison, there's already been some claims, so I'll have to skip over your comment. Dustin got Cyanide. Dave Sibler, you were second. Skid Row got a new bid for 86. Testament has new bids for 76 as well. Now 80, now 80, and now 80, and now 80. Okay, so we have 3 more bins like this to go through. I've got new vinyl, like new vinyl to go through, and we got a putback bin, and I also need to go through some like regular vintage stuff tonight. But the regular vintage stuff we're going to be going through tonight is going to be 50% off. John was working on getting the dollar sale ready for tonight, and Paul was out today. So if we're going through other just like regular vintage stuff, tonight, we're going to be doing it 50% off. So hang around for that. I'm going to try to clear out some bins, but because before the sale starts here tomorrow in the store, I'm going to try to empty out all these crates and put them over here in the bins where people can flip through them tomorrow. Dustin Riviera wants the last 3 Suffocations. Sold to Dustin Riviera, and Dustin Riviera. Those are all sold, and sold. Okay, let's just do a recap on that bin very quickly. Let's do an update on Testament or Skid Row because there was a new bid. Phil Torito bid 86 on Skid Row, and the other bidder was Scott Ham at 85. So Scott, you're back out on Skid Row. Scott bid 87, so Scott's back in at 87. And Testament is now at 95 of Jake Gold. All right, we have Pestilence. Whoop, that's not the first one. Orchid, Chaos is Mine is the first one, $49.99. Pestilence Extivium is $36.99. Blue vinyl. If you have any specific questions, let me know. Pestilence is $26.99. Paradise Lost, Obsidian. That's $31.99 for Paradise Lost. Valdrin is $24.99. And then we have one cathedral left. That is called Return to the Forest live. And the other one is another cathedral. I take that back. Freak Winter, that's live. And those were $29 and $29.99. Tribulation, The Children of the Night, $44.99. Symphony, Iconoclast, that's $79.99. Spell, For None and All, VG Plus, $21.99. Fear Factory, Mechana Eyes, EX, $89.99. Voivod, Target Earth, and Voivod, The Outer Limits. If anybody wants anything left in there, let me know. Like I said, 3 more crates like that to go through tonight, and they're all going to be buy it now. Let's make an offer. Buy it now, best offer. Or buy it now, let's make an offer. Whichever you prefer. Let's go through some new vinyl. This one has 2 surprise restocks. I almost posted in the group that we was expecting restocks. I still may do that, but I want to go ahead and surprise you with one of them right now. We did get a restock of not Stone Temple Pilots, Temple of the Dog, $49.99. This is the 2 LP version. Temple of the Dog, $49.99. $33.99. Hunger Strike, Chris Cornell, Eddie Vedder, members of Soundgarden, members or mostly members of Pearl Jam. That is Temple of the Dog. I'll see some offers that just came in, but that's the 2 LP remaster. Nice gatefold jacket. Those are $49.99. Glad to have those back in. Temple of the Dog. So the next new comment is, by the way, let me make sure Phil Toretto is out on Skid Row. Phil Toretto bid 86 on Skid Row. And then Scott Ham bid 87. And then Phil Toretto, I think, just bid 90. Scott's at 95. Okay, and then the next comment I missed was Jake Gold said Fear Factory for 60. Jake, that's close. Let me do some quick math. 9 would be 20, 90. I'll do that for $70, which is about 20% off, which I think would be very fair. $70 on that, Jake Gold. 70 on that one. Just let me know. And then we had Skid Row at $49.99, or excuse me, we had somebody put Skid 95, and then Steve Peters wants to know the price on Voivod, and then we had an offer for Spell. Let me see what I had those priced. And then Spell, I'll go ahead and sell Spell. Spell is sold to Scott Oman. That's sold to Scott Oman for $18. We'll go ahead and do that one. And then Voivod Outer Limits, Steve Peters, was $36.99. That was blue and black smoke colored vinyl. $36.99 on that. Skid Row's at 95. Phil Toretto, you're out. Testament definitely needs an update. I've got Testament at $102 with Jake Gold. I could have swore somebody earlier bid 105, but I could be wrong. So I see 102. 102 with Jake Gold. If you're done bidding, let me know. That's an 88 USOG EX Plus Near Mint Minus, original inner sleeve. Nice copy. If somebody else is in higher, you need to bid right now if I missed your bid. $105 with Jeffrey Dunlap. There's the 105. Steve Peters wants Voivod. That is sold to Steve Peters. Voivod is sold to Steve Peters. If you're a first-time buyer, make sure you message our page. Email address and mailing address. And then Jake Gold, just let me know if you want the Fear Factory for 70. All right, we had a restock of Dropkick Murphys, the singles collection, $33.99. This is Dropkick Murphys, the singles collection, and there was a waiting list for this. Let me find it. Dropkick Murphys, the singles collection. I actually already had more coming before I did the waiting list, and here's the waiting list. This is Cynthia Herdron, Paul Beal, and Mike Massey. Dropkick Murphys, the singles collection, 96 to 97, 24 tracks, $33.99. I've already got 3 sold, and I've got 2 extras if anybody wants them. Dropkick Murphys is $33.99. $33.99. All right, Testament's at 105. Testament's at 110. Testament's at 115. How much is Creed? Creed is $33.99. John Grace wants a Dropkick Murphys, and Chris Kirkley wants a Dropkick Murphys, and those sold very quickly. I only had 2 extras, and if Jeff Brindley and Chad Waite's okay with it, I will put them on a waiting list. David Sosby wants Creed, My Own Prison. That's sold to David Sosby. I got 1 more copy. Creed is $33.99. That's sold to David Sosby. Testament's at 117. And Skid Row, do we have an out yet? It's been hard to keep up with this one. Phil Toretto, you're outbid. Scott Ham has it for $95. Now a final call, an 89 Canadian pressing. Near Mint Minus on the vinyl. Nice jacket. Has the inner sleeve. It is a retail copy. Testaments of 117. 2 people on the Dropkick Murphys waiting list. This is what I've never had this in stock, ever. Mudcrutch, $49.99. Tom Petty side project, Mudcrutch, $49.99. Pretty incredible to actually see this. I never did think they would press it again, but they have. Tom Petty, Mudcrutch, $49.99. Gatefold, I have 5 of them. I remember one night we had a copy and we auctioned it, and I think we bid on it for like an hour. Mudcrutch is $49.99. I also got a restock of Ace Frehley. I've been able to get them on red vinyl. This is $33.99. Ace Frehley, 10,000 volts. This is on red vinyl. Limited edition transparent red vinyl. Ace Frehley is $33.99. $33.99. Jerry Stone wants a Mudcrutch. Cassie Center wants a Mudcrutch. And I have filled up our first bin here tonight. So let me go ahead and set that off to the side. And we got great new vinyl. Going to go through some discount bins in just a second, like vintage stuff. And then we're going to keep rolling with the metal. All right, so next is Skid Row. It has a new bid for $98. And I think that's because Matt Crum bid 96. Now we're at 98. Curtis Marachi wants Ace Frehley. And George Scherer wants a Mud Crutch. 2 extra copies left on that one. And I have a restock of The Cure Disintegration. The Cure is $36.99. Disintegration, that is 2 LP, 180 gram, remaster, $36.99, including lyric bags, double LP, The Cure, $36.99. Chad Wade, did I already say Chad Wade on Mud Crutch, or was that George Scherer? Hold on a second. That was, I pulled 2, and then that was Ace for Curtis. George Scherer on a Mud Crutch. Chad Wade wants a Mud Crutch, and Shane Devers wants a Mud Crutch. Okay, those are sold and sold. Brian Thurman was next on Ace Frehley. Skid Row has a new bid for 99. And then the Cures are sold to Dave Burskick, Scott Ham, Dave Cohen, Chad Waite. I have 1 extra copy left of The Cure Disintegration. 1 extra copy left on that. All right, just as I expected, we're doing metal night, and these auctions are hot and heavy, as they say on Seinfeld. Skid Row's at $100. That is a new bid. And then Testament. We've been bidding on Testament. It's been a battle over Testament, as I expected. Jeffrey Dunlap has it for $120. Testament, the new order. Jeffrey Dunlap, this is an 88 USOG. Has the original inner sleeve. The vinyls, EX Plus near mint minus. I even have the original half-price books receipt where somebody bought a used copy of it in 1997. That is a final call. Testament, $120 to Jeffrey Dunlap. If anybody else wants in, now's the time. Skid Row has hit $100. Scott Ham's at $100. Cassie Center gets the last copy of The Cure. Let's put Nick Bargeron on a waiting list for Mud Crutch. I have 0 copies left, and if anybody wants on The Cure waiting list, $36.99. $36.99. James, no word on Petra. Okay, so the only thing left in here is Temple the Dog, 2 LP gatefold. Temple the Dog is $49.99. And we have Ace Frehley, 10,000 volts. Ace Frehley is $33.99. That's on red vinyl, $33.99. Okay, so Skid Row, out. Testament, I'm about to sell both of those at the same time. And Jake Gold says Fear Factory for $65. Sell that to Jake Gold, Fear Factory for $65. I'm putting the other Voivod away, Target Earth, and that is $39.99. Okay, so that was a great metal crate we went through just a moment ago. But before we go any further, let's go ahead and swap out crates and let's end these auctions. Skid Row, started that one at $55. It's going to Scott Ham for $100. An 89 Canadian retail pressing, original inner sleeve. Vinyl was near mint minus. Scott Ham's, it's sold. Testament just got a new bid. I was on my way to sell it. We're not done yet. But I think that was what the bid already was, Jake. The bid on Testament was already $120 with Jeffrey Dunlap. He was already at $120. He was already at $120 on that. So that's Jeffrey Dunlap's for $120. Final call. If anybody wants in, you've got to bid more than $120. Got to bid more than $120. All right, let's go. Let me clear up my sticky notes. I don't want to get my sticky notes confused with my waiting list. That would be a disaster. Let me put that over there, that over there. Okay. All right, let's see here. Let me put these over here. That was a good bin, restock. I've got to flip through this putback bin, which I think we're probably about to go through in just a second, but there was some great auctions in here. Like somebody bought the Anthology Beatles set and didn't pay for it. No surprise there. Absolutely no surprise there. And there's 2 more copies of Temple the Dog. And let me flip through these right quick and see what's all in here. There's some new vinyl. There's some pre-owned vinyl. And I think this is going to be our next best crate to go through for sure. Make sure there's nothing else in here I want to pull out. But we have to go a quick flip. Okay, there's some auctions. Christopher Cross, Guns N' Roses. It looks like Rush was Bowie. Bowie was a buy it now. We did some purging. And it's pretty simple here. You pay for your records, we'll ship them to you. You don't pay for your records, we cancel your order and we block you. Pretty easy. All right, so this is a mixture of new vinyl and vintage pre-owned. This is stuff that didn't get paid for. This is not putbacks. This is stuff that didn't get paid for. So enjoy somebody else's loss. All right, let's go ahead and put up I don't know. Let me figure out what else is over here. I got a lot of selections to pull from. Let's do another Judas Priest. Defenders of the Faith. Here's another nice retail copy. This is song list on that first live cathedral. I will tell you the title, and hopefully one of our volunteer track listers can help us out on that, because there's nothing written on it. There's nothing written on it. I normally wouldn't read it for time's sakes, but there's nothing written on it. Return to the Forest Live. Return to the Forest Live Cathedral. Return to the Forest Live. Okay, let's go back up to the top. We have Judas Priest, Defenders of Our Faith. Defenders of the Faith. A 1984 U.S. pressing, a Carrollton press. The vinyl is nice. Original inner sleeve, EX Plus near minus. This is a well taken care of copy. It's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. It's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Judas Priest is a $25 start. Judas Priest is a $25 start. $25 start on that. All right, let's go back up to the top. We have Testament at $122. Testament at $125. And we have Nick Orlando said he'll take it. This is sold to Nick Orlando, $29.99. Judas Priest already got several bids. Rush is $59.99. Rush, self-titled, new and sealed. That's the rediscovered box set. Rush is $59.99. Rush is $59.99. There's a mixture of everything in here. New and sealed, vintage pre-owned, auctions that didn't get paid for, etc., etc. Forrest Appleton gets Rush for $59.99. I only got one copy. That's sold to Forrest Appleton. I can only get one copy as of right now. And now, Jake Gold, I'm just waiting for your word. You bumped Testament 127. Jeffrey Dunlap. Actually, it's back to you, Jeffrey Dunlap. Jake bid 127 on Testament. Back to Jeffrey Dunlap. Jake is at 127 on Testament. Jeffrey Dunlap, you're back out. Kiss is new and sealed, $38.99. Music from the Elder, new and sealed, $38.99. $38.99. Scott Olson. I will text Tanner right now and say, please check messages with Scott Olson ASAP. Please check messages for Scott Olson ASAP. I don't know where Tanner is, but I already had him block somebody for me, so maybe he will reply to you. Tanner, sometimes if I can't do it quick enough, I have him block people for me, even if he's not here. Kiss is $38.99. Jefferson Starship is $14.99. Red Octopus, original inner sleeve, $14.99. We have a lot of people who try to disguise themselves. They get blocked for not paying, and then they try to create a new account so they can buy more stuff again, and I block them. I know who it is without even seeing, without even realizing, or I can just sense it. I'm like, this is that same person they're trying to buy again after they didn't pay for their first two orders. Tyler Childers, live on Red Barn, $26.99. This one has a tear in the shrink wrap. Fantastic live. There's no telling how many times I've listened to that. $26.99, Tyler Childers. This is Opeth, Pale Communion. It's a 2014 Euro black vinyl pressing, $49.99. Opeth, Pale Communion, $49.99. Opeth, Pale Communion is $49.99. And Opeth, My Arms, Your Hearse is a 2008 180-gram black vinyl, $49.99. $49.99 for Opeth. Opeth and Opeth. Christmas with the Chipmunks, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Christmas with the Chipmunks, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Perfect for Metal Night. So let's go back up to the top. We left off by saying Judas Priest was at $50. And then Testament got a bid for $127. Judas Priest got a bid for $55. Testament got a bid for $130. And we have Testament for $132. We have John Grace first on Opeth and Opeth again. Opeth is sold to John Grace. Opeth is sold to John Grace. Sold and sold. We have Susie Breedlove on Chipmunks. Scott, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about somebody else I've already blocked tonight. Susie Breedlove on Chipmunks. Debbie was second. Cassie third. Curtis fourth. Mike fifth. Matt sixth. And we have 65 on Judas Priest. And we have Disney's Merry Christmas Carols. VG Plus $14.99. Disney's Merry Christmas Carols. VG Plus condition $14.99. Elvis Christmas Album, $9.99, no condition notes. The Beatles, Songs, Pictures, and Stories of the Fabulous Beatles, a 1964 mono, VG condition, $49.99. introducing the Beatles. That's what it says on the label. They use the same label, VG condition, $49.99. And we have Band on the Run, VG Plus condition, original inner sleeve with the poster. The poster's in there as well. Band on the Run, one of my favorites, $32.99. Let's go back up to the top. Judas Priest is at $65. Testament's at $145. Testament's at $145. We had Susie Breedlove on Christmas. That was Merry Christmas Carols, possibly. Susie. And then Cassie Center second. Debbie third. Stacy fourth. Mike fifth. Christopher Brusha first on Elvis. Then Alexandra Vigil. And then Tom Moran wants the Beatles. DK Evans was second. Catherine Lutz gets Band on the Run. Those are all sold. Where are we on Testament? Jeffrey's at $145. Jake Gold, you're outbid. Let me know if you want back in. And Judas Priest has a high bid with A-Rod for $65. Judas Priest is an original 84 US pressing, EX Plus near mint minus on the vinyl, original shrink wrap, original hop sticker, original inner sleeve, original record. I'm originally holding it right now. There is nothing else that can become more original about that. Unless Judas Priest walked in the room right now. David Bowie, Space Oddity, VG Plus, $39.99. Original inner sleeve, original label. I love using the word original when I can. VG Plus, $39.99 for David Bowie. Rush, Farewell to Kings, $34.99. Rush, Farewell to Kings. Oh boy, I'm going to have to use it again. This is I'll just say OG this time. This is an OG pressing of Rush, Farewell to Kings. No condition notes. Gatefold, of course, $34.99. Testament's at $148. Judas Priest is at $67. Catherine Lutz first on Bowie. Michael Grind first on Rush. Those are sold. We have Journey, Evolution, VG condition, $9.99. Journey, Evolution, VG condition, $9.99. And McCartney by Paul McCartney. This is in VG condition, $11.99 on the original Apple label. McCartney, his first solo album. First full technical, really solo album. That's sold to John Franz. That's the Journey. He was first on that. Now for some new and sealed stuff. First is Now Yearbook 92. Now Yearbook 92. This is $54.99. 3LP green colored vinyl. That's a compilation of hits from 1992. $54.99 on that. Jake Gould's at $148 on Testament. $148 on Testament. Jeffrey Dunlap, you're out. Edison Toledo is the high bidder on Judas Priest at $67. A-Rod, you're out. Y'all let me know if you want back in. Jeffrey's out on Testament. We have Best of Nazareth. This is 13 tracks. Best of Nazareth, $39.99. I remember when we got those in. We have The Outfield, Play Deep. That's on purple marbled vinyl. Purple marble vinyl. This is limited edition of 3,000, $44.99. Josie's on a Vacation Far Away. And Missing Persons, $29.99. Pink vinyl, stimulation only, it says. But that's actually how it looks. Missing Persons, that's Hollywood Lie. That's a new album by them, $29.99. Let's go back up to the top. We have David Eberly on Nazareth. That is sold to David Eberly. We have Jackson Blaylock on the Paul McCartney. And Stacy Metternich wants Out, but she was claiming The Outfield. All right, we're done on Testament. Testament. I knew that was going to be up for a while. $148 to Jake Gold, an original 88 US pressing OG. EX Plus near mint minus SRC pressing, sold to Jake Gold for $148. We're just getting started with our metal auctions. Hope everybody has the next 3 hours to spend with us. It's going to be like this all night. Plus, Spot Now Best Offer metal bins. We're going to do some 50% off stuff in just a second. That is sold to Jake Gold and Judas Priest. Edison was at $67. A-Rod said out. I'm going to give that just a few more moments, and then we're selling that for $67. We have Bush Loaded, their greatest hits. Bush is a 2LP clear vinyl. That's Bush greatest hits. $44.99. Like Everything's In and Come Down and Glycerin and Greedy Fly and Sound of Winter. $44.99 on Bush. Missing Persons is sold to Scott Snee. I thought I saw somebody else pop up with that. No, that was Scott Snee. That's sold to Scott Snee. Cassie Center on Bush. And we have new and sealed Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, blue vinyl, $34.99. Blue vinyl, $34.99. Record Store Day Essential, and Now Yearbook 88. So there's 88. We had 92 earlier. 88 on that one. Let's sell Edison Toledo, the Judas Priest, for $67. We got 399 people watching on Facebook and YouTube right now. Welcome, everybody, especially if you're new. Make sure you've hit the thumbs up button on Facebook. Make sure you've hit the thumbs up button on YouTube. I greatly appreciate it. If you can share it, or if you want to share it, that would really be helpful, but make sure you've at least hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you've subscribed everywhere, followed, liked, subscribed, all that good stuff. We have, can you put Agent on Steel on block next? And somebody requested, Chad requested Tough Luck. Tough Luck was one of the ones that I didn't have tagged yet, but I'll just show it to you and we'll put it up for auction. And what was the other one? Agent Steel? I think I have Agent Steel tagged. I do. We'll go to some more, to me, obscure stuff. More obscure stuff. I actually was about to put up a copy of Kill 'Em All, but we'll do these two as requested. We have Dan Cohorn on Aussie. That's $34.99. It's not stickered, but let's give that to Dan Cohen for $34.99. I have more. Those are new and sealed, $34.99. All righty. And if you're local, come by the store tomorrow. $1 and $5 sale. It should be pretty interesting, the stuff you're going to find here tomorrow. Actually, we've already got some of it set up. I'll move the camera over here in a minute. You'll see some of the how many boxes over here of dollar records we're about to put out that have not ever been shopped. Here's Tough Luck. I don't know a lot about Tough Luck, but let's take a look at Tough Luck. Tough Luck. Nice. Side B here, EX Plus. Side A here, EX Plus. Just a little bit of sleeve scuffing. Minor. Could go. It's going to be EX Plus. I don't want to say near mint minus. It's EX Plus. Looks like we have a lyric insert with it. There's the cover. New Renaissance Records. A little bit of sticker residue up here. $1 start. Tough Luck. $1 start. Okay, and then I think I got Agent. Oh yeah, this is cool. Look at this. Blue vinyl. I remember this one last night. 1986 US pressing. Limited edition blue vinyl. Limited edition blue vinyl. EX. It has one kind of noticeable scuff, even with the colored vinyl right there. That is a $35 start. $35 start. EX condition. Agent Steel. Mad Locust Rising. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. So, there's our next two auctions. Alrighty. Did I miss anything else? If anybody else wants an Aussie, let me know. $34.99. And here we go. The best of Oingo Boingo. Limited to 500 on brown and black colored vinyl. This is $29.99. The best of Oingo Boingo. And I think I've got two more right here. Yeah, this was a big pre-order. And several people canceled or didn't pay for it. I don't know why. That's how those big pre-orders are. We still have a whole crate of Dolly Rockstar box sets that people pre-ordered. Of course, that was one of our biggest pre-orders last year. We have a whole crate of them that no one's paid for, and they're new buyers, and they won't reply to us, so that happens. Van Morrison, Accentuate the Positive. New album, limited edition blue vinyl. For some reason, I don't have it tagged with a price. I'll set that over to the side. And we had these the other night. That one has a crease in it. Let me just set that over there. But if anybody wants one, I think I still got one. I'll go ahead and show it. Best of KC and the Sunshine Band is $33.99. I still have them somewhere. I don't know where, but that one has a big crease on the cover. Let's go back over here to the top. I introduced two new auctions. Wow, look at the bids. Let me just scroll through them, and I'll get caught up in just a second. I can't call off all those. But first, Mitch T gets Oingo Boingo. He was first on that. Mark Lent gets an Oingo Boingo. And then Stephen Grady on Oingo Boingo. Stephen Grady, have you bought from us before? Possibly. I don't think I've said your name too many times. But welcome back if you have. If you're new, let me know. You get that third and last Oingo Boingo. And Jonathan Berg wants a nice KC and the Sunshine Band. Here we go. I got one right here. That one has a creased corner. I'll do something with that at a different time. And that is $33.99. Stephen has not bought from us before. Either way, let me go ahead and give some first-time buyer instructions. He says he's new. Thank you. $7 in limited shipping. We do this every night. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sometimes we do a Sunday sale. Not always, but let's just say 6 nights a week. $7 in limited shipping. Message our page. We need your email address and mailing address if you're on Facebook. If you're watching over on YouTube for the first time, there's 143 people watching there right now. If you're one of those people and you're new, same rules apply, but I'll just send you a link to our website. Dead Kennedys. We had these just a moment ago. Give me convenience or give me death. There's another one. We got them in the new arrivals too. $28.99 on Dead Kennedys. And Elton John, Captain Fantastic, and the Brown Dirt Cowboy. Love this album. Remastered gatefold and includes a book. $36.99 on that. $36.99 on Captain Fantastic. And Leonard Skinner, The Last Rebel, limited to 2,000 on silver-colored vinyl. Leonard Skinner is $38.99. Freddie Dixon gets the Elton John. I definitely need to update these auctions now. Agent Steel, Tom Sullivan has that for $44. If you were in higher, go ahead and bid again. But I see Tom Sullivan at the bottom of my feed for $44 on Agent Steel. And then Tough Luck is at 45 with Greg Peck. 45 with Greg Peck. 45 on Tough Luck. Steve Koch first to Leonard Skinner. I think that's the only one I have. Chad, I'll keep you in mind if I have another one. And Pete Maselli. But Steve Koch gets that one. Jennifer, give me a second on Van Morrison. And we have Chris Stapleton higher. That's a 2LP bone-colored vinyl. That's Chris Stapleton's newest LP. I think there may be a pre-order. I think Van Morrison was originally a pre-order. So let me look that up, Jennifer. Van Morrison. Let me search in the group right quick for Van Morrison. Van Morrison, yeah, it's $46.99. It came out last November. Blue vinyl, $46.99. So if you want it, $46.99, Jennifer Schrader. That's the price. We probably didn't sticker it because it was a pre-order. Chris Stapleton's $44.99. Tough Luck got a bid for $45 and then $50. Agent Steel, by the way, is on blue vinyl. It is on blue vinyl. Agent Steel. That's at $50. Now, I hadn't got to the bottom yet. Matt Shepard wants the Chris Stapleton. I have more of those if anybody else wants one. I have Jimmy Buffett, Equal Strain on all parts on Key West blue vinyl. That's $34.99. I don't have it stickered, but I know for sure that one's $34.99. How about Bohannon? Cut Loose. Bohannon's $12.99. Has the original sleeve. Bohannon's $12.99. And Tom Waits. We sold this at auction. That's what it sold for. I'm going to honor the same price. Tom Waits is $35. Asylum Records, that would be the original label, and it's very clean, and it looks very nice. Tom Waits, yes, there's no condition notes on that. Tom Waits is $35 if anybody wants it. That's what it sold for at auction. Stephen Free, you gets the Jimmy Buffett. Let's make sure that goes in for $34.99. And next is Travis Wade. He gets the Tom Waits for that $35 price. Christopher Brusher was second. Paul Oakley was third. Chad Waite was fourth. Tough Luck is at $55. And Agent Steel is what I need a bit update on. Agent Steel's at $52 with Tom Sullivan. Agent Steel, $52. And Tough Luck is at $60 now. Van Morrison is called Accentuate the Positive. New album from last November. Blue vinyl, 2LP. New and sealed, $46.99. We have Bob Marley. Speaking of new and sealed, this is called Uprising. It's a Jamaica Tough Gong pressing. It's numbered, silver foiled, and numbered on the back. Bob Marley is new and sealed, $36.99. I've got Blind Melon featuring their hit song No Rain. Music on vinyl pressing. That's new and sealed, $39.99. And Eddie Money, his self-titled album. They did 1,000 of these on pink vinyl, also music on vinyl. They're numbered on the back. Eddie Money is $33.99. Matt Shepard wants the Bob Marley, but there was also Blind Melon. So there's two BMs back-to-back there. So let me figure out what this is here. Matt Shepard, let me know if you want Bob. Charles, let me know if you want Bob. And then Freddie wants Blind for sure. So we'll get some clarifications there from Matt and Charles. And we have Aerosmith. That's their debut album. No condition notes. About a VG plus cover. Maybe VG has some discoloration. But clean vinyl. Dream On. Aerosmith is $29.99. Matt Shepard did want Bob Marley. Okay, so that is sold to Matt Shepard. Now, Charles Verano, did you want Bob or Blind Melon? And then we'll figure out if Freddie gets Blind Melon. But I should have more Blind Melon around here somewhere. He wanted Bob Marley as well. So Freddie Dixon, you get the Blind Melon. That's sold to Freddie Dixon. We have Tough Luck. Richard Davis is at $65. And Blind Melon is $39.99. Freddie Villarreal wants Aerosmith. That's sold to Freddie Villarreal. Tough Luck is at $68. And Jonathan Berg wants Eddie Money. Wow, what a busy night. Now, we still got 399 viewers again. It went up to 405 there for a second. That is the most I've seen on in a while. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I'm about to update these auctions. We're going through a bin of non-payments. Make sure you've liked the Facebook post and shared. Stevie Ray Vaughan, solo, sessions, and encores. First time on vinyl, 2LP blue vinyl, $64.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan. That was the first time that was released on vinyl. Jennifer Schrader, if you want this, let me know. John Smetzer, it's still available, and John Smetzer wants it. If Jennifer Schrader doesn't want it, $46.99. just let me know. Cassie Center wants Stevie Ray Vaughan. Let me go ahead and set up a new crate because this one has filled up very quickly. Let me set that right over there, and let me grab a new crate. I'm going to steal one from Seth. Seth, what's those things on your legs? Seth's already giving me the silent treatment. You okay tonight, Seth? It was cold. Seth just got done coaching a baseball game. Now, the question is, did you win? Seth lost. Oh, boy. Paul Stanley on purple violet colored vinyl, $44.99. Paul Stanley is $44.99. Paul Stanley Soul Station and new and sealed Kiss. Speaking of Paul Stanley, $59.99 for Kiss Alive 2. Tough Luck is at $68 of Greg Peck. $68 of Greg Peck on Tough Luck. We started that at $1. Now it's at $68. And then Agent Steel, no one else has bid in a while. Final call. Tom Sullivan, I think, still has Agent Steel for $52. Tom Sullivan on Agent Steel for $52. $52. Jennifer Schrader does want the Van Morrison in here. That's Jennifer for $46.99. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, CSN, VG Plus $14.99. The Rolling Stones, Some Girls, no condition notes. It is the edited cover. It's die cut, though, $34.99. Matt Shepard wants Kiss Alive. That's sold to Matt Shepard. The Temptations, Puzzle People. The Temptations is $14.99. And Todd Rundgren Runt. This is a German pressing, $19.99. Todd Rundgren Runt. All right, Agent Steel's done. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. Tom Sullivan gets that for $52. I want to make sure everybody was done on Tough Luck. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to move that over here to slot 1. Then we're going to put up 2 new auctions. Still got some great stuff to show. First, Tough Luck, Final Warning, Greg Peck, $68. Marco Martinez wants the Temptations. Christopher was second. That was a great, I don't want to call any non-payment being a good one, but that was pretty good in my opinion. 1 copy left of Kiss, Music from the Elder, $38.99. Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, no condition notes, $14.99. Tyler Childers, Live, Red Barn, $26.99. One of my favorite live albums. Now Yearbook 92, Now Yearbook 88. They're both $54.99, 3 LP compilation. Dead Kennedys is new and sealed, $28.99. Bohannon, that's a disco album, Cut Loose, $12.99. Paul Stanley's $44.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, VG Plus, $14.99. Stones, $34. And Todd Rundgren was a German pressing, $19. Matt Shepard gets Tyler Childers. Matt, let me know if you're okay with some torn vinyl there. That's sold to Matt Shepard. Tough Luck is gone. Tough Luck is sold. Tough Luck, for anybody that didn't get it, that's $68. And that is sold. And that is going to Greg Peck for $68. All righty. Let's put up 2 new auctions while I'm changing out bins. Metallica. Kill 'em all. Metallica. VG minus, and I'll show you why. 2 reasons. Check out this label, though. Wow. I saw that, and I was like, whoa. Never seen that before. It's a Canadian. It's a Canadian. Now, the reason it's VG minus is it has a light warp, but I'm going to say this. We're going to try to flatten it. We have a machine from Japan that flattens records that are warped, and I'm going to put this through the flattener tonight. So it is warped, but I guarantee we can fix it. I guarantee we're about to buy another one. We've got one that runs 24/7, and we have another one. We bought a very sophisticated high-end machine from Japan that flattens these. So it does have a light warp, but the main reason it's VG minus is it has a feelable mark right here. Right here on track 1. Check that out, though. Banzai Records. It has a feelable mark right there. So I haven't got to test play it, so buy it as if it's a VG minus record. I will say this, though. Side 1 is pretty nice. It has an odd scuff right there, but side 1 looks pretty clean. Just that one fillable mark right there on track 1, side 2. It's going to be a $55 start. There's only one for sale for $100. That's where maybe they start at $100. Maybe they start at $100, but very cool, interesting inner sleeve here. This is a $55 start. I'm going to put it, the warp on it though, let me show you that again. The warp on it was minuscule. I mean, but I noticed it, when you just turn it a certain way in the light, right in here, it bows up just a little bit. It bows up just a little bit, but that is a 1984 Canadian pressing on that. 84 Canadian pressing on that. Okay, so there's Metallica. Let's go back up to the top. We have Paul Wade wants the Paul Stanley. No, Tony Wade gets to Paul Stanley. Tony Wade gets to Paul Stanley. And then we have, I think we're caught up, okay? I think we're good to go. Metallica's at 80, so 1984. Let's see here. Let's condense these right over here. I do have more new vinyl to go through, so that was, I technically call that a vintage pre-owned bin. So let's go through a bin of other stuff right over here. Right, Seth? Okay, here we go. All right, Metallica's at $80. And let's go through this one. What do you feel with? I don't know if I understand the question. However, I am going to put up a new auction. Let's do a Judas Priest. Oh boy, a lot of people's been asking for this one. This one. By the way, here's some of the stuff we have on deck to auction. Megadeth, Motley Crue, Skid Row, Overkill, Merciful Fate, King Diamond, Scorpions, Judas Priest, Anvil, Judas Priest, Gravedigger, Metallica. Let me go back to the front of the bin. Hell Comes to Your House compilation, Metal Blade compilation, Metal Warriors compilation. I can't talk fast enough. Queens Rock, Annihilator, Angkor Wat. What was the name of that one? Corpus Christi, Electric Sun, not for sure. Herman German, Scorpions, Tokyo Blade, Scorpions. Judas Priest. They're all different too. Oh boy. Here we go. Judas Priest Painkiller, a 1990 U.S. Carrollton press. A 1990 U.S. Carrollton press. EX Plus on the vinyl. Nice. $75 start. It has the original inner sleeve. It's a 1990 U.S. Carrollton press. Painkiller. Judas Priest. $75 start. Judas Priest. That's now up for bid. All right. And then there's the Metallica. Let's see if I've missed any claims. Metallica 100. Metallica 100 again. And then there's the bids for Judas Priest. All right. We got a restock of Eazy-E. I think there was a waiting list. Eazy-E is $33.99. Easy does it for Eazy-E. Easy does it. $33.99. And let's look that up. E-A-Z-Y, not E-A-S-Y. Todd Tipton. Todd Tipton was on a waiting list. So let's give one to Todd Tipton. If anybody else wants one, they're $33.99. And last week when those came in, they had been out of stock for a long time. That's $33.99. There's 4 extra copies left. I got Def Leppard Pyromania, and this is also $33.99. I think there was a waiting list for Def Leppard. Let me check on that, DEF. And I had a waiting list last week for Hysteria and Kenny Case Jr. Kenny Case Jr. on this one for Pyromania. $33.99 for Pyromania. That's new and sealed. And I have that one, Jerry Stone. I have one of those left. Jerry Stone wants an Eazy-E. And Kelly Gabney also wants an Eazy-E. Let's give Kelly Gabney an Eazy-E. And Carol Keys wants a Def Leppard. That's over to Carol Keys. Def Leppard's gone. There's there's one Def Leppard left, and there's 2 Eazy-E's. And I got a restock of the Cars Greatest Hits. This is on red vinyl. Just what you needed. No pun intended. The Cars Greatest Hits. There was definitely a waiting list for this. The Cars Greatest Hits was Christopher Allen, Peter Policino, and Davey Blair. Christopher Allen, Peter Policino, and Davey Blair. That's 1, 2, 3 are gone. They're on red vinyl, $33.99. Just what I needed. Since you're gone, you might think Good Times Row, Touch and Go, Drive, Tonight She Comes, My Best Friend's Girl, Let's Go, I'm Not the One, Magic. Boy, that's a misprint. Look, it says Maggie. That's supposed to be Magic. I just now noticed that. Is all the jackets like that? They don't have a song called Maggie, I know. That's supposed to say Magic. Has anybody else noticed that? M-A-G-I-E. That's supposed to say Magic. And then Shake It Up. So those 3 are sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Let me know if anybody else wants one of those in there. Let's go back to the top of the comments so I can do all these in order. We have, we pulled Eazy-E. Judas Priest is at 78. Metallica 105. Judas Priest 80. Jerry Stone got an Eazy-E. Carol Keys got a Def Leppard. Judas Priest 90. A Metallica 110. Judas Priest 95. Jonathan Berg wants a Cars. Marco Martinez wants a Cars. John Howard wants an Eazy-E. Dave Serretno wants a Cars. Rebecca Barber gets a Cars. That was the last copy to Rebecca Barber. And then Peter Policino. You was already on a waiting list, Peter. I've already got one pulled for you. So there's one Easy E and one Def Leppard left, and we got a restock of Beastie Boys. Beastie Boys, Kawasaki, 1992, $26.99. Beastie Boys, and there is a perpetual waiting list for this. I'm not kidding. I have not showed this record, and we have not sold out of it. And there is a waiting list for Tony Samuelson. Beastie Boys, live in Japan, 1992. It isn't unofficial. This is sold, $26.99. Tony Samuelson was on a waiting list. Tony Samuelson was on a waiting list. So that one's gone. Let's go back up to the top, and let me tell you about these two records. First is Judas Priest Painkiller, which is a 1990 U.S. Carrollton press. An original. That's the original pressing for this. A Carrollton, 1990, or it was pressed in different places. That is a 1990 Carrollton. EX Plus condition, original under sleeve, and the last bid that came in on Judas Priest, the last bid was Raven Klein at $95. And then Metallica, Kill 'Em All, unique label on this one. It's a white, it's not a promo, but they call it a white label from Canada. Kill 'Em All, white label. It's in VG minus condition, mostly because it just has one fillable mark right here. You can literally feel it when you run your finger over it. It has the original under sleeve. Other than that, it's really nice. It does have a light warp, but we're going to fix that with our machine. And the last bid that came in on that was $110 with Ben Hutzel. Ben Hutzel had that for $110. Okay, and then Troy Robinson wants an Easy E. And then the Beastie Boys are sold to Freddie Dixon, Stephen Grady, and Mitch T. Chad Waite, I will have to put you on a waiting list. Chad Waite, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. Chad, I already got cars, give it to Peter Policino. Christopher Allen no longer needs his car, so let's make sure Christopher Allen doesn't get one. And let's make sure, was there anybody, nobody else was next. So if anybody wants a cars, then that needs, then we have one being put back. Okay? Is your store in Lebanon open 7 days a week? We are open Tuesday through Saturday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 10 to 4. 10 to 4. Judas Priest at 100. Judas Priest 96. And we have Judas Priest 97. We have Dave Soretna wants to put back his cars as well. Let's make sure Dave Soretna doesn't want a cars. So let's go ahead and put that in there. And we have, okay, so we got 2 copies of the cars left because they were just put back. And we got a restock of Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti. 2 LP, $44.99 for Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti, if I could spit that out. Led Zeppelin. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for that. Mothership. I think there was last week, but we already filled them. Yep. We just sold out of them last week. This is just 5 new copies. $44.99. $44.99 on that. $44.99. So, James Vasquez says he'll take one of the cars that was put back. Judas Priest got another $100 bid, but I think somebody already bid $100. Jeffrey Dunlap already bid $100. David Baber. And then we have Robert Philippi wants a cars, and John Smetzer wants a Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. We're talking cashmere here, folks. Nobody else bid on Metallica, right? Ben Hutzel gets that for $110. Metallica is done. That's sold to Ben Hutzel for $110. All right, so there's 1 Def Leppard, and there's 4 Led Zeppelin Physical Graffitis left. Ben Hutzel, you get the Metallica for $110. Like I said, those things start at $110 from what I saw on Discogs, this particular pressing. So that is sold for $110 to him. I'll put up another auction in just a second, but let me show this, which it's already sold. I have more on the way. If anybody else wants one, let me know. This is Led Zeppelin. It's a 3 LP deluxe edition. You get Led Zeppelin, the actual album remastered, and then there's a complete live concert from Olympia, Paris, $69.99. $69.99. So this is already sold to Forrest Appleton. He was on a waiting list. Let's sell that to Forrest Appleton. And we have a putback on the Beastie Boys. And I think that means we can scratch Chad Waite off the waiting list because he was next. So let's take Chad Waite off the waiting list and let's give one to Chad Waite. So Chad Waite, you get that. That's sold to Chad Waite. Okay. Now we have info on Judas Priest. Judas Priest is a 1990 U.S. Carrollton press. That's an original 1990 U.S. retail copy, original under sleeve. It's a Carrollton press. The high bid on Judas Priest is $100 with Jeffrey Dunlap, $102 with Jake Gould, $102. Next LP was Gary Newman, The Pleasure Principle. That has his hit song Cars on it, $29.99, and there was a waiting list for this. Gary Newman, Fred Carnell was on a waiting list. Fred Carnell on Gary Newman, The Pleasure Principle, $29.99. Let's give that one to Fred Carnell. There's one extra. And we got a restock of Pink Floyd Pulse. Same thing last night as Mothership. They're $105, which is a discounted price from the night almost 2 weeks ago now when we did box sets on sale. There is a waiting list for that $105 price, and that $105 price was Robert Philippi. So Robert Philippi gets one for $105. If anybody else wants one, $105 on Pink Floyd Pulse, new and sealed, 4LP with hardback book. Robert Philippi, make sure he gets this for $105. 2 more I'll do for $105, and that's for tonight only, just like Mothership. All right, Jeffrey Dunlap back in on Judas Priest at $110. Jeffrey's back in at $110. We've got all kinds of auctions to run. Somebody said, can you please run Annihilator? Let me see if I have it ready here. Motley Crue, Slave to the Grind, Scorpions, Judas Priest, Anvil, Gravedigger. Let me find that one. I don't know if I have that one. Annihilator, okay. I don't know if I have much about this ready, but let's put it up for auction. Is it sealed? Wow. I think it's sealed. This is Annihilator. Annihilator is self-titled, 1988 Wild Rags Records, and this thing is sealed. I hadn't even really got to look at it. You know what I'm going to do, though? I'm going to put it up right now for a $1 start. This is Annihilator. It is sealed on Wild Rags Records. It's never been opened. No saw marks, no cut holes. This thing is sealed. I know I've never had that one before. That is a $1 start on that. $1 start on that. $1 start. All right, back up to the top. Judas Priest got a bid for $111. Jeffrey's at $110, then $111. Kevin Crowell wants a Pulse, $105. Jeannie Potts wants a Pulse, $105. And Nathan Mothership is $119.99. That deal expired last night. $119.99 on Mothership, but I do have 2 left if you want one. The only thing left in here is 1 copy of Def Leppard Pyromania, $33.99. We have Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti, $44.99. And we have Gary Newman, The Pleasure Principle. Gary Newman, The Pleasure Principle, that is $29.99. James Bragg wants one of those. And Nathan Meyer says he'll take a Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti, or excuse me, a Led Zeppelin Mothership for $119.99. Now the question is, what have I done with those? They're in a crate around here somewhere. There they are. All right, so it's that time. We've already done one bin of metal, buy it now, best offer. Let's do another one. That was next on my list. So let's go through another one of those bins. This is sold to Nathan Myers for sticker price. And then Annihilator has new bids. And I'll give an update on Judas Priest. So that's the only thing left in there. Led Zeppelin and Def Leppard. Man, what an incredible album. Hope everybody has a copy. If you don't, just go ahead and say, you know what, Chad? Give me all 4 of those. I'm going to need them. Okay. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and go through me. Make sure I'm not going through that same bin we went through the other night. Yep, there's that one. So let's go through this one. All right. Everything in this bin is buy it now or best offer, just like we did earlier. Buy it now or best offer on this one. Buy it now or best offer. We almost wiped out the other one, but what I'm going to do is after we go through this one, I think the other one is the condensed bin from the 2 condensed bins from the other night. And then we'll go back through all of them later and do one more final call on all the metal we have in stock. BINOBO. That means buy it now or best offer. Then I've got more new vinyl to go through. And then after this one, after the new vinyl, we'll definitely hit a vintage pre-owned 50% off crate, okay? That's the agenda. Big $1 and $5 sale here in the store tomorrow. We're going to have stuff out also for sticker price that hasn't been in bins before. And let me update the Judas Priest. Judas Priest is an original 1990 US pressing with the original inner sleeve. No condition notes. Very, very nice copy. An original 1990. It has the original inner sleeve. That's Judas Priest. And the high bid right now, let's confirm this. The high bid is with Jeffrey Dunlap at $115. $115 of Jeffrey Dunlap. Then we have a sealed Annihilator. It's self-titled. Sealed Annihilator, self-titled. An original 1988 Wild Rags Records. It's sealed. It's never been opened. It's sealed and it's never been opened. Now, Kathy Webb wants a Def Leppard from the previous bin. Kathy, I've got those right here. Kathy wants a Def Leppard from the previous bin. And Ted, physical graffitis are $44.99. 2 LP, of course, new and sealed. Kathy gets Def Leppard. Annihilator has bids for 40 and now 48. 116 on Judas Priest. Another 116 on Judas Priest and 50 on Annihilator. This is all some heavy metal here. Buy it now or best offer. This is Death Heaven EX Condition $26.99. EX Condition $26.99. We had Easy E, Easy Does It. If you want on a waiting list, they're $33.99. Garden of Burning Apparitions. Artist is Full of Hell. Artist is called Full of Hell. That's on silver vinyl, $24.99. Extreme Noise Terror Retribution. A 1994 pressing. 1994, a UK import, $69.99. Holy Terror, Live Terror, clear with red splatter, sealed, $24.99. Terrorizer, Caustic Attack, that is sealed, $34.99. Having to check lots of spines on these so far. That says Cursed Blood of Doom. This one is, I can't read that one. Archaic Excruciation. Maybe Archaic Excruciation. That's $14.99. And LIK, Misanthropic Breed. This is smoky colored vinyl. LIK, one of the two. $34.99 on that. Also, Benediction, Grind Bastard, 2016 purple and red, that's $29.99. And DBC Universe, DBC is a 2011 Canadian import, $22.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. All right, Judas Priest is at $120. Judas Priest is at $120. Annihilator has a high bid with Greg Peck for $50. Greg Peck's at $50, final call. Greg Peck, $50. Greg Peck, $50. Final call, Judas Priest, $120. That's where we're at. First is Edison Toledo, Extreme Noise Terror, $50. Extreme Noise Terror, $50. I will sell that to you for $55, Edison. $5 bump on that and it's yours. $55, Edison. Next is Hiram gets LIK for $28. Let's go ahead and sell that to Hiram for $28. Sam Squatch 67 wants DBC. Sell that to Sam Squatch 67. Annihilator has new bids for $51 and $55, but I'm about to sell Judas Priest for $120. Next is Hail of Bullets on Divine Winds. That's a picture disc, numbered 146 of 500. That's $29.99. And Karen Chris's Gospel of the Witches, and that is sealed. Blue or clear vinyl, $39.99. Gospel of the Witches, $39.99 on that. Also, Bolt Thrower. Bolt Thrower is sealed, $34.99. Dale Shannon wants Hail of Bullets. That's sold to Dale Shannon. Brian Thurman's at 96 on Annihilator. Greg Peck's at $60. Nobody else bid on Jeffrey Dunlap. He gets Judas Priest for $120. That is sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $120. All right, let's throw up another big one we have over there. Let's go ahead and run one of the other Megadeths we have. I'm going to make that the last record in that bin, though. Definitely moving through some vinyl tonight. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Still a lot to get through. We hadn't even done one of our first big vintage discount bins yet. Let's put up the other Skid Row. Skid Row is a 1989 Euro pressing, but they were manufactured in Germany. This is going to be just a $35 start. Just a $35 start. I never can have enough of these either. Slave to the Grind. Nice cover, VG Plus. It has the original inner sleeve. And this is Skid Row, an 89 Euro German pressing, $35 start. Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, $35 start. No condition notes on that. Nice. Euro pressing, manufactured in Germany, of course. Skid Row. We may be bidding on that for a while. $35 start on that. Now, let's go back up to the top. We left off by Hail of Bullets. Hiram offered $33 for Gospel. $33 for Gospel of the Witches. Sell that to Hiram for $33. Ben Hutzel gets Bolt Thrower. That's sold to Ben Hutzel. And then Matt Shepard, you were second. We have Annihilator at $56 with Brian Thurman. And then Edison Toledo said okay for his offer of $55 on Extreme Noise Terror. Annihilator 62. Skid Row 45. Skid Row 50. Skid Row 55. And we have Skid Row 80. Stopped in the store today. Thanks for the master tickets. I hope those are locked up in our safe. I hope they're locked up in our safe. I didn't see the FedEx envelope. I like texted my mom. I was like, listen, there's a package arriving at this store. It's extremely important. We have Decapitated Organic Hallucianus. This is a 2010 UK import, $99.99 for Decapitated. Also, Hail of Bullets, Frost and War, a 2008 German import, etched colored vinyl, says limited to 1,069.99. Skid Rows at $80 with Matt Crumb. Annihilator, this is a sealed Annihilator, self-titled. It's unopened. It's sealed. 1988 Wild Rags Records. The high bid on Annihilator is $65. $65. Skid Row is at $80. Now, we have 1989. Skid Row's an 89 Euro German pressing. All right, and then we have, or did I say 90? Is it 89 or 91? This is 91. 91. Yes, 91. It's not 89. 89 was their first album. 91. Sorry, yes. 89 is when their first album came out. 91. 91 on those. Okay, or 91 on that one. Annihilator 65. Dale Shannon, Hail of Bullets. Dale Shannon gets Hail of Bullets. And we have Chemist, Desolation. Chemist is orange and black colored vinyl, $29.99 on Chemist. Epidemic of Violence, Demolition Hammer, $74.99. This is a 2008 German import, Epidemic of Violence, Demolition Hammer, $74.99, 2008 pressing. Dismember, Complete Demos, that's on red vinyl, Dismember, EX condition, $42.99 on that. And Gruesome, Twisted Prayers. That is EX condition, $26.99. So Skid Row got another bid for $85, but somebody was already, no, Matt was at $80, so that is a new bid. Craig at $85. Skid Row now at $100. And we have John Mincemoyer on DH, Demolition Hammer. John Mincemoyer first to claim that. Hiram, you were second. Edison offered $20 on Dismember. James offered $37. I'm going to sell it to James for $37 unless you want it, Edison. So Edison, let me know if you want that for $37. If not, it goes to James Bragg. Matt Shepard. John says, never mind on Demolition. That's a reissue. Yeah, 2008. Hiram, I'll do it for $65 if you want it. That's $10 off. Hiram, $65 if you want it. And then Edison Toledo, $37 on Dismembered. And then Matt Shepard, Gruesome, he said $20. Go ahead and sell that to Matt Shepard for $20. Also, John Oliver second. And we have Fear of God, Within the Veil, limited edition of 1,000 green vinyl. That's on numbered green vinyl from Music on Vinyl, $34.99. That's on green vinyl, Fear of God. Firebird. Firebird is sealed, $29.99. Is that metal? I don't know if that's metal. Is that metal? Firebird, $29.99. And Insidious Disease. Insidious Disease, After Death, limited to 1,300 olive mustard swirled colored vinyl, $29.99. All right, let's update these auctions. Skid Row, Stephen Freehu's at $100. We're about to sell it to Stephen Freehu for $100. Annihilator. Annihilator has a high bid. Annihilator has a high bid of Greg Peck for $65. Greg Peck has that for $65. Haven't seen a bid in a while. We are about to sell it. We are about to sell it. I don't need anything in there. Okay. And then let me see what else I had here. Gruesome. And then we're waiting to hear from Edison on Dismember. And I think we're caught up. Why is the Demolition Hammer $65? It's a 2008 German import. That's what I can tell you. It's probably what they sell for. Skid Row's at $105. And we have Benediction, Killing Music. Benediction is $27.99. Benediction, Killing Music is $27.99. Benediction, Killing Music. And Memoriam, For the Fallen. That's on beer-colored vinyl. Memoriam, For the Fallen, $34.99 on that. New bid on Skid Row for $105. Stevens right back in at $110. Let's sell the sealed Annihilator. Let's go back up to the top and look at that one more time. Greg Peck has that for $65. Greg Peck, you get that for $65. $65. All righty. Now, let's go over here and show a couple more. We have Crippled Bastards, Nero in Metastasi. That's a 2014 gray vinyl pressing, $26.99. Jason Conklin, Benediction, $20. Go ahead and sell that to Jason Conklin for $20. Sold to Jason. Another benediction that's called Scriptures, red and black swirl vinyl, EX edition, $27.99. I lost Edison somewhere. Let me go ahead and sell this to James Bragg for $37. That is sold to James Bragg for $37. There's another benediction. Dark is the Season, the Grotesque. That's a 2016 pressing, $39.99. Skid Row's now at $115. Skid Row is now at $115. Skid Row is at $115. Let me go ahead and pull a Scorpions album. And I need to make a note on that Metallica. I just remember that Metallica. I need to put a note so Rebecca or Jake, that Metallica Kill 'Em All needs to go through the warp machine. Let me put on there. That's warp machine, please. Warp machine, please. Warp time. We're going to send that thing back to 1984 and fix it. Let me figure out which crate that was in. That was in this previous bin. Let me find that over here right quick, everybody. Metallica Kill 'Em All. There it is. Warp machine, please. All right. Here we go. So, Skid Row 115. Hiram says benediction 23, benediction 25. So, let me figure out where we left off here. And, well, I can't. I saw a message come in I need to see. Okay. So, we have Hiram was offering for Killing Music. Okay, that's already sold. And then Matt said 20, and then Edison said 25. Y'all might have to let me know which one. There's Scriptures, and then Dark is. So let me know on that one. Continuing, Memoriam, the Silent Vigil. Memoriam is red with black splatter. $27.99 on Memoriam. Fair to Midland, Arrows and Anchors. That is $124.99. 2020, limited edition to 500, sealed, $124.99. All right, I have not said a word about the Scorpions. I laid it up there, so let me tell you what it is. This is Scorpions Love Drive. It's a 1979 OG UK original, a UK pressing. A UK original, near mint minus, EX plus vinyl. This is a $35 start. Scorpions Love Drive, $35 start. It has the original EMI, like company sleeve. There's the cover. Love Drive. What she's exposed. There's some nightly nudity. She's exposed. A 79 UK, very clean, $35 start. That's now up for auction. And then Matt says he was offering the one that's 27. He offered the $20 bid, the one that was 27. All right, let's sell this to Matt Shepard for $20. That's sold to Matt Shepard. There's still a benediction left. Edison, you'll have to let me know. Scorpions already has lots of bids. And this is another Cathedral. 2015 U.S. pressing, $74.99. Cathedral, Forest of Equilibrium. That one was $74.99. So Stephen Freyu, Scott Ham bid $115 on Skid Row. Stephen Freyu, let me know if you want in for more than $115. I'm about to sell it to Scott. Here's another Cathedral, The Last Spire. That's on white vinyl, $26.99 on Cathedral, The Last Spire. Between the Buried and Me. That's on colored vinyl, $39.99, Between the Buried and Me. And another Fear Factory, The Industrialist. The Industrialist is a 2012 clear vinyl pressing, $69.99. Skid Row is sold to Scott Ham for $115. Steven said he's out. That's sold to Scott Ham for $115. That was Slave to the Grind. That's sold for $115. All right, Jen Cass wants Spire. Jen Cass gets Spire, The Last Spire, Cathedral. That's sold to Jen Cass. Luke, you were second on that. High bid on Scorpions, Matthew Copus, Jason Schatz at $50. Jason Schatz at $50 on the Scorpions. $50 on that with Jason Schatz. All right, let's put this thing up. Oh, my. This is nice. An 86 OG US retail, not a club, in shrink wrap of Metallica, Master of Puppets. An original 1986 specialty press, EX condition. Has the original inner sleeve, just has some sleeve scuffs, keeping it from EX Plus. $95 start, Metallica, original inner sleeve, an 86 specialty press, not a club, shrink wrap, original retail copy, $95 start, Master of Puppets, now up for bid, in shrink wrap, very, very nice copy. All right, so we sold Cathedral. Ben Details, Between the Buried and Me, Sam Squatch, $39.99. I don't have a lot of details if this is the one you're asking about, other than it's on colored vinyl. And I can show you what that color is. And if anybody else is interested, it's on some very, looks like, I don't know what you call that. That's wild. It's got like 5 different colors in it. That's probably why Paul just put colored vinyl. He didn't list every color that was there. Okay, so do you use vinyl style outer sleeve to the records you ship to us? Yes. The sleeves we sell here are the same sleeves that we use to put our records on. Yes. That's the packs of 100 for $29.99. Scorpions got a new bid for $55. Metallica 100, Metallica 125, and John Oliver Firebird. Firebird was sealed, $29.99. Oh, Benediction. This last Benediction that's left is called Dark is the Season, the Grotesque, 2016, $39.99. This is called Exhumed. Exhumed, Death Revenge. This is $24.99, a 2017 pressing of Exhumed, Death Revenge. Exhumed Gore Metal is VG Plus $59.99. And we have Samus Equinox. Samus Equinox is $14.99. Samus Equinox is $14.99. And the Dillinger Escape Plan, Miss Machine, Dillinger Escape Plan is $29.99. So Metallica got a new bid for $150. Scorpions $55. Scorpions $57. Let's sell John Oliver Firebird for $24.99. Scorpions $57. Master $155. We have EX18, Benediction $25, EX20 for Exhumed. So, Matt, I'm assuming for this first one, Jason offered $20. Matt, let me know if you want it for $20. If so, it's sold to you. Edison offered $25 for Benediction. And Edison, I will sell that to you for $30 if you want it. Sam Squatch, same price for you. $30 on that. And then Matt Shepard put DEP, Dillinger Escape Plan, for $22. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Matt Shepard for $22. He also said he's okay with $20 on Exhumed. That's sold to Matt Shepard for $20. And what is the pressing of Gore Metal? Gore Metal is a 2005 pressing. That's all I have on here. 2005. 2005. That's a 2005 pressing. 2005. Nothing new on this one. This is 2005 VG Plus $59.99. All right, so Scorpions. I have Scorpions at 57 with David Baber. 57 on Scorpions. Metallica is at 155 with Jake Gold. 155 on Jake Gold. And the last record in here, I think, is another Exhumed. It is. This is green and red merge colored vinyl, $34.99. This is also Gore Metal with a different cover. There's another one. This is just says green smoke colored vinyl, possibly 2015. Possibly 2015, has an insert with it. All right, so I'm just going to read those titles. There's quite a bit still left in there, and if anybody's interested in anything else in there, just let me know. I think there's only one record we didn't do a deal on, which I think was the Demolition Hammer, and maybe Hiram will change his mind when we go back through the bin. So let's read those one more time, or I'll try my best to read them. Some of them I can't remember. Death Heaven. We had the Full of Hell, the Holy Terror, the Terrorizer, the Archaic Excruciation, Benediction, Grind Bastard, Decapitated, Chemist, Fear of God Within the Veil, Insidious Disease, Epidemic of Violence, Demolition Hammer, Memoriam for the Fallen, Crippled Bastards, also Memoriam, the Silent Vigil, Fair to Midland, Arrows and Anchors. There's a Cathedral, Fear Factory still left, Between the Buried and Me. This one was only one, the Samus Equinox, I believe. There's that last Benediction, and then Exhumed, which I think is the same album with 2 different covers. Here is a final call on the Scorpions. The Scorpions just got a new bid for $60. This is an original UK pressing of Love Drive on EMI Harvest. The vinyl is beautiful. EX Plus near it minus. It has the original inner company sleeve, VG Plus jacket. Yes, she's somewhat exposed there, and she's definitely exposed on the back. The high bid is now Chip Halls for $60. Dan Davis is the high bidder on Metallica. The Metallica is an original 1986 specialty press. EX Plus vinyl. It has the original inner sleeve. It's a retail copy. It's shrink wrapped. Solid EX on the vinyl. $160 with Dan Davis. $160 on that. Dan Davis. Anybody else? I'm going to condense. Do a little condensing here. Put the other metal stuff right here so we can get ourselves an empty bin. And I think we started 2 nights ago with 4 crates of metal stuff. Now we have 2. Excellent. Scorpions has a new bid for 65. Metallica has a new bid for 175. I've got another crate of new vinyl to go through for tonight, and then we're probably going to do our first half off vintage, like vintage bin. Those are technically pre-owned, those metal records, but I think y'all know what I mean. Nothing that has too violent of a cover unless one of them got mixed in. Right, Seth? Seth is huge into death metal. Seth, who's your favorite death metal band? He says he can't get enough of it. Okay, you need a monster drink. I do. I'm out of breath over here. Okay, Metallica 180. These are sold by a place called Milk Crate, or it's called, I don't know. Somebody asks that about once a week. They're called Super Crates, I think. I hadn't ordered them a long time. I got to, though. I got to order another pallet. I think it's called Super Crates. Metallica's at 180. Scorpions is at 65. New vinyl. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. New, sealed, remaster. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. $33.99. Let's go ahead and pull these up. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. These are $33.99. Let's see if there was a waiting list. There's not a waiting list, so all 5 copies are still available. $33.99, Led Zeppelin. These come in the original brown paper bag. $33.99, Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. And Beastie Boys, that's on Fruit Punch colored vinyl. That's on colored vinyl, licensed to Eel. Beastie Boys. Beastie Boys. There is a waiting list for this, possibly. I got to check your head. Licensed to Eel, Josh Ragland and Patricia Sparks. Josh Ragland and Patricia Sparks on Beastie Boys, licensed to Eel. 2 people on a waiting list. That is sold and sold. And I got 2 extra copies left if anybody wants one. Let's update our auctions. We were at $65 on the Scorpions. $65. Metallica got a bid for $175. Metallica got a bid for $180. Would you do $40 on the 2005 Exhumed? Would I do $40 on the 2005 Exhumed? Let's do this for $50. I'll have to do that for $50. Who said that? Raven Klein, $50 on that is where I'm at. This one right here. $50 on that one. And next is, what did Seth do with the beach ball from the Metallica concert? Good question. It's at his house. I own 50% of it, whether he agrees with that or not. Legally, I do. Jeffrey Dunlap is at $195 on Metallica. We have Master out. Sherry Darnell wants a Led Zeppelin. That is sold to Sherry Darnell. We have Scorpions at $66. And we have John Miller on a Beastie Boys. Scorpions is at $70. And Dave Burskick wants a Beastie Boys. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That is on Fruit Punch colored vinyl. They're $36.99. We are now sold out. I also have Ill Communication. I don't think there was a waiting list for this one, though. This is Beastie Boys, Ill Communication, $46.99. I think I just got one for Check Your Head and License to Ill. Let's see here. Oh, there's another License to Ill. Well, that's the same person, Patricia Sparks. Yeah, so I haven't had this one, I don't think, in a while. Ill Communication. This is $46.99 for this one. $46.99. Beastie Boys, Ill Communication. 180 gram, audio file quality, faithfully restored. $46.99. That's sold to Alexandria Vigil. There's one extra copy. If anybody wants on License to Ill, you may need to let me know specifically. Anybody that didn't get one. And I have the Cinquanta, and I think that is Spanish for 50. That's on white, clear blue, and white swirl vinyl. This is the 50th birthday celebration of Maynard James Keenan live. That's Pussifer, A Perfect Circle, and Failure. $46.99. Let me figure out who was on the waiting list for that. I don't know if I can spell that without looking at it word for word. Let me check my waiting list right here. Robert Johnson, Cinquanta. That is sold to Robert Johnson. I have one extra copy if anybody else wants one. $46.99 on Cinquanta. Okay, so Scorpions just got a new bid for $72 with Greg Peck. Metallica, Master of Puppets, Dan Davis has it for $200. Everybody else is out. If anybody else wants in, you got to outbid Dan Davis. Any License to Ill. No License to Ill. That's a waiting list if you want one, Carol. Is that numbered? This is numbered. Hand numbered on the back, 498 of 2000. 498 of 2000. Robert Johnson got 497. I got 497 and 498. That's 498, the one that's left. It's hand numbered on the back. Also, a perfect circle. Eat the Elephant. $46.99 on a perfect circle. And there was a waiting list for this. 2LP gatefold, a perfect circle. And the waiting list for APC was Autumn Betts. Eat the Elephant. Autumn Betts gets one, and I have 2 extras if anybody else wants one. $46.99. That is a perfect circle. 2 left, $46.99. So Scorpions is now a final call. Greg Peck at $72. Metallica just got a new bid for $210. I got a restock of Slash Live, made in Stoke, July 24th, 2011, 2LP. I don't think there's a waiting list, so both LPs, both are available. Slash, one person, Josh James. I take that back. Josh James was on a waiting list, so one sold to Josh, 1 extra copy. New bid on the Scorpions, 75 and 75. New bid on Metallica, 215. We're not done on those. And we got a restock of Led Zeppelin, Achilles' Last Stand. That's not the name of the album. It is called Presence, $33.99. Wow, that's a good one. Wait a minute, they're all good. It's Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin, any waiting list for Presence? Let me check. I think I filled everything. Nope, no waiting list for that. $33.99 for Led Zeppelin's Presence. $33.99. 180 gram remastered, embossed just like the original. Jimmy Page remaster. Nobody's Fault But Mine. Achilles' Last Stand. This is now being pressed in the United States, so it's at a much cheaper price. The Virgin Suicide soundtrack. Virgin Suicide soundtrack. Hart, Todd Rundgren, The Hollies, Al Green, Gilbert O'Sullivan, 10cc. The Virgin Suicides, that's $33.99. And we got a restock of Alabama Shakes, and there was 2 people on a waiting list. This is on red, pink, and mixed colored vinyl. Alabama Shakes, and the waiting list for Alabama Shakes was Jerry Stone and Rachel Crosta. These are $39.99. Jerry Stone and Rachel Crosta was on a waiting list, so those are sold, and I got 1 extra copy if anybody wants it. Back up to the top, Metallica was at $220. Stephen T. Grady wants a Led Zeppelin. And Love Drive, Scorpions got a new bid for $76. Metallica got a new bid for $25. And we have Beastie Boys, Check Your Head. Beastie Boys, Check Your Head is $46.99. Thomas Hujar was on a waiting list. Thomas Hujar was on a waiting list. This is sold to Thomas Hujar. If anybody else wants one, now's the time. Beastie Boys is sold to Thomas Hujar. There's 1 extra copy if anybody wants one. All right. I'm about to start a 3rd auction because we're creeping along on these. If you're done bidding, let me know. If you want to keep bidding, go right ahead. Dan Davis has Metallica at $225. It's between Jeffrey and Dan Davis. Greg Peck and Chip Hall are battling over the Scorpions. Greg Peck just bid $80. Chip Hall's out. I'm about to put up a new one. Jeffrey's right back in on Metallica at $230. So, Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, $33.99. Full in the Rain, In the Evening, $33.99. Ill Communication, $46.99. Cinquanta, Numbered, Pussifer, Perfect Circle, Failure, Live, 50th anniversary or 50th birthday celebration for Maynard James Keenan, $46.99. A Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant, 2 left, $46.99. 1 Slash left, $36.99. Led Zeppelin Presence, $33.99. Virgin Suicide Soundtrack, $33.99. Alabama Shakes is $39.99. And Check Your Head is $46.99. That's what's left in there. We have an out of Metallica. Final call to Jeffrey Dunlap for $230. James Bragg is back in on the Scorpions at $85. Greg, you're out. Chip Hall says he's done. So that's between James Bragg and Greg Peck. Josh James on Slash. Josh, I've already pulled you one. You must have missed it just a second ago. And then Alexander Vigil, let me know which Beastie Boys you want. Check Your Head, Ill Communication, and I've sold you one earlier. I think you got, which one did you get earlier? You got one earlier just a second ago. Greg said, all right, we're about to end these auctions then. Thank you for letting me know when you're out. That will exponentially speed up tonight's process. So there's our first crate of new vinyl. There's the leftover metal. I got a non-payment Christopher Cross. Perfect for Metal Night. And let me condense these other new records. We got a crate and a half left of new restocks from the night. Great new vinyl that came in from tonight. If you missed that first bin, you might want to stick around for the recap here a little bit later. And that was our non-payment bin. Let me just leave that right there. And I do need an empty crate, though. I'm going to go over here and grab our first 50% off bin, which I think is some stuff I got to grab right over here. I was looking at it before the sale. I think it's some stuff in here, possibly, maybe. Yep, some of this right here, some of this right here, and some of this over here, which was this right here. Yep. If you haven't already, make sure you have liked our Facebook post. Make sure you have liked the YouTube video. Make sure you have subscribed over on YouTube. Make sure you have subscribed over on YouTube. That would be grateful help. That would be, you don't know how much that does mean to us to do that. Greatly appreciate that. And you know the drill. Just like and share. I still got 3 crates of new vinyl to go through. I repeat, I still got 3 crates of new vinyl to go through. Alexandria says, I already got ill communication. She wants to check your head, okay? Check your head. Got it. Another Beastie Boys sold. Only 4 likes on YouTube. That's not right. There's no way. I hope not. If so, then somebody's not doing their part. We got a lot of people not doing their part. Okay, so Scorpions. This is sold to James Bragg for $85. Let's get 2 big new auctions going. Nobody go away because you're going to miss some great auctions. We still got stuff like Merciful Fate. Metallica is sold. Metallica is sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $230. Metallica at $230. All right. Here we go. That's sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $230. Yeah, make sure you've liked YouTube. Make sure you've liked Facebook. Let's get 2 new auctions going. I'll refresh your memory of some of the stuff that's going to be going up first, though. And then I got a lot of other stuff that will be... But here's the first priority stuff. Megadeth, Motley Crue, Overkill, Merciful Fate, King Diamond, Scorpions, Judas Priest, Anvil, Gravedigger, and then, of course, lots of other Scorpions, the compilations, the Queen's Rocks, lots of other Scorpions. Those are all on deck. But I got the ones I've cleaned and tagged ready to go first. We don't have any Slayer tonight. Judas Priest, point of entry. Judas Priest is a 1981 Euro pressing. This is a $25 start. Now, the vinyl looks wild. It looks like it's like a screen print design on it. It's really weird looking. I don't know if y'all can see that on your screen. But what that is that's clouding and gassing from where it was stored and a plastic sleeve. It literally looks like a really cool screen print design on it. It doesn't affect playback. I popped it on the turntable just a moment ago. It just looks weird. But it's very clean and it plays very nice. That is a $25 start. That's Judas Priest, point of entry, $25 start. $25 start, a 1981 Euro pressing. 81, point of entry. I haven't seen that album in a while. Next is Merciful Fate, Don't Break the Oath. Merciful Fate is the original first label, OG first pressing. Merciful Fate, Green Combat, that's the first label. Nice vinyl, EX Plus, OG, $75 start. It has the original inner sleeve, nice jacket, $75 start. Merciful Fate, Don't Break the Oath. Judas Priest has a bid for $25. Merciful Fate is a $75 start. All right, let's go through this bin. Everything in here is half off sticker. So when I tell you the price, it's half off. That is the half off price. The price I'll tell you is the half off price. This first one will be an instant seller. It's Stranger Things 2, original music by Kyle Dixon and Michael Stein. Now $17.50. That's the half off price. $17.50. Really cool Stranger Things colored looking vinyl. That is $17.50. $17.50. Leo Sayer, $5. There's probably going to be a lot of $5 records in here. Like Leo Sayer again. That one's called Thunder in My Heart. $5. Ricky Skaggs, Kentucky Thunder. Ricky Skaggs has the original inner sleeve. $12.50 on that. Merciful Fate's at $100. Jason Franz on Stranger Things. This is the first record that is 50% off. That's sold to Jason Franz. Alan Smith was second. Beach Boys Surfing Safari. The Beach Boys is $10. No condition notes. If I say no condition notes, that means the vinyl's EX plus to near mint minus. Nobody's bid on Judas Priest except Dave Baber. Dave has it for 25. One bid on Merciful Fate for 100. Those are final calls. Final calls, 25 and 100. Nobody else's bid. Surfocaster, first on Beach Boys. That's so to Surfocaster. Nick Bargeron was second. Judas Priest is at 26 now 30. Leo Sayer does not have You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. Not on either one of those, unfortunately. Humble Pie, really cool cover. On to a Victory. That's now just $10. Humble Pie. John Lennon, Walls and Bridges, one of his original albums with a die-cut cover. John Lennon is $12.50. $12.50. And Mark Allman is EX condition, $6.50. Mark Allman. Paul Oakley wants Humble Pie. He was first to that. Stephen T. Grady was second. Also, Stories. No condition notes, or excuse me, Stories is VG condition. Stories is $5. Pam Murray gets John Lennon. And now Judas Priest. I was about to say, is everybody awake out there? Judas Priest has bids for $26.30, $25.26, $35.35, $35.45, $40, and Merciful Fate has a bid for $105. Condition notes on Priest. There's some clouding, a weird clouding effect on the vinyl, does not affect playback, so essentially no condition notes except visual. And Judas and Merciful Fate is EX plus, and original 84 USOG Green Combat label. Green Combat label, that's the first label. Merciful Fate has a new bid for $120. Next is Stimulation, Billy Thorpe, $10. Everything in here, the price I'm telling you, is the discounted price. Billy Thorpe, $10. Ed Bruce, one-on-one. Ed Bruce is $5. Ed Bruce, one-on-one, $5. Ringo's Rotogravure. Ringo Starr is $12.50. Original inner sleeve, gatefold, $12.50 on Ringo. He was in a band called The Beatles. Michael Bloomfield, Aniline. Michael Bloomfield is $7.50. Bobby McFerrin, The Voice. Bobby McFerrin is $10. Bobby McFerrin is $10. Also, Stillness, Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66. That's $7.50. The Rolling Stones Gold Stamp promo of Dirty Work, $17.50 on that. $17.50 on that. I think I got Humble Pie first. Steven, you got to look at what pops up on the restream. This is Paul Oakley, Humble Pie, and you were second. You got to pay attention to what pops up here on the restream where my hand's going up and down. You can't just look at your Facebook chat because there's also people watching on YouTube and there's people watching on X, even though they can't comment on X. They could comment, but now they can't anymore, it looks like. But we also got people on YouTube, so you can't just look at your Facebook chat. I'll make sure to always double check who gets first, though. Merciful Fate was at $120. Judas Priest, $46.46. Christopher Bruscia on MB. MB was Michael Bloomfield for Christopher Bruscia. And we have Jimmy Johnson, Bar Room Preacher. Jimmy Johnson is $12.50. The Doors, Soft Parade, now just $17.50. No condition notes on the vinyl. The top scene does have some splitting, though. The Doors is $17.50. The Doors is $17.50. Supertramp is $10. Famous Last Words, $10 on Supertramp. It has the original inner sleeve. Merciful Fate's at $125. Judas Priest, Nick Bargeron was in first at $46. Everybody else is out. Matt Shepard on D for the Doors. That's so to Matt Shepard. If you just joined us, we got two great auctions going. We're doing a half-off vintage bin. The price I'm telling you is the discounted price. We're going to do some more like this. We have three more crates of new vinyl to show. 3 more crates of new vinyl to show. And there's some pre-orders and waiting lists in some of those. So make sure you tune in. I can comment on X. Okay, last night it wasn't working. How many people's... Last night at like 2 a.m., we had 105 people watching on X, but nobody would say anything. It was the weirdest thing ever. There was 105 people watching on there at 2:03 a.m. or whatever, and we couldn't get anybody to say a word. It was the strangest thing. Jackson Blaylock he was second on the Doors. Judas Priest 48, Merciful Fate 140. Also, Botman Turner Overdrive. This is VG Plus condition, $5. Botman Turner Overdrive 2, VG Plus $5, and Pete Townsend White City. No condition notes on that. $7.50 on Pete Townsend White City. And this is Pearl Harbor and the Explosions. No condition notes, $5. We have Merciful Fate. It's a 1984 US OG first label, first combat label. EX Plus vinyl. Nice. It also has the original inner sleeve. There's King Diamond. There's King Diamond. Nice jacket. High bid on this. Just came in. with Dustin Riviera at $140. Mitch T wants Botman, Turner Overdrive. Sandy Mile gets Pete Townsend. Judas Priest has a new bid for $49. Judas Priest has a new bid for $49. Alan Parsons Project Eve, $10. Like I said, if I don't say anything about condition, then it's EX Plus near mint minus. It's going to look very nice and clean. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap's greatest hits, $5 on that. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap. Bobby Lester. Bobby Lester is $10. Jay Giles Band Bloodshot. Jay Giles Band Bloodshot is $10. Jay Giles Band Bloodshot is $10 on that. And the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, $5. VG Plus condition. Judas Priest is now at $50. And Merciful Fate is a final call to Dustin Riviera for $140. $140. That's where we're at. As soon as one of those sells, I'll put up another one. Jason Conklin on Jay Giles Band. That's so to Jason Conklin. We have Julie London sings Latin in a satin mood. Julie London is now $15. New bid on Merciful Fate for $150. And Judas Priest has got a new bid for $51. Spanking Our Gang's greatest hits. An original sealed copy. Sunday Will Never Be the Same. Like to Get to Know You. That is sealed. It's unopened. $12.50. Chuck Edgar wants the Doobie Brothers. That's so to Chuck Edgar. And Judas Priest has a new bid for $55. Dustin Riviera, you've been outbid on Merciful Fate. Miami Sound Machine, Primitive Love. Miami Sound Machine is $7.50. Scott Snee wants Julie London. That's so to Scott Snee. Martin Briley, One Night with a Stranger, $6.50 on Martin Briley. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG Plus $7.50. We haven't seen a copy of that in a while, have we? It's usually on here every night. That's the original pressing. OG Columbia 2i, You Make Me So Very Happy. And of course, Spinning Wheel. That's their two absolute classics. Larry Drish wants BSW. BSW was for Blood, I bet he meant Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And then Susie was second, it looks like. Wayne Shorter, Phantom Navigator. Wayne Shorter is $12.50. Wayne Shorter is $12.50. Jared McLaughlin wants Miami Sound Machine. That's sold to Jared McLaughlin. And we have Best of the Tams. Best of the Tams is VG Condition, $5. Best of the Tams. VG Condition, $5 on that. Bill Samus on Martin Briley. That's sold to Bill Samus. Judas Priest. Greg Peck has it for $55. Andre Vancho, anybody else? $55. We're about to sell it. Merciful Fate. Michael Ling has it for $150. Dustin Riviera, you're out. I'm about to sell it. How much is Merciful Fate? It's at $150 and we're about to sell it. Alan Maines gets Wayne Shorter. Jared McLaughlin gets the Tams. That's sold and that's sold. Next is Presenting the Tams. There's another Tams. VG Condition, $7.50. That is Presenting the Tams. VG Condition, $7.50. The Time, Ice Cream Castle. VG Condition, $6.50. The Time, VG Condition, $6.50. New bid on Merciful Fate for $175. Jason Franz on Lester, Bobby Lester. That's so to Jason Franz. And we have Cool in the Gang Emergency, $7.50. Zachary Pabluki, you were, did I already pull Time for somebody? Hold on a second. Ice Cream, who was that? Hold on a second. Tams, I may have done something. I think I pulled something too early there. Alan Mays on Shorter. Yep, I got that. And then Jared McLaughlin on Tams. And then new bid on Merciful Fate for $175. Jason Franz got Lester. And then Zachary Pabluki got Time, or as I say, Zachary P. But I'm getting better at that. Pabluki. Zachary P. Rodney Brown second, Alexander third, Dan fourth, Jeffrey fifth, Chip Hall sixth. New bid on Merciful Fate for $180. And Glenn Campbell, Country Music Star number 1. And this is $5. Glenn Campbell, Country Music Star Volume 1, $5 on that. All right, let's see here. We have Judas Priest. Judas Priest is sold to Greg Peck for $55. That is sold to Greg Peck for $55. I would have put up Megadeth right now, but we already got MF for Merciful Fate. I try to keep different letters going. So Merciful Fate, though, I think is on the tail end. Michael Ling has it for $108. Chuck Edgar gets Glenn Campbell. And let's put up a new auction. Let's see what I have next. I have Megadeth, Motley. Oh, well, that's an M too. Let's do Overkill. That doesn't start with an O. Does start with an M, is what I meant to say. Overkill, Taken Over. This is a 1987 U.S. pressing. A 1987 U.S. pressing, EX Plus condition, $35 start. This is a 1987 U.S. OG pressing, nice, clean, EX Plus, $35 start. Original inner sleeve, original printed inner sleeve, Overkill taken over, $35 start. Overkill is a $35 start. Merciful Fate is at $190 with Michael Ling. Dustin Riviera, you're back out. Overkill is back up. Or Merciful Fate, and I've already mixed up my sticky notes. Hopefully I can remember what those were. Okay, we pulled Glenn Campbell. Price on Cool. Jason Franz at $7.50. Walk on Fire, Blind Faith, $7.50 on that. John Lennon, Just Like Starting Over, that's a 12-inch single, $7.50. Another Ringo's Rotogravure. Ringo Starr is $10. Ringo's Rotogravure, $10 on that. And we have Every Mother's Son. Every Mother's Son is a yellow label promo, $10 on Every Mother's Son, $10 on that. So Overkill, right off the bat, got bids for $45, $35, $35, $35. Merciful Fate, $200. John Franz says he will take Cool in the Gang. That's so to John Franz. Overkill, $40. Price on Jimmy Johnson again. Jimmy Johnson is still available for $12.50. That's the half off price. Overkill, another bid of $37, but somebody was already in higher. Christopher Bruscia on this one right here, Walk on Fire, Blind Faith. That's sold to Christopher Bruscia. Overkill got another bid for $38. Jared McLaughlin on Every Mother's Son. Overkill for $46. Overkill for $45. Overkill for $50. And I missed the Overkill. Overkill out. Sandy Miles says Ringo. If that's an offer, then this is a half off bid. The price, if I'm telling you the price, then that's the price. Kershaw is $12.50. $12.50. So if I'm telling you the price, that's the price in this bin. No more, but also no less. That's the price. All right, back up to the top. Surfocaster said, take on that. We have another person said, I need the Overkill information. Somebody else said, I need Overkill information. And we have Merciful Fate. A final call. First, Merciful Fate is at $200 with Dustin Riviera. Michael Ling, it's back to you. Dustin Riviera has that for $200. Don't Break the Oath, original inner sleeve, green combat label. That's OG, and that's a final call for $200. Now, back up to the top, Michael Ling just bid at the bottom there, $205. Overkill, USOG, EX Plus, USOG. This is the real deal. This is the US pressing, the OG pressing. It has the original inner sleeve, Overkill taken over. There was a lot of bids, and a lot of them were out of order. The highest bid I see is Chuck Edgar at $50. I see Chuck Edgar at $50. Now, Sandy made an offer on Ringo, but these are half off. That's the price. Dale Southard says John Lennon single, $8. Dale, this is $7.50. So if you want John Lennon, just say JL sold. If you want anything in this bin, you don't have to put the price. That throws me off because I think you're making an offer. You just claim. So for example, if you want John Lennon, you just just put JL for John Lennon, or put John, or John L, or John Lennon. And that means you're buying it, and then I'll give you first-time buyer instructions, okay? If you put a price, I'm thinking you're bidding on something, which are just these two records. These are straight buy it nows. No more, no less on these. Just put the title. Otherwise, I think you're making an offer, and sometimes if somebody makes an offer on something in here, I skip over it because I think that they're making an offer on something, which is not eligible. So Dale Southards, make sure you message our page if you're a first-time buyer. Send our Facebook page a message, our inbox, email address and mailing address. That's sold to you. Dale Southards gets to John Lennon. These are half off sticker price. Now, back up to the top, we have Steve Maynard put DB. That was for, I'm not for sure. And then the TAMS is still available. VG condition, Kelly Bagwell, $7.50. Overkill, 54, 55, 57, 58. Merciful Fates at 205. And Dustin Riviera, let me know if you want back in. Michael Ling is at $205 on that. Brother Love is $5. Brother Love is $5. That's $5. We have Marshall Crenshaw downtown. Marshall Crenshaw is $10. The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary, $5 on the Best of Peter, Paul and Mary. $5 on Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. White Heart, Don't Wait for the Movie. White Heart is $10. Don't Wait for the Movie. Gary and the Pacemakers, Ferry Cross to Mercy, original motion picture soundtrack, $5 on that. New bid on Merciful Fate for $210. New bid on Overkill for $62. Also, we have Cool Jerk with the Capitals. That's in VG condition, $10. VG condition, $10. Kelly Bagwell says, Tams, please. There was 2 Tams. The other one already sold. Now that one sold to Kelly Bagwell. Christopher Brusha wants GP. Gary and the Pacemakers. That's sold to Christopher Brusha. And now Merciful Fate's at $220. And we have Overkill at $63. That's where we're at. I think I can grab a new empty crate. This one's gotten pretty full. Let me make sure there's no other claims in here. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. I think we're caught up. All right, let me go ahead and start a new crate here. That one has gotten pretty full pretty fast. Grab a new empty one here and see what's going on. Right, Seth? Okay. Dustin Riviere's at $250. Jake Gold's at $65. Brian Thurman's at $66. The Animals, the original Animals, $8.50. Guy Van Dusser, or Dusser, that's $7.50. Guy Van Dusser. Jack Bruce Band. Hal's Tricks, White Label Promo. Jack Bruce is $10. Jason Conklin wants the Animals. That is sold to Jason Conklin. John Cafferty, Tough All Over, in shrink wrap of Hype Sticker, $12.50. Chuck Agger was second on Animals. We have Mother's Finest, Another Mother Further, $7.50 on that. Andre Crouch and the Disciples, that's $6.50. Jared McLaughlin on JB for Jack Bruce. That's sold to Jared McLaughlin. Also, Paul McCartney, Tug of War, $10 on Paul McCartney. And George Harrison, Extra Texture, $12.50. Overkill's at $70 with Brian Thurman. Dustin Riviera has Merciful Fate for $250. Don't Break the Oath. Original inner sleeve, nice jacket. Original inner sleeve, nice vinyl, original label, first label, very clean. Sandy Mile put P. If that's for Paul McCartney, then it's sold to you. Stephen Grady, if George Harrison is GH, that's sold to you. And Merciful Fate has a new bid for $255. Condition on Overkill vinyl. Overkill is, there was no condition notes on it, which means it is nice. EX condition, EX plus condition to near mint minus. It's a very, very nice copy. Brian Thurman has it for $70. Yeah, no condition notes. As you can see, it's glossy and spotless. Has the original inner sleeve. High bid $70. Merciful Fate is at $260 with Dustin Riviera. I'm very quickly just going to read the titles that's left in there if somebody wants a price. Let me start a new auction. This is going to be with the letter G. The last time we had this, somebody didn't pay for it. I have what it sold for here at auction. I'm going to cut the price, and I'm going to put it up for a $75 start. This is an original Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction. This is an OG US retail copy. No condition notes on the vinyl. We'll go ahead and call it EX Plus just to be conservative. It has some sleeve scuffing, has a little bit of a mark there. We'll say EX or EX Plus. Let's say EX or EX Plus on this, but it's nice. $75 start. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink wrap with the Hype Sticker. Contains language which may be unsuitable for some listeners. Now let me do a clarification. It is a 1987, but obviously the first pressing was that original cover. So I always get corrected. Someone's like, that's not the first pressing, that's not the first cover. That is true, but this is a 1987. I actually think when you look it up on Discogs, they don't say reissue because I think they were using, it's like the same stampers for the vinyl and everything. They just started making new jackets. So the matrix and everything, I think, are the same for both of those records. Merciful Fate had bids for $255 and $260. Overkill had a bid for $72. Steve Miner put J.O., but then he put J.L. What was that for, Steve? Steve Maynard, J.O. and then J.L. and John Lennon. None of those are still available anymore. We have an out on Merciful Fate. Dustin Riviera has that for $260. Final call. Overkill is a final call to Jake Gold for $72. Jake Gould for $72. Brian Thurman bid $73. Brian Thurman bid $73 on Overkill. Merciful Fate's a final call for $260. Lots of activity on these auctions tonight, as expected. Christopher Smith, this is $6.50. I'm going to read the titles that's left in here. If anybody wants a price, let me know. I'm just going to read the titles. If you already want the price, or if you already know the price, you want to claim it, go right ahead. We have this sold to Christopher Smith, $6.50. Leo Sayer, Ricky Skaggs, Mark Allman, Stories, Billy Thorpe, Ed Bruce, Bobby McFerrin, Ringo, Rolling Stones, Sergio Mendez, Supertramp, Pearl Harbor and the Explosions, Alan Parsons, Gary Puckett, Spanking Our Gang's Greatest Hits, another Ringo, Kershaw, Brother Love, Marshall Crenshaw, Peter, Paul and Mary, White Hart, The Capitals, Guy Van Dusser, John Cafferty, Tough All Over, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, and Mother's Finest. Merciful Fate is sold to Dustin Riviera for $260. That is sold to Dustin Riviera for $260. Dustin Riviera gets that for $260. Overkill is now moving to a final call. The high bid on Overkill is Brian Thurman for $73. Brian Thurman for $73. Guns N' Roses has a high bid of $80 with Sandy Mile, and Sandy says I need to retract that. The high bid on Guns N' Roses is Josh James for $100. He's still the high bidder either way. Josh James has that for $100. What's Supertramp? That was Famous Last Words. Supertramp, Famous Last Words, no condition notes, $10. And then Robert Warner wants Brother Love. That's sold to Robert Warner. That was right here, Brother Love. And then Stone's best price is $17.50. Alan Parsons' price is $10. Alan Parsons' price is $10. And we have Overkill is officially sold then to, let's go up to the top, Overkill to Brian Thurman for $73. Brian Thurman gets that for $73. I hope everybody was done on that one. Josh James has the Guns N' Roses for $100, and that is a final call. That is a final call for $100 with Josh James. Okay, now, Kelly Bagwell wants the Bobby McFerrin. That's sold to Kelly Bagwell. Bobby McFerrin, which was right here. And then how much for Ringo photograph? It's a rotogravure, and that one was $10. And that's the only one in there. And then Steve Mayer said John Lennon sold again. He must be watching behind time. And everything in here is the price I'm saying. Okay, so Guns N' Roses, I'm about to sell that. And let's go ahead and grab another bin or a couple new auctions and another bin. Let's go ahead and grab the Megadeth. And we're about to sell Guns N' Roses. So let me go ahead and put up King Diamond. Speaking of Merciful Fate, King Diamond. And we have Megadeth. Those are our next two auctions. All right, Guns N' Roses is sold for $100 to Josh James. That's sold to Josh James for $100. Here's what it sold for the last time. Somebody didn't pay for it. Josh, please pay for it. I know you will. But it sold for $95 the last time we put it up for auction. And somebody didn't pay for it. And they're now blocked, and they never can buy from us again. So if you're placing a bid on something, there's only two things we ask. Make sure you can pay for it, and make sure you can pay for it. Otherwise, there's no reason for you to be bidding. I've said this before. If you have $0 and 0 cents to your name, then probably should not be buying records unless you have really good credit with somebody. All right, now, you probably still shouldn't be buying records. Okay. Let's go through this crate right here, which there's actually, yeah, I got this crate and then another crate. All righty. So let's figure out what's going on. Here's a crate of new vinyl. And we have Overkill Al, Alan Parsons 5, and then Nick Bargeron said sold, and Nick Bargeron asked about what? Rolling Stones, 1750. Jared Inc., this was a half off bin, so that's why when you offered $10 was a 50% off price on that. That's why I said no to $5. When we're doing a half off bin, that is the price, just FYI. If they don't sell, then I do something else with them. I'll put them in a different, cheaper bin at another time. But right now, that's the price. Could that record end up in a $6.99 bin later? Possibly, but right now they're half off. It saves a lot of time. That's sold to Nick Bargeron, the Rolling Stones. All right, here's our next two auctions. We have King Diamond. This is King Diamond Fatal Portrait. King Diamond is a 1986 U.S. pressing with well, I almost said original. Yeah, well, it has an insert. Yeah. But this is a $55 start. Extremely nice. King Diamond Fatal Portrait. Extremely nice vinyl. EX Plus to Nearmint Minus. That's the original plastic sleeve. Please don't put it back into that. That can damage it over time. It has the insert with it. It has the insert with it. And the cover is in shrink wrap with the hop sticker. OG First Press Top Copy Alert. $55. David Baber's in. Now, this next one's also going to generate some looks. Megadeth. Peace sells, but who's buying? A 1986 U.S. club copy. This is a U.S. club copy. Also pristine vinyl. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. It's an 86 U.S. club copy with the original inner sleeve. $55 start. In shrink wrap. Nice. Megadeth is a $55 start as well. If those bring less than 100, I'll be shocked. King Diamond will probably get to 150 pretty quick. We have Emerson, Lake and Palmer, an anthology. The Anthology, $64.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. There was a waiting list for this. ELP. Two people, actually. Jerry Stone and David Howard. Jerry Stone and David Howard. This is Emerson, Lake and Palmer, The Anthology. I've only got two, but if anybody else wants one, I will try to get you one. This is Emerson, Lake and Palmer, The Anthology, 1970 to 1998. That's 41 tracks. That is 4 LPs, half-speed master, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, The Anthology box set. Two people was on a waiting list, so these are already sold to David Howard and Jerry Stone. Those are sold and sold. I also got a restock of The Band, Music from Big Pink, $79.99. This is a 50th anniversary edition. 50th anniversary edition, super deluxe, newly remixed, remastered, high resolution surround sound, 6 bonus tracks and liner notes, Blu-ray audio, CD, 2 LP, has a 7-inch single bonus, a booklet, a lithograph, $79.99 for Bob Dylan, or excuse me, The Band. The cover artwork is by Bob Dylan. All right, update on King Diamond. We had two different people says, can you show the label again? This is King Diamond Fatal Portrait. It's a 1986 US OG. King Diamond Fatal Portrait. High bid on that is $85 with Michael Ling. $85 on Michael Ling. King Diamond. It's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. $85 on King Diamond. That's the high bid. Megadeth got bids for 60, 60, 65, 76, 100, 105, 110, 120. Sherry Darnell wants on the Emerson, Lake and Palmer waiting list. You got it, Sherry. We got a restock of Almost Famous soundtrack. Music from the motion picture Almost Famous, 2 LP, new and sealed, $34.99 for Almost Famous. Almost Famous. And this was Craig Weatherford on a waiting list. I got 2 extras. Almost Famous, $34.99, new and sealed. Music by The Who, Simon & Garfunkel, Todd Rundgren, Yes, Beach Boys, Stillwater, Rod Stewart, Seeds, Allman Brothers, Skinner, Zeppelin, Elton John, David Bowie, Cat Stevens, Thunderclap Newman. That one sold to Craig Weatherford. Jason Short wants one, and Marco Martinez wants one. Those are gone. This is a classic album, by the way. The Band, Music from Big Pink, one of my favorites. That's a anniversary box set. We got a restock of Wendy O. Williams' Wow, $29.99, produced by Gene Simmons. Guest star Ace Frehley. This is Wow, Wendy O. Williams, new and sealed, $29.99. Bill Samus was on a waiting list. Bill Samus was on a waiting list. I've got 2 extras to sell. They're new and sealed, Wendy O. Williams. Dan Cohen wants one. I have 1 extra to sell if anybody wants those. Andre Vancho wants one. I have 0 left to sell unless somebody wants on a waiting list. New bid on King Diamond is $101 with James Bragg. He's placed a bid over on YouTube. James Bragg is at $101, and now nobody else has bid on Megadeth. Final call to Josh James for $120. Very nice. It's a club copy. Top copy, though, $120. Also got a restock of Joe Satriani, Not of This Earth. That's a music on vinyl pressing that's limited and numbered on blue vinyl. Limited, numbered on blue vinyl. Joe Satriani, 1 copy is sold. There was a waiting list on that. To Darren Wortman. Darren Wortman was on a waiting list. I've got 1 extra to sell. Joe Satriani, Not of This Earth. 1986 debut album, blue vinyl from Music on Vinyl. And we got a restock of Hall & Oates, their Ultimate Collection, a.k.a. Hall & Oates Greatest Hits. There was 2 people on a waiting list for this. Jerry Stone and Rachel Crosta, all those great Hall & Oates songs. Sarah Smile, $33.99. New and sealed. I got 2 people on a waiting list, and I got 2 extras to sell. Hall & Oates, their Ultimate Collection. King Diamond has new bids. We was at 105, then we was at 110, and then we was at 111, and nobody else bid on Megadeth. I'm reaching for it. Josh James had a $120 bid. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold to Josh James, $120. That is sold. Megadeth. King Diamond just got a new bid for $121. Josh, I wouldn't have been surprised if that would have brought $200 in that condition, but that is sold to you for $120. King Diamond's at $121 with James Bragg. Let's bring over one of those Motley Crue albums. I'm going to show you this first one. This first one over here is a really nice copy of Shout at the Devil. It's an 83 European copy made in Germany with this awesome gatefold. Very high quality. Nice, beautiful condition too. Motley Crue Shout at the Devil. It's an 83 European copy, which I've been mentioning this. These European copies, they're manufactured in Germany, which you can just tell by the quality of the jackets and the vinyl. They're very well made. Motley Crue is going to be just a $35 start. EX Plus near mint minus, no condition notes. This guy from Houston really only, as you've seen, he's really only collected nice copies. By the way, if you're into these metal auctions, we have like 3 more full tubs of metal from this collection. There's like 3 more full tubs of metal from this collection. All similar kind of music and this similar kind of condition. You get not 1, but 2 merchandise inserts. They're different. One of them has some kind of mention over here of the Motley Crue Club membership, but 2 merchandise inserts. 2 merchandise inserts. We have the original inner sleeve here, and this is a gatefold pressing. Motley Crue Shout at the Devil. Nice gatefold. Very, very nice. That is now going to be at 83 European German. Michael's watching. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, thank you for keeping us in mind to sell your collection. If anybody else out there is watching, we pay top dollar for premium collections. We'll drive anywhere in the country. We're talking, if you're sitting on a metal collection you're thinking about selling, you possibly or most likely sitting on tens and tens of thousands of dollars right now. So if you're ready to sell, give us a call. If it's worth our time and it's a big enough a collection, we'll come to you. You may be sitting on $50,000, $80,000, $125,000, $35,000, $22,000. Who knows? We'll buy your collection. We can, if it's something we need to pay $195,000 for, we'll come buy it. It's got to be a really good collection for that, though. It's got to be a killer collection for that kind of money. You better have a lot of really, really, really good records. Highwayman, $39.99. Music on vinyl pressing. New and sealed, the Highwayman, $39.99. A lot of people, though, they would be surprised. Some of these metal collections, $22,000, $35,000. You just never know. Some people have a house full of records. We've had to literally go back and get more cash. Highwayman, WVU Mounties is on a waiting list. WVU Mounties is on a waiting list. WVU Mounties, that's sold to you. I've got 1 extra copy left of the Highwayman, new and sealed, $39.99. $39.99. That's sold to WVU Mounties. We have a putback on the Wendy O. Williams. Wendy O. Williams, there was a putback. Andre Vancho already had one. If anybody else wants that last copy, that's now the last copy, $29.99. And we have Motley Crue. Let's do an update on both auctions. The last thing I said was King Diamond was at 121, and then we had bids for 125 and 125. Matt Shepard wants a Hall & Oates. I don't think I actually pulled that out for him. I hadn't really got caught up in the comments since then. Matt Shepard got Hall & Oates. King Diamond, another 125. Motley Crue then went up for bid, 35, 35, 35, 40, 42, 45, 50, 50, 55, 60, 60. Matt Shepard wants a Highwayman. Matt Shepard wants a Highwayman. And WV Mountie says he already has a Highwayman. So let me put that back. So WV Mountie says he already got one. Okay. Brad Bolin wants that Wow. Steve Vai. This is not Steve Vai. This is Joe Satriani. Joe Satriani is $39.99. Hall & Oates is $33.99. So King Diamond then, new bid, $131, $133 now. Motley Crue's at $65. WV Mounties, let me make sure you're scratched off this time. But that was my bad. Yeah, you wasn't you? Somehow you got, yeah, I had you on that other one, David Johnson. Okay, my bad. So you got on another waiting list accidentally. All right, yep, I see that. You actually stayed Steve Vai before. Oh, I did? That's because I just watched that Rick Beato interview with Steve Vai, Adrian Belew, Danny Carey, and Tony Levin. I watched that. That's the last thing I watched this morning before I passed out. So I have Steve Vai on my mind. And then Joe Satriani is touring with the Sammy Hagar thing. And then Steve Vai is touring with the King Crimson deal. Okay. Jeffrey Sapia says he will take the Hall & Oates. Motley Crue's at 70 and King Diamond is at 135. All right, and then here's a really cool restock of Rush Moving Pictures. Rush Moving Pictures is a gatefold half-speed remaster, $39.99. Rush Moving Pictures, that's the gatefold. Beautiful packaging on this one. So far, I've seen a lot of copies of Moving Pictures. This may be my favorite because it's in a nice gatefold jacket. Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta, YYZ. Jason Short, Jamie French, and George Scherer was on a waiting list. Jason Short, Jamie French, and George Scherer. This is $39.99. $39.99. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 on those. So those are sold. That's what I have left in Rush Moving Pictures. Boy, y'all know that. You know that sound when Tom Sawyer first kicks in? Boom. All right. Somebody was possibly first to wow. Dan Cohen. Was he on a waiting? I don't see his on here, though. Dan Cohen, do you also want a wow? I may have missed you somewhere. Brad Boland wanted the wow that was put back, but I may have missed you. Let me know if I did. Or if you want one, I'll try to get you one. And Chad Waite wants a Rush. Okay, King Diamond. James Bragg was at 151, but now he's at 165. Okay, yeah, 151. And then we have another bid, 152. Now James is at 165. Motley Crue's at 80. That was a fun bin. Not much left in there. Just the band, music from Big Pink. $79.99 on the band. Music from Big Pink. Box set. One Highwayman left. $39.99. That's Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, Johnny Cash, and Chris Christopherson. One Joe Satriani left. It's $39.99. You called me on the first copy of Wow. Okay, that might have been when I first showed it. I think Brad got the one that was put back by Andre Vancho. I think Dan Cohen already got one, I think. I'll make a note of that. Let me write that down. Check Dan Cohen. Either way. Okay. I think he got one of the first ones, and then Brad got the one that's put back. I think that's how that fell. And then there's the Rush Half-Speed Masters of Moving Pictures, $39.99. That's a half-speed master. And like I said before, as y'all know, the originals don't come as a gatefold. They actually only made one gatefold pressing, and that was a Scandinavian press back in '81 when the album came out. That was the only place it was ever pressed as a gatefold, not even in Japan, which Japan is well known for doing gatefold pressings that are not typical to U.S. versions. So even the Japanese is a single pocket. So very cool. All right, let me condense that. So we started with 5 crates of new vinyl, 6 crates of new vinyl. Everything that's left is now into 2. And I've got one more to go through, and it will be very fast, but there's a new rule on this crate. There's a lot of new Billy Joels in here. So if you want a Billy Joel, do not comment Billy, do not comment Joel, do not comment BJ. Comment the name of the album, please. Comment the name of the album, please, on these. I do have Pink Floyd Animals. Lots of new people on. Let me show 2 of our biggest sellers for this week. If you don't have a new Black Keys album, it comes out tomorrow. I've got them right now. Red vinyl, the Black Keys. Red vinyl, indie exclusive. The Black Keys, Ohio Players. $33.99 if you don't have one yet. The Black Keys is $33.99. And I have Animals, a new restock of the Definite version, the 2018 remix. 2018 remix, and that is $39.99. Was that the Moving Pictures? No, Forrest, you got the standard 180 gram version, I think. You got the standard 180 gram US version. That is a new version. But I have several Pink Floyd still in stock, and I got several Black Keys. Those are 2 of our biggest sellers. So keep in mind, if you want a Billy Joel album, he has like 5 new reissues that came out this week, and I've got 4 of them in this crate, I think. And I have a whole bin over here of Pink Floyd animals, but I have sold quite a bit recently. Let me go ahead and grab a handful of them. This is an amazing sounding version. I've got a few stacks of them. So, all right. So let's go over here and see what I've left off. I had Phil Toretto at 80 on Motley Crue. Chad Wake got a rush. Greg Peck bid 85 on Motley Crue. King Diamond got a bid for 166. Phil Toretto's out on Motley Crue, so Greg Peck has that for 85. Final call. James Bragg, 175 on King Diamond. Michael Ling, 180 on King Diamond. Chad Waite wants a new Black Keys. Let's give that to Chad Waite, Black Keys. Chris Gardner wants a Pink Floyd. Kerry Gibb wants a Pink Floyd. And Forrest Appleton wants one of those Rush half-speed Masters moving pictures. That's sold to Forrest Appleton. Forrest Appleton, that's sold to you. Surfing Safari in the half-off bin. I already have that. Let me see if I can find that. Nick Bargeron was backup on that. So we'll tag that for Nick Bargeron instead. Nick Bargeron was backup on that. So let's not give this to Surfocaster. Let's give that to Nick Bargeron for the $10 price. $10 price. All right, King Diamond 185. Sherry Darnell wants a Black Keys. Give that to Sherry Darnell. And then there's Pink Floyd Animals if anybody else wants a copy. I brought 3 more over here. It's technically a UK import. All right, and then Motley Crue, let's go ahead and tag that so we can get a new auction going. Greg Peck at $85 on that. And King Diamonds between Michael Ling and James Bragg. James Bragg has it for $185. All right, so Motley Crue's done. Let's put up another Motley Crue. Let's put up another Motley Crue. Or should we do Judas Priest? Let's do Scorpions. Let's do Scorpions. Lonesome Crow. Now, I know exactly which this one is because the other night I had one and I was unprepared, but I've done the research on this one. It's a 1980s Canadian reissue of Lonesome Crow. Nice vinyl though, EX condition. It's a $25 start. It's on the black later 80s Mercury label. It's actually not many for sale and not many have sold. I don't know if I've seen that label too many times on this album. Lonesome Crow, $25 start, so that's a late 80s Canadian reissue. Has this Mercury up here. That's a printed hop sticker. Lonesome Crow, $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Any OG Alice in Chains in those new collections? No, sir. I've bought hundreds of collections, hundreds of thousands of records, and I think in hundreds of thousands of albums, I've only ever had 5 Alice in Chains. And only 2 of those somebody actually bought in a store. The other people bought them like recently from dealers or overseas. I've only ever bought 2 Alice in Chains records where somebody actually bought it in a store out of hundreds of thousands of albums we've bought and sold here. That's how scarce OG Alice in Chains is. The other ones I've bought were from people who had originals, but they bought them from recently in the last 10 years from other dealers and online. That's rare. That's extremely rare to find those in collections. Just like original Tool albums. I'll post collections. They'll be like any Tool Anima. Same thing. I've only bought 1 original Tool album that somebody actually bought in a store. Out of all these collections. That's how rare it is. It's incredible. Okay. Billy Joel, comment the name of the album if you want one. Comment the name of the album. Not Billy Joel. This is Songs in the Attic, 50th Anniversary Edition, Gatefold, $36.99. Songs in the Attic, $36.99 for Songs in the Attic, $36.99 on that. This is Buddy Guy and Junior Lels live in Montreux, $29.99. Coke bottle green vinyl. All these Billy Joel are 50th Anniversary Editions. 50th Anniversary Editions. Songs in the Attic, sold to Jerry Stone. That's sold to Jerry Stone. Songs in the Attic. By the way, the Scorpions has bids for $25, $35, and King Diamond has bids for $191 and $195. WV Mounties on Buddy Guy. That's sold to WV Mounties. We got 2 more copies of those. That's on blue vinyl. Turnstiles. Turnstiles, 50th Anniversary Edition, $33.99. Billy Joel Turnstiles, $33.99. Matt Shepard wants that last Songs in the Attic. That's sold to Matt Shepard. Turnstiles is $33.99. Towns Van Zant live at the Whole Coffee House, Minneapolis, November 1973. Towns Van Zant live, $29.99. Jerry Stone wants Turnstiles. That's also sold to Jerry Stone. And we have 52nd Street. 52nd Street, $33.99. 50th anniversary edition of 52nd Street, $33.99 on that. King Diamond, James Bragg, Michael Ling has it for $195. Final call. It's between Michael Ling and James Bragg. And then Lonesome Crow is a 1980s Canadian reissue. Late 80s Canadian reissue, EX vinyl. Late 80s Canadian reissue, Lonesome Crow. High bid, Nick Bargeron, $35. Nick Bargeron, $35. We got Jerry a Turnstiles. Matt Shepard also wants a Turnstiles. Jerry Stone wants a 52nd Street. That's sold to Jerry Stone. 152nd Street left. And a big restock of Led Zeppelin 4 on clear vinyl, 180 gram, Led Zeppelin's 4th album. This is that Atlantic Anniversary Edition that's on colored clear vinyl. One of the few Led Zeppelin albums that have officially been released on colored vinyl, especially in the United States. There's really no colored vinyl Led Zeppelin albums that are official, unless you get into some weird overseas pressings, but I think some of those are technically unofficials or bootlegs. I think there may be a few like foreign colored vinyl Led Zeppelin pressings, but there's not many that are on colored vinyl. This is clear. It's on clear vinyl, $33.99. You're talking about When the Levee Breaks, Rock and Roll, Black Dog, Stairway to Heaven, Going to California. Hopefully everybody has a copy of Led Zeppelin 4. Here's the other one. Did I post a pre-order for this one? Let me check right quick. This is $46.99. And also out this week is a new live album by Billy Joel, an early live album. And my other cell phone is dead, so let me pull up Facebook over here on my laptop right quick. Thanks everybody for joining. I'm going to do a couple dead air fill right here and make sure that you have messaged our page if you're a first-time buyer. If you're watching for the first time, make sure you've done that. You don't have to be pre-registered. You can just go buy something right now, and I'll give you instructions, which is message the page. Make sure you've liked the YouTube video. I don't know where we're at, but make sure you've liked the YouTube video. And then make sure you've liked the Facebook video, YouTube video, Facebook video. There's no pre-order for this. It was for that first album of his. So this is Billy Joel live at the Great American Music Hall, 1975. Billy's historic 1975 San Francisco recording, $46.99, 2 LP, includes early live versions of Everybody Loves You Now, The Entertainer, Somewhere Along the Line. Contains the earliest released versions of New York State of Mind and James, mixed and mastered from the original multi-tracks, $46.99. King Diamond 201, King Diamond 205. Mitch T wants a Led Zeppelin. Sean Reed wants a Led Zeppelin. King Diamond 211. And Scorpions is sold to Nick Bargeron for $35. That is sold for $35. $35 on that. $35 on that. And let me go ahead and tag that for Nick Bargeron. And that's going to be the last bin in here. Let me get a new crate going. So quite a bit of vinyl tonight. That's okay with me. Right, Seth? Right, next 2 records in here. This was a new release, $59.99. It's a 2 LP, Music on Vinyl, Blue Oyster Cult. First time I've seen a reissue of that. $59.99, On Your Feet or On Your Knees. And we have Street Life Serenade, $33.99. Jerry Stone, your wish is my command. We wasn't done yet, but there's Street Life Serenade, $33.99. $33.99. I got 2 copies. All right, let's put up King Diamond. They're still having war over King Diamond. Here's our next 3 auctions. Motley Crue, Anvil, Gravedigger. And then I've also got Hell Comes to Your House, Best of Metal Blade, Best of Metal Blade Volume 2, Metal Warriors, Queensryche, 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 Corpus Christi, Electric Sun, Herman German, Scorpions, Tokyo Blade, Scorpions, 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 Judas Priest, Judas Priest, Judas Priest, Judas Priest, Dirty Fingers. That's what's on deck for the auction block. Metal. Lots of 80s metal in there. All right. Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. Motley Crue is a 1982 U.S. club, an 82 U.S. club. Shrink wrap, original inner sleeve. It's an 82 U.S. club. The vinyl is beautiful. $45 start. It has the original insert with it. It has the original insert, not inner sleeve. The inner sleeve is just a generic club white paper inner sleeve. The cover's in shrink wrap, though. Manufactured by Columbia House. Very, very nice copy, though. Too Fast for Love. That is now up for bid. All right, then Jerry Stone gets a Street Life Serenade. Matt Shepard gets a Street Life Serenade. King Diamond, $231. We have requests for Queensryche and Queensryche. King Diamond, $235. Motley Crue, $40, $45, $50, and $50. And we have King Diamond at $235 with Michael Ling. All right, let's do a quick recap of this bin. This bin is as follows. Buddy Guy and Junior Wells live in Montreux. Limited to 400. Coke bottle, clear green vinyl. $29.99 on Buddy Guy and Junior Wells. Towns Van Zandt live at the Coffee House, Minneapolis, 1973. $29.99. The only Billy Joe left, I think, Matt, you bought every one, and Jerry bought every one, except Matt, you didn't buy this one, 52nd Street, $33.99. So that's the only Billy Joe left. And then the Led Zeppelin 4, which I need those for sure here in the store. That's clear vinyl. Billy Joe Live, those didn't get claimed. Somebody asked did it have Piano Man on it. No Piano Man on this one. I don't think he had wrote that song yet. This is an early concert. I don't think he'd wrote that song yet. $46.99 on Billy Joe Piano Man. On Live at Great American Music Hall. And then this is a new Music on Vinyl release. I know it's pricey. That's why I only ordered one. I didn't post a pre-order. I was like, man, that's a little pricey, but I went ahead and stocked one. Blue Oyster Cult. But as y'all know, Music on Vinyl does a great job. It's colored vinyl. They're limited and numbered. And that's the first reissue I've seen of that. On Your Feet or On Your Knees. $59.99. Sometimes people will ask for pre-orders, and I'll go ahead and post them. But sometimes I don't post pre-orders on everything just because of the price. You know, and I'm like, I don't think too many people's going to buy that just because of the price. So I'm sure if that was like $29.99, if it was about $30 cheaper, we probably could sell 20 or 30 of them or 50 of them. But sometimes I'm like, I'll wait on that. I'll see. I'll just order one and see if anybody wants it. All right. Who's ready for some more discount stuff? I think I am. Right, Seth? I am definitely ready. Let me go ahead and pull some more half-off stuff. I'm ready to do some half-off vintage stuff. I'm ready for it, and let me figure out where it's at. It's somewhere in this bin right here, or maybe it's one of these crates right here I wanted to go through. Let me see. Everybody give me a second. I'm trying to sort so many crates of vinyl. That's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to sort some stuff, so tomorrow in the store, these bins will be full of vinyl, and people can dig through this stuff instead of having to move all these crates. All right, this one is a good one. This one is a good one, and there's great titles in here, and I think they're pretty recent. So let's throw this up. I mean, I'm here to sell records. And as I told somebody today on Facebook, if we don't sell something, we mark it down until it does. That's my policy. We put a record out for sale. If it doesn't sell, I'll give it maybe a couple more tries, maybe a few more weeks. Then we mark it down. Then we mark it down again. Then we mark it down. Then we mark it down again. So that's what happens. All right. Now, Matt said he already had that. No problem. Crew, 55. Motley Crue, 65. King Diamond, 280. King Diamond, 281. Sherry Darnell wants Buddy and Towns Van Zandt. You got it, Sherry. I always count on Sherry, one of our longtime customers. I have a feeling when I order stuff, I'm like, this looks like something Sherry Darnell would buy. That's so to Sherry Darnell. King Diamond at 290. King Diamond, 291. King Diamond, 300. Motley Crue is at 65 with James Vasquez. 65 with James Vasquez. Keep in mind, King Diamond is a top copy. US OG pressing. It's near mint minus, shrink wrap, hop sticker. It's a top copy. James Bragg is at 300. Motley Crue is at 65 with James Vasquez. That is a German club, or that's a US club copy. Final call on that, $65. Mind Crime is on deck. I'll do Mind Crime next. Let's go through a half-off vintage bin. Let's go through a half-off vintage bin. We've got final calls here. We're still going to do, I'm going to condense all the metal that's left at some point, probably after this one. We'll do another buy it now, best offer metal crate. But that's the stuff we went through late the other night. It was like midnight. So I'll do it a little bit earlier tonight. I'm sure there'll be new people on, especially since we have metal auctions. These are half off. My name is Jose Jimenez. VG condition, $5. I think these are pretty recent titles. We're going to try to clear some of them out. $5 on Jose. Pearl Bailey, Around the World with Pearl Bailey. No condition notes on that. Pearl Bailey is $5. Beach Beat, that's a compilation. Also VG condition, $5. That has artists such as Barbara Lewis, the Coasters, the Clovers, the Drifters. Beach Beat is $5. Freddie Hubbard, Polar AC, VG minus condition. VG minus condition, $5. VG minus condition. The Electrifying Eddie Harris. There's some lower grade records in here, heavily discounted. Eddie Harris is in VG condition, $10. That's on the original Atlantic record. And the Yale Spizwinks, that's a Yale Glee Club, like Yale University. That's a Yale University Glee Club. $5 on that. Jason Franz on Freddie Hubbard, only $5, but it was in VG minus condition. And Chet Atkins, Country Pickin'. Chet Atkins is in VG plus condition, $7.50. I am going to tag this first record here, so Rebecca or Jake or Tanner, whoever rewatches this sale, knows that I officially start some half off. King Diamond is being sold to James Bragg for $300, and they're still having a small little war over here for Motley Crue. James Vasquez has it for $75. Robert Phillippe, you're back out. We may be bidding on that for a while. Now, I do not have information ready. I do not have information ready on the Operation Mindcrime, nor have I ever looked at it. So we're about to look at this thing for the first time. I have never looked at this Operation Mindcrime. I don't know if it's... We're about to find out, though, right now. Oh, boy. I think it's a Japanese pressing. This is a Japanese pressing. I'll tell you what I can see, but I can't guarantee what it is or when it was pressed, but I can definitely tell you it's a vintage Japanese pressing. And as you would expect, the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. That's the Japanese inner sleeve there. That's okay to keep that in it. That's the Japanese inner sleeve. Let's put this up for a $35 start. It has the Japanese insert. Nice, thicker Japanese quality jacket. And down here on the bottom, it says Made in Japan, 2,800 yen, 1988. So I'm pretty sure that's probably around a 1988 Japanese pressing. I doubt they reissued that much in the 90s, or even later. But we'll call it a Japanese pressing. Queen's Rock, nice, with insert, no obi, $35 start. Matt Shepard wants Chet Atkins. That's sold to Matt Shepard. Motley Crue 90, Motley Crue 100. Queen's Rock 35. Let's keep going. Soul Clan, that's a compilation. VG condition, $5. Arthur Conley, Solomon Burke, Soul Clan, Benny King. VG condition, $5 on that. Midnight Cowboy soundtrack, also VG condition. $5 on Midnight Cowboy, VG condition, $5. Grace Jones, night clubbing. Grace Jones is $12.50. Original inner sleeve, gold stamp promo, Grace Jones. $12.50 on that. Queen's Rock, 36. Jason Franz on Soul Clan. Queen's Rock 36. Queen's Rock 50. Motley Crue 105 of Robert Phillippe. Chad needs a bottle of water. I'm thinking water and then Monster. Water, then Monster. Water, Monster. I need to DoorDash some food, so after the sale, there'll be some food here. Seth, you want to run to McDonald's for me? Seth is anti-McDonald's. I was like, well, you might as well be anti-American then. I'm going to take a drink of water right quick. I need a 10-second timeout. All righty. Motley Crue, 105. Motley Crue, 110. Aaron Gardner, first on Grace Jones. Billy Joel with sticker price. Queensryche, 51. I feel like there was already a bit higher. No, it wasn't. Queensryche is at 51. All right, let's keep going through half-off titles. Doobie Brothers, Stampede. Doobie Brothers, EX Condition, $6.50. Hair, the American Tribal Love Rock Musical. Hair is in VG Condition, $5. Arthur, the album, VG Condition, $5. Madeline Bell, I'm Gonna Make Me Love You Forever. EX Condition, $12.50. Motley Crue, 120. Motley Crue, 125. Tommy Flowers, first on the Doobies. Henry was second. John Heron on Hair. That's so to John Heron. Queensryche has a new bid for 51 with Andre Vancho. OJ's Family Reunion. VG Plus, $9. Kelly Gabney on Arthur. That is sold to Kelly Gabney. Arthur. Roberta Flack, Chapter 2. VG Condition, $5. Roberta Flack, VG Condition, $5. Queensryche, 52. Queensryche is a 1988, most likely, Japanese pressing. It's a Japanese pressing. A Japanese pressing. No Obi, obviously. Does have the insert. High bid is $52. Motley Crue's at $130. Jared McLaughlin, Roberta Flack, sold. James Vasquez is out. He's out on Motley Crue. That's a final call to Robert Phillippe for $130. Rachel Cross, the first on the OJs. No Slayer tonight. Queensryche's at 53. Queensryche is at 54. The Jacksons, $10. VG Plus Condition. 10 Years After, Alvin Lee and Company. EX Condition, $9. EX Condition, $9. 10 Years After. Iron Butterfly, Metamorphosis. EX Condition, $9. Original Motion Picture Score to Patton. Patton is $10. Oh Dad, Poor Dad, $10. Lonnie Brooks, live from Chicago on Alligator Records, $10. Queensryche, 53. Queensryche, 54. Queensryche, 60. Queensryche, 55. Paul Oakley, first on TYA. 10 Years After, sold to Paul Oakley. Larry Drish, second. George Scherer, third. Pete Maselli on Lee. That was Alvin Lee. You were next. Tracy Soringer wants Oh Dad soundtrack. Kelly Bagwell wants Lonnie Brooks. Motley Crue is sold to Robert Phillippe for $130. Tasha, you just missed it. That's sold to Robert Phillippe for $130. Queensryche is at 61 with Andre Vancho. 61. Let's get a new auction going. We can't put up another Queensryche till that sells. The last two that I had tagged, let me do those first, was Gravedigger Heavy Metal Breakdown, a 1984 US Megaforce, Silver Megaforce label, 1984 US pressing, Megaforce, vinyl, near mint minus, $25 start, Gravedigger, Heavy Metal Breakdown, $25 start on that. Queensryche has a bid for 65 and 65. Gravedigger is a $25 start. It is 10:22 Central Time here in Middle Tennessee. If you're watching for the first time, welcome. We do this every night. We auction records, we sell records. We have a private group called Whole Lotta Records. Make sure you're in our private group. That's where I post pre-orders. Sometimes I post flip crates as a recap of stuff left over that don't sell here. Mostly I post pre-orders and announcements about when we're having these sales, which is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We're here at 7 o'clock Central Time every night. I'm live selling records, barring some unforeseen accident or if I'm forced to go on some kind of vacation from my family, which I'm taking one Monday and Tuesday. I will not be here Monday and Tuesday. Paul will be hosting the shows. I will be at the Augusta National Golf Club. I'm an avid fan of the Masters ever since I've been a kid. I went last year. I'm going again this year. I'll be gone Monday and Tuesday at the Masters. So I won't have my phone. You can't take your phone in there. You can't take anything in there really except money so you can buy stuff. So no recording devices whatsoever. You can take a camera. I'm definitely going to take a film camera or a digital camera. I'd like to take a film camera too. That'd be cool. Some analog photos of Tiger Woods. So welcome. Now I've put down an incredible album if anybody don't have one already. This is $28.99. This is Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies, the new remaster. If you don't have one already, they are $28.99. Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies, new and sealed, $28.99. You need one. You need one. You need one. Hopefully I've sold everybody one. This is $28.99. $28.99. Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. I still got about 100 of them in stock. We got a whole rack of them over here. Back up to the top. We got a lot going on. We had Gravedigger was my last auction. $25.25, then $27. Queen's Rock got a bid for $75. Gravedigger $30. Gravedigger $30. Queen's Rock $77. Brian Thurman wants an Alice in Chains. I sold one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Let's keep going. Half off records. We're in a half off vintage pre-owned bin. Chester and Lester, Guitar Monsters, $5. $5. Bob Welch, French Kiss. Bob Welch, Sentimental Lady. Bob Welch from Fleetwood Mac, his solo album. $7.50 on Bob Welch. $7.50 on that. Portrait of Sammy Davis Jr. Sammy Davis Jr. is $5. Portrait of Sammy Davis Jr. Montrose, jump on it. Montrose is $10. Original on the sleeve, as in Ronnie Montrose, $10 on that. Ray Parker Jr., the other woman. Ray Parker Jr. is $7.50. Conway Twitty's Honky Tonk Angel, $5. $5 on that. Cover the Mask for 20 years, one of the most beautiful places on earth. Last time I walked in, or last year when I walked in, I just kind of, when I actually walked down there where you finally get to the course and it turns from that concrete to the grass, I just kind of stood there and was like, wow, this is it. I just stood there like for 20 minutes just in awe of how beautiful it was. Queen's Rock is at $80. Queen's Rock is at $81. Charlie Lower, I think that's a new buyer. Charlie, I believe you are a first-time buyer. Charlie L. Lower, I believe that's how you say your last name. If you are, confirm that, and I'll give you first-time buyer instructions. Curtis, you were second. Matt Shepard wants Conway Twitty. Greg Peck was next. Greg Peck is next on Montrose. Queen's Rock, 85, and Queen's Rock out. We have John Conley, Greatest Hits Volume 2. John Conley is $6.50. John Conley is $6.50, Greatest Hits. And we have Iron Butterfly, Scorch and Beauty. Iron Butterfly is $10. No condition notes on that. Invoices went out on Monday. Yes. Queen's Rock has a high bid with David Baber for $86. If you haven't got one, you need to send us a message on Facebook. Gravedigger is what I need to do an update on. A 1984 U.S. original on the Silver Megaforce label. Gravedigger, 84 U.S. original on Megaforce. The last bid is now a final call. Dan Davis has it. Sam Squatch bid first. Sam Squatch was in first at $30. Everybody else is out. Sam Squatch has that for $30. $30. Charlie Lower is a first-time buyer. Charlie, thank you. Make sure you message our Facebook page. Send us a message with your email address and your mailing address, Charlie. Welcome. We invoice on Mondays. $7 in limited shipping. $7 in limited shipping. Queen's Rock is at 86. Kelly Bagwell wants BW. BW was for... What was BW, Kelly? BW was for Bob Welch, possibly. Sell that to Kelly Bagwell. Larry Drish on JC for John Conley. Tony Freeman on Iron Butterfly. Gravedigger 32. Gravedigger 40. And Queen's Rock is with David Baber for $86. Next is Earth, Wind, and Fire. Last Days and Time, VG Plus condition, $7.50. Earth, Wind, and Fire, VG Plus condition, $7.50. Elton John is now $10, $11.17.70. Elton John is $10, $11.17.70. Penny Lane and Time, Kai Winding, $7.50. VG Plus condition, $7.50 on that. Let me open up this over here. Okay, that is $7.50. We have George Scher first on Elton John, Kelly Bagwell on Earth, Wind, and Fire, Matt Shepard next. Gravedigger is at $40 with Sam Squatch. Brian bid $35. Sam Squatch was in first at $40. Dan's out. Nobody else bid on Queen's Rock. This is sold to David Baber for $86. Now, David, I know you're relatively new, and I know you've been bidding on stuff, but was that your actual first purchase? Is that box of sleeves still over there? I need a handful of those, please. Can you hand me the handful of those sleeves, Seth, there? That would be great, Seth. I know that would be fantastic if you could do that for me. I'm sorry you lost your baseball game today. There's nothing I can do to influence the outcome of that. I could try paying off the refs or the umpires, but you know, I don't know if that would. They might turn on us. Umpire from Gornsville. I probably could have paid them off. Queen's Rock is sold to David Baber for $86. Bought from YouTube handle Invoice last week. Okay, great. That's sold to you. And Gravedigger has a bid for $42. And Jerry Stone needs to put back Billy Joe 52nd Street. Billy Joe 52nd Street, okay? Billy Joe 52nd Street. I think that means I got 2 copies of that one now. Let me find that, 52nd. Yeah, Matt already had that one too. I must have had that one already. All right, so that one's still available as well. What a great album. Big Shot, where you went uptown riding in your limousine. My Life. My Life's on there. 52nd Street. All right. Half Off Records. Mark Farner from Grand Funk, $12.50. James Taylor, Mudslide Slim, VG Condition, $6.50. James Taylor's VG Condition, $6.50. And Doug Kershaw, Swamp Grass. Doug Kershaw's $10. Sam Squatch is at $65 on the Gravedigger. I keep seeing GD, and I keep thinking Grateful Dead. Usually if we have that abbreviation, I've almost said Grateful Dead 10 times. This is Anvil, Backward. Anvil is a 1985 European pressing, VG Plus condition. This is Anvil. And I have a note, there was one small, minuscule mark right there on Anvil. VG Plus condition, a 1985 Euro pressing, $15 start on Anvil. VG Plus condition, $15 start. This is the last record I actually had tagged. All those other albums, let me read you what's left in the bin so you know what's coming up. But that's the last one I had tagged. The other ones have been cleaned. Some of them have been cleaned. I'm going to clean them either way. But I still got Hell Comes to Your House, Metal Blade, Metal Warriors, Queen's Rock, Queen's Rock, Queen's Rock. And then we have Corpus Christi, Electric Sun, Herman German, Scorpions, Tokyo Blade, Scorpions, Judas Priest, and Dirty Fingers. That is the agenda with auctions. Also got a Christopher Cross over here and a Beatles set to do. So, all right. Does Monument Funk have the registration form? I actually think it's sealed. Nope, it's open, but I do see a form in here, Forrest. It's right here. It has the registration form. It does. I'll put it right there. And that is $12.50. $12.50 on that. All right, Anvil has a bid for $15. And Gravedigger, Sam Squatch was at $45. I'm about to sell that for sure. And Jared McLaughlin wants Ray Parker Jr. Jared McLaughlin. That's sold to Ray Parker Jr. Mom told you about initial baseball card purchase. Yep. We bought literally 1 million baseball cards back in 2000 and We bought 1 million baseball cards back in 2008, probably 2008. This is so DeForest Appleton, and Larry Drish needs to put back John Conley. I bought and sold a lot of stuff, including lots of baseball cards. Lots of baseball cards. Greatest hits, the Manhattans. We moved baseball cards in trucks and trailers and SUVs and trucks and trailers for about a week. Me and my cousins and my brother and my dad, we bought a massive baseball card collection. And I sold on eBay for that same collection for a long time. The Manhattan's greatest hits, $7.50. $7.50 for the Manhattans. Dionne Warwick is $5. Somewhere I've got pictures of it. It was incredible how many cards there was. It was incredible. Dionne Warwick is $5. Sergio Mendes in Brazil 66. Crystal Illusions. Shrink wrap and hype sticker. Cool cover on that one. That's $6.50. And let's end some auctions. We got Gravedigger. Sam Squatch gets that for $45. Sam Squatch gets Gravedigger for $45. That's sold to Sam Squatch. And I think everybody fell asleep on this one. Anvil only got one bid for $15, and that's sold. Anvil is sold for $15 to Brian Thurman. Only one bid, $15. Anvil is gone. Do you buy Magic cards? Yes, I do. We had a Black Lotus last year. I sold a Black Lotus last year for $12,000, $18,000, $6,000. I had some other ones too. I had a Black Lotus. I think it was like $12,000 we sold the Black Lotus Magic card for last year. Jared McLaughlin on DW for Dionne Warwick. Colin Butler on Sergio Mendes. That's sold to Colin Butler. And we have Sammy Davis Jr., $5. But yes, I buy and sell Magic cards as well. I buy and sell everything. But most people just see that we buy and sell records here every night, which is obviously what we mostly buy and sell. But let's put up a Judas Priest. And let's put up this Metal Blade compilation, Volume 1. Oh my goodness. Then we're going to get back to the Queen's Rock. I know there's people waiting on Queen's Rock, but let's do this right here. We have Judas Priest, Ram It Down. Now, these have been cleaned, but I really hadn't got to identify the pressing. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. Judas Priest, Ram It Down. This is a U.S. original. Looks like a Carrollton press. The vinyl is in about VG+. The vinyl is in about VG Plus, maybe EX, VG Plus EX, Ram It Down, original inner sleeve, not a club, an original retail copy, $55 start. Judas Priest, $55 start, Ram It Down. The Best of Metal Blade. The Best of Metal Blade, Volume 1. Let's take a look at this thing. Metal Blade Records, The Best of Metal Blade. Nice vinyl. Nice vinyl. There's LP number 1, LP number 2. Here's that's side 1 and side 2. Here's LP number 1. Here's LP number 3. Nice vinyl. Or side number 3, excuse me. Side number 4. Nice. Everything on that is nice. I was looking at that for the first time. Best of Metal Blade. Gatefold pressing. Very, very cool. $25 start on that. $25 start on the Best of Metal Blade. All right, we have John Smetzer wants the Manhattan's greatest hits. I'm also on Demos next time I'm going. How is Gondola? Gondola is very good. Nothing like Demos's, though. Demos's is the best restaurant in Lebanon. I eat Demos's almost every day. I have Demos's DoorDashed here at the store almost every day. Same thing. I eat it every day. Sacred Songs, Chuck Wagon Gang, $5. Chuck Wagon Gang, $5 on Sacred Songs. Chariots of Fire, music by Vangelis, $5. Chariots of Fire. We have Billy Childs. Take, for example, this. Billy Childs is $5. Dionne Warwick in Valley of the Dolls. Dionne Warwick is $5. Johnny Taylor, Loverboy. Johnny Taylor is $7.50. When You're in Love, The Whole World is Jewish. That is $5. And Patty Austin, Havana Candy. Blue lights in the parking lot. Seth, you better run. Patty Austin, Havana Candy is $10 for Patty Austin. And we have Michael Martin Murphy, $5. Michael Martin Murphy is $5. So Judas Priest was a $55 start, no bid. Metal Blade is $25, $35, $25, $30, $25, $40, 25, 40, 40, 50, 45. Henry Paredes on Van. That was Vangelis. That's sold to Henry Paredes. Tony Freeman on CF. CF was for, Tony Freeman wanted Chariots of Fire. Tony, you were second. We have, hello, Eric Dreyfus. We have Jared McLaughlin on DW. DW was Dion Warwick. That's sold to Jared McLaughlin. Metal Blades at 51. Metal Blade 60. Surfocaster on Johnny Taylor. That's sold to Surfocaster. Metal Blade 61. Metal Blade 65. And Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass. The Brass are coming $10. That was a half off bin. I've got Judas Priest, nobody in at 55. That's extremely surprising. Metal Blade is at 66. Metal Blades is at 66. We got another bin there. I'm about to do a recap of some of the new vinyl tonight that came in. As far as new vinyl, I've got 2.5 crates left there. We're about to go through those, and we're going to go through some more metal. Buy it now, best offer. Here we go. Judas Priest has one bid with Jeffrey Dunlap for $55. Metal Blades at 75. And we got 294 viewers right now on both Facebook and YouTube. Welcome, everybody, and I guess X as well. If you're interested in buying something, don't hesitate. We do this every night. Make sure you've liked the video. Make sure you've liked the post. Make sure you've liked everything. I'm going to read the titles that's left in here. If anybody wants anything, just let me know. I'm going to read the titles, okay? So if you need a price or if you want to go ahead and claim it, let me know. Jose Jimenez, Pearl Bailey, Beach Beat compilation, Eddie Harris, the Yale Spizwinks, Midnight Cowboys soundtrack, Madeline Bell, the Jacksons, Iron Butterfly, Patton, Chester and Lester, Sammy Davis Jr., Kai Winding, James Taylor, Doug Kershaw, John Conley, Sammy Davis Jr., Chuck Wagon Gang, Billy Childs. That was a soundtrack to When You're in Love, the Whole World is Jewish. Patty Austin, Michael Martin Murphy, Herb Albert. We have a bid on Metal Blade compilation for 100. We have Scott Oman on the Jacksons. Scott Oman on the Jacksons. Jacksons. That's sold to Scott Oman. I was about to sell Judas Priest, but we have a new bid with Kevin for 56. Jeffrey Dunlap, you're out. Stephen A. Young wants Patton. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. Sold. Anybody else? If not, I kind of agree with Garrett. It's time for one of those buy it now, best offer metal bins. I think I'm going to go through this one, which may be the ones we went through late the other night, but that's when we were on at like 12:30, and I don't think there was this many people on, by no means. So we're probably going to run through those one more time. So get ready for me to show some more of that right now. Let me go ahead and condense this over here with the other ones. And also need to recap the new vinyl, but I'll do that in just a second. Let's go ahead and try to hit some of these metal titles one more time. Tonight might be a Waffle House kind of night. That's usually when I go Thursdays, but Jerry said something about Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's is good, but I forget to order it. For example, I would love a Jersey Mike's right now, but they don't open. I got to prepare like I'll DoorDash like 3 meals, so I have my breakfast, lunch, and dinner here all throughout the night, which isn't the cheapest route to go. Let's see here. Somebody wanted the Herb Albert. Sold. And that is sold to Kevin Voitosh. Demas's, that's a sirloin steak. That's spaghetti with meat sauce. And they offer super salad. I'm always going with the salad ranch dressing. Sirloin, spaghetti with meat sauce. I had it earlier. I wish I would have ordered 2 of them. Dan Davis is at 110 on Metal Blade. Jeffrey's backing on Judas Priest at 65. All right, let's go through this bin of metal. Everything is buy it now or best offer. We have August Burns Red Constellations, a 2019 black hole colored vinyl pressing. August Burns Red is $99.99. Immolation Providence, a 2011 promo. That's $99.99. Morgoth Odium, a 2014 German pressing, $29.99. Color Decay, The Devil Wears Prada, white and gold with splatter, $39.99. The Devil Wears Prada. Malevolent Creation, Eternal, gray colored vinyl, $32.99. Don't hesitate to make offers on these. Sacrifice, The Ones I Condemn. Sacrifice is a 2009 Canadian pressing, EX condition, $44.99. This was Rotten Sound, $26.99 Rotten Sound. Also Nails, the new Crushing album from Nails. That's VG Plus $19.99. And that one was called You Will Never Be One of Us. VG Plus $19.99. Kevin's out on Judas Priest, so that's a final call for $65. And Metal Blade is a final call for $110 with Dan Davis. Sacrifice, that was VG Plus $21.99. Live EP, Sacrifice, VG Plus $21.99. August Burns Red, Leveler, VG Plus $74.99. I think this had some pretty wild colored vinyl. Yep. August Burns Red, VG Plus $74.99. Leveler. Ramming Speed, Doomed to Destroy, Destined to Die. EX Edition $16.99. Sacrifice, that was EX $27.99. Either a 2010 or 2017 Canadian pressing. The Lord, Forest Nocturne, 2022 Record Store Day edition on blue vinyl, sealed, $24.99, and Embryonic Autopsy, Prophecies of the Conjoined, that is $24.99, a 2022 German red vinyl pressing. Dave Sibler on Sacrifice. Now, Dave, there was two. There was this one and that one. Let me know which one. James Bragg on August Burns Red. That was not that one, and he's probably talking about this one, Constellations. Go ahead and sell that to James Bragg for $80. And then let's go ahead and sell Judas Priest to Jeffrey Dunlap for $65. That's sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $65. Judas Priest is gone. And then Best of Metal Blade. Best of Metal Blade is sold officially to Dan Davis for $110. Dan Davis gets that for $110. Let me put that in a new sleeve. I'm going to get two fresh new auctions started as soon as I get caught up in these last couple claims. And that was Dave Sibler on the second one here. And that was this Sacrifice. So that was this one, right? This one right here, Sacrifice. That is sold to Dave Sibler. Scott Oman offered $20 for the Lords. That's sold to Scott Oman. And we have two new auctions to put up. All right, and those are, let's do another Scorpions. Actually, let's do the Metal Blade Volume 2, since we just did Volume 1. And Queensryche. People have been waiting for Rage of Order. Let me go ahead and do those. Sorry, my allergies are acting up. All right, Best of Metal Blade Volume 2. See if Dan Davis has this one. Best of Metal Blade Volume 2. It's in the original Enigma baggy sleeves. Very nice vinyl. One. There's side number 2. I think this one's just as nice as the other one. Let's go ahead and get this one started and save some time for a $45 start. $45 start. Very nice vinyl. Gatefold jacket. Best of Metal Blade Volume 2. Best of Metal Blade Volume 2. $45 start on that one. We just did Volume 1. And let's take a look at the Queensryche. Let's take a look at the Queensryche here. This is Queensryche Rage of Order. Rage for Order. Blue ring. Queensryche Rage for Order. Blue ring. Original inner sleeve. Let's see what the vinyl looks like. Nice. Extremely nice. Queensryche Rage for Order. Let's put that up for a $45 start. Let's put that up for a $45 start. This is a U.S. original. That's a U.S. original. Queensryche, $45 start on that. All right, Metal Blades at $75. Let's keep going through this bin here. We have Napalm Death, Apex Predator, Easy Meat. That's $29.99. A 2015 lilac colored vinyl. Napalm Death, $29.99. Earth Rot, Black Tides of Obscurity. Earth Rot is $19.99. Prophecy of Doom, Acknowledge the Confusion Master, 2022, $32.99 on Prophecy of Doom. Paradise Lost, Gothic, that's a reissue, $27.99 on Paradise Lost. Crippled Bastards, Live to Hate People, a 2014 pressing, $16.99. Obrion, Tetchin Metal, $21.99. And Crippled Bastards, Misanthropo, Senso Unico, $24.99. That's got a bonus 7-inch with it. The Browning, Isolation. The Browning is a 2016 orange vinyl pressing. Orange vinyl pressing, that is $24.99. The Browning, orange vinyl, $24.99. And Brutality, Orchestrated Devastation, the Best of Brutality, sealed, $24.99. Burning Suns, Reduced to Equality. Burning Suns is sealed, unopened, $16.99. And Abscess, Damned and Mummified, a 2004 pressing, $24.99. So back up at the top, Metal Blade had a bid for $75, and then we had a Queen's Rock bid for $45 and then $50, and Dave Sibler wants the Brutality. That's so did Dave Sibler. Brutality, so did Dave Sibler. Broken Hope, Grotesque Blessings. Broken Hope is $22.99, 2019 pressing. Excuse me. Cancer, Shadow Gripped. Cancer is a 2018 pressing. EX condition, $21.99. Queen's Rock is at $52. Metal Blade has a new bid for $76. So Queen's Rock has a new bid for $52. Metal Blade has a new bid for $76. Brutal Truth, Need to Control. That is a 2023 pressing. EX, $26.99. Brutal Truth, Need to Control. Dave Sibler gets the Cancer LP. That is so to Dave Sibler. Nausea, Condemned to the System. Nausea is EX condition, $27.99. A 2014 multicolored vinyl pressing. Nausea, EX condition, $27.99. And Defecation, Purity Dilution. Defecation is a 1989 German pressing. That's an 89 VG Plus condition, $49.99. VG Plus, $49.99. Demolition Hammer, Tortured Existence, a 2011 pressing. EX condition, $44.99 for Demolition Hammer. And Misery, Propulsion Through Destruction, a 1991 French pressing with insert. EX condition, $44.99. We have Nausea, Extinction. That is VG condition, $34.99. Also, this is Inculter, Persisting Devolution. And that is EX condition, $26.99. So update, Metal Blade has a bid for $100. Queen's Rock has bids for $55, $56, $57, $60. And Annie McLean wants the Defecation, which was this one right here. And Queen's Rock's at $62. Someone says, what kind of music is this? You are in the middle of some death metal right now. You're in some hardcore death metal right now. That's what most of it is. Doom and death metal. All right. We have Garrett Cypress said Rotten Sound for $20. That was right back here. That's sold to Garrett Cypress. Or was there another one, Garrett? There's that one. Was there another one in here? This one right here. Possibly. Apocalypse. Apocalypse. By the way, Queen's Rock. Hold on a second. Queen's Rock got new bids for $62. And then Annie McLean says Obsess for $20. Sell that to Annie McLean 1 for $20. Queen's Rock $65.65. And then we have Paradise Lost for $20. Paradise Lost for $20. Garrett said yes. That sold to Garrett for $20. Let me find Paradise Lost. That was a few back, wasn't it? Or maybe not. Paradise Lost. Luke says Paradise Lost 20. That was. I remember what the cover looked like right here. Sell that to Luke for $20. Queen's Rock's at $67. Queen's Rock's at $67. Hiram says Malevolent Creation 25. Malevolent Creation 25. Sell that to Hiram for $25. Now, Hiram, what was the record in the last bin? That's been bugging me since then. There was only one record I didn't do a deal on in that first crate. And let me know where we was at on that. I may take your offer if you still want it. I think it was a Demolition Hammer. But just let me know if you still want it. And let's do an update on Metal Blade because the other bidder's out. This is a final call to Dan Davis for $100. Final call for $100. Queen's Rock is now at $68. Tasha, you've been outbid. Curtis has it for $68. Nice, clean copy, OG of Queen's Rock Rage for Order. $68. You okay over there, Seth? Seth's like running his hands through his hair. He's stressed out. Huffing and puffing. All right. Let's figure out what we're doing next. Let's do that. Let's bring something new over. Let's bring something new. We've almost fit all this. We had 4 crates of metal on Tuesday night. I can almost put it into one. That's how much we've sold of going back through this stuff. But let me shift some stuff around here. The very beginning of the show, we had some great new arrivals that came in. I'm going to run through those one more time before I do another half-off bin because I don't feel like everybody that was watching then is watching now. Can you do pre-stained glass? I can. Let's go ahead and sell this to Dan Davis for $100. That's sold to Dan for $100. Dan gets that for $100. And somebody requested Judas Priest, stained glass. Any other requests on the stuff in the bin? We have a bid on August Burns, or an offer on August Burns Red for $50 of James Cohorn. James, let me find that one. James, I will counter for just $5 more. We'll make it that nice 55 number. 55 and I'll sell it to you. I'm trying to move out some of these. 55 and I'll sell that to you. Queen's Rack has new bid for $72.74. And let me go ahead and grab the Judas Priest. Sold, James Cohorn, $55. And that was left over from that other bin. Exhumed Gore Metal, the 2005 pressing. That's still available if anybody's interested in that. All right, I've blocked my path to the auction, so let me realign some stuff over here. Judas Priest stained glass. Let me find that. Stained glass right here. All right, it looks very clean at first glance. Looks like some very clean glass. Somebody's like, yep, put all those priests up. This is a Terre Haute pressing. This is an original Terre Haute pressing. Super nice. Judas Priest stained glass. Let's put it up for a $25 start. We've got it clean, new MoFi sleeve, original inner sleeve, and nice, solid jacket. This is an original retail copy. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. And then we have, what was the other? Demolition Hammer. I had that right here. Demolition Hammer. Let me see stuff here. Demolition Hammer was Epidemic of Violence. It was a 2008 German. It was on black vinyl. A 2008 German pressing. Okay, and then how much was the Sacrifice one I condemned in that last bin? That was Sacrifice. That was the other one you didn't get, and it was that one. Was it this one? This one or a different one? This was VG Plus $21.99. Unless it were you talking about in a different bin. Lincoln Park, Meteora, new and sealed, $33.99 gatefold. Lincoln Park, Meteora, new and sealed gatefold, $33.99. Papa Roach, $34.99, new and sealed. Papa Roach, $34.99. Nirvana, Bleach, remastered, all analog, $28.99. Sub Pop, new and sealed, $28.99. House of Pain, Fine Malt Lyrics, new and sealed, $33.99, featuring Jump Around. So there was another Sacrifice in here. Give me 1 second. Okay, I see it now. I am catching a cold. It's coming on as the night's going longer. Sacrifice, the ones I condemn. EX condition, $44.99, a 2009 Canadian pressing. All right. Judas Priest has bids for $35, $38, $45. Where did we get to on Queen's Rock? Tasha has it for $74. Curtis Marachi, let me know if you want back in. Curtis Marachi has it, or Tasha has it for $74. $74. That's a final call. Dave Sibler gets Sacrifice. This one right here for $40. House of Pain. I have new and sealed Jelly Roll, Whitsitt Chapel. Jelly Roll is $29.99. The Notorious, B.I.G., now playing. That's like a greatest hits. $28.99 on that. Sleep Token, This Place Will Become Your Tomb. Sleep Token is $36.99. The Smiths, Meat is Murder, $33.99. Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. That's new and sealed, $26.99. Days of the New, their second album. Days of the New, the Green Album, first time ever on vinyl, $49.99. Living Color, that is Vivid, $39.99 for Living Color. Sleep Token Sundowning is $36.99. Talking Heads Fear of Music, $33.99. And Talking Heads Speaking in Tongues, Burning Down the House, We also have Lincoln Park Hybrid Theory, $33.99. Jelly Roll Ballads of the Broken, that's on cherry red colored vinyl. That's $29.99. Temple the Dog is back in stock, $49.99 for Temple the Dog, $49.99. Also, Ace Frehley, 10,000 volts. That's on red vinyl. That's on red vinyl, $33.99. So Queensryche did get a new bid for $76. Then he got another bid for $78. The last bid on Judas Priest was with Steve Koch at $45. The other bidder set out. So that's a final call to Steve Koch. This very nice original Terre Haute pressing of Judas Priest stained glass, $45 on that. Final call. Final call. Can you show the sleep tokens again? Sleep token, Sundowning. Sleep token, Sundowning, $36.99. And sleep token, this place will become your tomb. It's also $36.99. I just wanted to go through those. I was thinking we could at least get one more thing out of there sold. I might as well go back to some vintage buy it now best offer then. Let me find the next crate to do that with. I have too much stuff around here. Let me try to do some condensing. Let me put these in here. And let me put these in here. And I'm going to go ahead and put this over here. Alrighty. Move these here. About to go through some more discount vintage stuff for sure. Go ahead and put those Led Zeppelin records on the rack so I can. Temple the Dog is a 2LP remaster. 2LP remaster, $49.99. 2LP remaster, $49.99. Dan Stites wants an Ace Frehley. You got it. 10,000 volts. That is red vinyl. That's sold to Dan Stites. Alrighty. I think the bin I want to go through is somewhere over here. Let's see if I can find it. That's my next challenge. Actually finding it. Here we go. It's time for some vintage half off. Or, let's see if I want to do this one instead. Let's do this crate for buy it now best offer. Yeah. Which, don't hesitate to make an offer, please. We're going to try to sell as much as we can out of here. All right. Here we go. Sorry for the delay. I had to find these crates. I'm kind of, we've done great for a night. We've had 0 new vintage arrivals tonight. 0 vintage new arrivals. Paul wasn't here. John was getting ready for the dollar sale. So we've done really well just going back through some of these bins. Just going back through. Steve Koch, you get Judas Priest for $45. Let's officially get this thing back on track here. That's sold to Steve Koch for $45. The first thing I'm going to show, this has a crease on the cover. If anybody wants it for a discounted price, $24.99 instead of $31.99. It does have a crease corner. It's the best of Casey and the Sunshine Band. It has a crease corner. I'll do that for $24.99 instead of $31.99. The Dead Kennedys, Derek, is new and sealed. Give me convenience or give me death. It's $28.99. It's new and sealed. KC's on sale for $24.99. If anybody wants those, just let me know. And we're about to go through a crate of vintage stuff. There look like there's some really good titles in here for buy it now best offer. The next request we had was Queen's Rock EP, and then somebody wants me to do Scorpions in Trance. But first, let's do that Queen's Rock debut EP. Let's put that up for bid right now. This is Queen's Rock. This is their debut EP. Let's take a look at it. It's on EMI of America label. The vinyl is nice, extremely nice vinyl, no condition notes. Actually, on side one, there appears to be a circular scuff right there. I think y'all can see that. Pretty odd looking mark right there, just FYI. So let's go ahead and bump that down then to like a VG Plus or maybe an EX. Has that original company in your sleeve, and we're going to put that up for a $25 start. Queen's Rock, $25 start. Derek Zarzaro says he will take. Derek Zarzaro said he will take the Dead Kennedys. Curtis, you're back out on Queen's Rock. Whoa, my bad. We've got 2 Queen's Rocks up for bid. Time out. I didn't even realize that. Curtis, do you want to bid again on this one before we get started on this other one? I've got to sell this one fast. So let me know if you want back in. If not, we got to sell it to Tasha. I just realized we have 2 Queen's Rocks up. I didn't even catch that. So make sure you put which one you're bidding on, Queen's Rock EP or Rage for Order. I just realized we had 2 going up. So everything in this bin, you can go ahead and buy it now, or you can make a best offer. You can go ahead and buy it now, or you can make a best offer. Buy it now or best offer. I actually said in the post I made we were going to 11 o'clock tonight, but we still got way too much to auction. We'll probably at least be on here till midnight selling pre-owned vintage, new vinyl, and doing auctions. But I said I had to stop at midnight to get ready for the dollar sale, and I still have to do that. So, but we'll keep showing records. We got 383 people still watching at 11:05, so I better keep showing records. Plasmatics, Metal Priestess, VG condition, $24.99. This is buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. The Plasmatics is in VG condition, $24.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. All right, he said he's out. So let's sell this to Tasha for $88. Queen's Rock is sold to Tasha for $88. Now, the Queen's Rock EP, is up for bid. Scott Vanek has it for $26. Is everybody awake out there? We got a Plasmatics. We got a Queen's Rock with just one bid for $26. Everybody's like, whoa, waking up, falling out of the recliner. What's happening? What's going on? Somebody wanted me to put Scorpions in Trance up for auction. Is that even in here? Scorpions in Trance. In Trance. I don't even see that in here. So I'm going to grab another Judas Priest, and maybe he can clarify which one he's looking for. Right, Seth? Judas Priest, hell bent for leather. Judas Priest, hell bent for leather. Nice. Very nice. Looks to be... This is a very nice copy. I could find very little wrong with that one. Very little wrong with that one. Very nice jacket, especially for this black cover. Almost no signs of ring wear. Ring wear. $25 start on Judas Priest. Queen's Rock, $26. Sam Squatch offered $20 for Plasmatics. He was first. Sell that to Sam Squatch for $20. Queen's Rock, $30. Queen's Rock, $30. Condition on Queen's Rock. It has one circular scuff on it, so we've been calling it VG Plus EX. Brian Thurman, you were second on Plasmatics. Let's go through this bin. Buy it now, best offer. Booker T and the MGs, Booker T's T-set. VG condition, $14.99. So how this works is you can buy it now or make a best offer. Bob Dylan, bringing it all back home. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Bob Dylan, bringing it all back home. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Frank Zappa, Uncle Meat. Frank Zappa is in EX condition, $47.99. Uncle Meat, EX condition, $47.99. Dylan, Zappa, Kansas, Point of No Return. Kansas is in EX condition, $17.99. Original inner sleeve. Kansas, EX condition, $17.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3, VG condition, $9.99. Judas Priest has a bid for $26, now $30. We have an out on Queen's Rock. The last bid on that was $30. We hadn't got to the bottom, though. Burt Jordan offered $12 for Booker T. Sell that to Burt Jordan. Judas Priest is at $30. Queen's Rock is at $32. Judas Priest is at $31. And we have Kansas. We have Patrick L. Simmons offered $10. Patrick L. Williams, that is. Patrick, I'll sell that to you for 15 if you're okay with that. Queensryche is at 34. Judas Priest is at 34. Both auctions are at $34. Black Oak, Arkansas, ain't life grand. Black Oak, Arkansas is in VG condition, $9.99. The Outlaws, bringing it back alive. The Outlaws is VG plus condition, $17.99. VG plus $17.99 on the Outlaws. Also, Angel, White Hot. Angel's in VG plus condition, $14.99 for Angel, White Hot. Supertramp, even in the quietest moments. Supertramp is in VG condition, $9.99 for Supertramp. And Spirit, Feedback. Spirit is in VG condition, $9.99. Everything in here is buy now, best offer. Judas Priest, the name of the album is Hell Bent for Leather. Hell Bent for Leather. That's the name of the album. Okay, we have Burt Jordan first on Supertramp. Let's go ahead and tag that for Burt Jordan. Patrick L. Williams was next off for an 8. Brian Thurman bid 35 on Queensryche. Daniel Farrell third on Supertramp. Another $35 bid on Queensryche. Nick Bargeron said $11.99 on Angel. Sell that to Nick Bargeron for $11.99. Sell Chris Kirkley Spirit for $6. And we have Patrick Williams, did you want Kansas for 15? That's the only thing I had pending there. Kansas for 15, Patrick Williams. The Who Face Dances, VG condition, $9.99 for the Who Face Dances, VG condition. Has the original on the sleeve. I was checking for a poster, but I don't see one. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music. That's a 2 LP compilation. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music. VG Plus, $24.99. Twist and Shout, Saw Her Standing There. Long Tall Sally, Rock and Roll Music. Anytime at All, Drive My Car. Great Beatles compilation. George Sherritt said 14 on Outlaw. Sold. Judas Priest has a new high bid of 35. So both auctions are at 35 now. This time with Brian Thurman. We also have Steve Martin, a wild and crazy guy. VG Plus condition, $9.99. VG Plus condition, $9.99 on that. Davey Blair offered 20 for the Beatles. Sell that to Davey Blair for 20. That is sold. Judas Priest is at 40 with Forrest Appleton. Queensryche is at $40 with Forrest Appleton. We have the Moody Blues. Every good boy deserves favor. This is in VG condition, $9.99. The Moody Blues. Every good boy deserves favor. VG condition, $9.99. And Iron Butterfly Ball, VG condition, $9.99. Iron Butterfly Ball. My thumb matched the Beatles Rock and Roll Music, see? Just like you're holding it. Queensryche, 40. Judas Priest, 40. Burt Jordan on SM for... That's sold to Burt Jordan. Let me pause right there because this crate has become extremely full. And let me go grab another one. Wheeling and dealing. Next is Daniel. You were second on Steve Martin. Debbie says someone was before me on the Beatles. Scott Marchheim was. I didn't even see that. Scott, you was. Well, Scott, you would have made... Scott was going to pay full price. Let's change that. That's okay. I'll sell it to Scott for $20. Scott, the Beatles is yours for $20. Give this to Scott Marchheim and not Debbie Blair. Thank you for catching that, Debbie. And sorry about that, Scott. I overlooked that. Definitely not trying to ignore any claim comments, especially for more money. Next is next comment was how much was Iron Butterfly? Terry Schneider, VG condition, $9.99. Queensryche 41, Judas Priest out. Queensryche 43. Bob Dylan, Desire, VG condition, $14.99. The Band, Islands, VG condition, $14.99. And Jay Giles, Bloodshot, VG plus, $14.99. Let me swap out my microphone. Okay, I'm back. But I'm about to mute my mic again. So I'm back though. Trust me, y'all don't want to hear me blowing my nose. Queens Rock was at $40 of Forrest Appleton, and that's a final call, especially when I get to the bottom. But there was some bumps on Judas Priest. Never mind, there was new bids on Queens Rock too. 41. Judas Priest is what we have an out on. Forrest Appleton also had that for $40. So Forrest had Judas Priest for $40 as well. Then we had a $41 bid on Queens Rock. Then we had an out on Judas Priest. Then we had a $43 bid on Queens Rock. Then a $44 bid on Queens Rock. And then Susie Breelove said Bob. That's Bob Dylan. That's sold to Susie Breelove. Terry Schneider offered 7 for Iron Butterfly. Sold. Queens Rock got a new bid for 47. Daniel Farrell offered 10 for the band. Sold. We have another out on Queens Rock. We have Dylan at 12. Bill Samus, Susie already bought it. Judas Priest is at 43. So now Judas Priest has a new bid, but Queens Rock is a final call to Forrest Appleton for 47. He's also bid 47 on that. Price condition on Jay Giles. VG plus condition, $14.99. Jay Giles, VG plus condition, $14.99. Kansas, Mask. Kansas is in VG condition, $9.99. Mask, VG condition, $9.99. Stephen Steels, the best of Stephen Steels, VG plus condition, $14.99. The best of Stephen Steels. The best of ZZ Top, EX condition, $32.99. EX condition, $32.99. Larry offered 10 for Jay Giles. Sold. Judas Priest 43. Judas Priest 47. We have Daniel Farrow, 8 on this Kansas. Go ahead and sell that to Daniel for 8. Judas Priest 48. But we're going to go ahead and sell the Queens Rock, the Forrest Appleton, for $47. Judas Priest has hit 48 with Curtis Marachi. That way we can put up a new Scorpions album. Still got several of those to try to knock out tonight. Pete Maselli offered $10 for Stephen Steels. Let's go ahead and sell that to Pete Maselli. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. Taking a big chunk out of everything in here, it looks like. Fantastic. I had to do some digging, but I knew there was a crate over here somewhere tucked away with some good titles. And let's do this Scorpions album here. It's very interesting. It's one of these unusual German covers. I think I've had it before, but it's been a while. And this is Scorpions Action. This is Rock on Brain. That's the label. The name of the album is Action, Scorpions Action. The vinyl is pristine. The vinyl is pristine. Let's put it up for a $35 start. Let's put it up for a $35 start. Forrest, you got Queens Rock for $47. Right now, Judas Priest is at 48. I think you meant 48 on Judas Priest. That's still up for bid. Judas Priest is at $48. You still got time to bid. It has a generic inner sleeve, but that's probably original. Yep. It's a generic but original, and that's now up for bid. Scorpions Action. All right, so Judas Priest is still available for bid. Curtis has it for 48. We sold Stephen Steels. And George Sherritt said price on ZZ Top. It was EX condition, $32.99. EX condition, $32.99. Scorpions also has a new bid for $45. Burt Jordan offered $27 for ZZ Top. I'll see what George Sherritt says. And Judas Priest has a new bid for $53 with Forrest Appleton. Curtis, you're out. Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School, Warren Zevon. This is actually a white label promo copy. EX condition, $32.99. A white label promo copy. EX condition, $32.99. Blood Rock 2. This has the song DOA on it. VG plus condition, $14.99. Blood Rock 2. VG plus condition, $14.99. And yes, Dave, we're going to go through that metal bin we went through tonight one more time. And I'm going to try to sell enough out of there we can get it condensed, and I can keep all those leftover metal records in one crate. But yes, take that. It only takes a minute. Take that as a 1993 white label promo, VG Plus $9.99. Kathy Dalton, Boogie Bands and Wood Night Stands, also a promo copy, VG Plus $9.99. Blues is King, B.B. King, a 1967 stereo pressing, VG Plus condition, $34.99. Blues is King, B.B. King. Lots of activity on these auctions. And George had dibs on ZZ Top, and he offered $28. Bert, you were second. George had dibs, so sell that to George Sheriff for $28. Judas Priest got bids for $43. Scorpions got a bid for $47. And then Ron B. Barth, our new buyer, I'm not going to try to say his name. Ron, you get Blood Rock for $12. Scorpions $55. Judas Priest $57. Scorpions $57. Christopher Brusha gets BB King. Let's keep going. Everything in here is buy now or best offer. Ted Nugent Free For All. Meatloaf on vocals. VG condition, $9.99. Original orange label. The Guess Who, sewn and grown in Canada. A 1970 pressing. VG condition, 1970 Canadian club pressing. VG $9.99. And the Melodic Stan Getz. That is actually a mono pressing from 1965. VG condition, $9.99. VG condition, $9.99 on that. Scott, I will do Ted Nugent for $8. That will be 20% off if you want that. $8 on that. Not quite ready to do 50% off on some of these tonight. Christopher BB King was $34.99. $34.99. And then Scorpions got a new bid for $62. Scott Oman said sold on Ted Nugent for $8. Charlie Lower, you were second. Debbie did a 2-and-1 here. She said 25 on Warren Zevon. Debbie, I'll go ahead and sell that to you. And then you offered 6 for the Guess Who, but a little bit down the feed, Terry Schneider says I'll take it. So at stickers. So Debbie, if you want that for $9.99, it's yours. If you pass, I'll give it to Terry Schneider. And then Josh Phillips first on Stan, the man, not Musial, Getz, also known as Stan Jets. Chris Kirkley was second. We have an out on Judas Priest. Scott Oman got Ted Nugent. Chad Van Horn, you were third on that one. Scorpions has bids for $65.67. Scorpion 60. Debbie passes on Guess Who, so we're going to sell this to Terry Schneider. Christopher, nobody else claimed BB King, so let's actually retag this to Christopher Brusha for $28. I normally wouldn't do that, but I'm going to make an exception. That's sold to Christopher Brusha for $28. The Scorpions is at $70, and an update on the Judas Priest. The high bid on this is Curtis Marachi at $54. And then Curtis said out, but did I miss a bid somewhere, Curtis? Maybe somebody before you? Yeah, Forrest bid $57. Forrest Appleton has this for $57. That's a final call. All right. That was a lot of activity. Let's try that again. Kathy Dalton, $8. Sold to Larry Drish. We have Spotlight on the Kinks. That's a 2LP compilation. A 1981 Portuguese pressing. VG Plus $16.99. I don't know if y'all know it or not, but we're right in the middle of a Paul crate. These are all Paul records, it looks like. I can tell from this handwriting. This is Spotlight on the Kinks. George Harrison, Electronic Sound, a 1969 Scranton. Technically, George Harrison's first solo album. VG Plus condition, $19.99. George Harrison, Electronic Sound. Jackie DeShannon, Your Baby is a Lady. In shrink wrap, $14.99. Jackie DeShannon. And Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde, a 1972 Terre Haute, $44.99. Blonde on Blonde, 72 Terre Haute. Seth, where are you going? Seth just walks out the door. He's going to Meemaw's to eat cinnamon toast and whatever else she's cooked them. Oh boy. Scorpion 72, Scorpion 75. Burt Jordan first on the Kinks. So did Burt Jordan. Paul, you were second. Debbie, you were third. We have George Harrison, $15. Curtis Marachi. Curtis, sold to you for $15. Judas Priest is sold to Forrest Appleton for $47. Forrest, nice. Sold to you for $47. That's sold to Forrest Appleton for $47. Scorpions is at 75 with Nick Bargeron. I have a feeling James Bragg's not done, but we'll find out. He's usually not done. Let's put up a new auction. We got plenty of Scorpions, but we do have another Priest. Actually, we have another metal compilation to do. Oh, even better, we have another Queen's Rock to do. This is one of those that have never been reissued either. I'll be a very happy record salesman whenever Queen's Rock announces remasters and reissues of their catalog. No remasters of The Warning. They finally pressed more Operation Mindcrime. What's the other one we just sold? Rage of Order. There's no reissue of that in print. That Priest was 57. 57. It was 57. 57. Scratch that out. 57. Curtis, you almost got a $10 discount. Scorpions is at 77. Scorpions is at 80. Scorpions is at 80. Queen's Rock, The Warning. I'm looking at this thing for the first time. So far, I'm liking everything I'm seeing. Nice jacket. Crisp. Original inner sleeve. Beautiful vinyl. This is nice. This is a nice copy. $45 start on The Warning. Queen's Rock. $45 start. I've said it before. I had no idea the demand and the fandom for Queen's Rock until I started selling records a lot on Facebook and exposed me to all kinds of new markets and people. I had no idea the demand for Queen's Rock albums. It's still high. I feel like I've sold hundreds to hundreds of different people, and there's still people asking for them. We're in the middle of a bot now. Best offer being, I can't believe no one made an offer. Probably tomorrow night, we got a near mint original. A near mint original pressing of this. We're going to be putting it for auction. It will probably bring over 100 if the right buyer's on. Possibly 200. Ronnie Millsap, Stranger Things Have Happened. In shrink wrap, $9.99. How to Live with Yourself, or What to Do Until the Psychiatrist Comes. Dr. Murray Banks, $14.99. Queen's Rock is at $45. This is King Sist, King of New York, a 2015 pressing, $9.99. Daniel Farrow offered $7 for Ronnie. Sold. Scorpions is at $85. Queen's Rock is at $45. Moving Finger, Clute. Moving Finger is a 2000 UK pressing, $9.99. Moving Finger, Clute, $9.99. Queen's Rock has a new bid for $50. There's Marianne. There were some people I saw missing tonight for metal auctions. Marianne's been one of them. Now Marianne's watching. Carly Simon, Boys in the Trees. Carly Simon is $9.99. Rockets. Rockets is $9.99. Elton John, this is his debut U.S. release. It is an MCA pressing, not the first label. $24.99 on that. $24.99. And Carly Simon, Another Passenger. Carly Simon is $9.99. We have Queen's Rock at $50. Queen's Rock at $55. We have Craig Thomas on Clute for $5.99. Sold. Scorpions is at $91 with James Bragg. How much was the Dylan? The Dylan was a 72 pressing, a 72 Terre Haute, $44.99. It's about EX or EX Plus. There's a little bit of writing on the cover, $44.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Romelu on Carly Simon. Romelu, I'm assuming that's for Another Passenger. Queen's Rock has a new bid of $60. Nick, you're out on Scorpions. Black Oak, Arkansas, Street Party, $17.99 for BOA. $17.99. Nick's at $100 on Scorpions. Bob Dylan, Real Live. Dylan is $29.99. No condition notes, original inner sleeve. There is a rip in the cover. There is a rip in the cover. It's camouflaged pretty good, but there is a rip there. On that, we have a $17 offer on Elton, sold to George Scherer. Burt Jordan offered $15 for BOA, sold to Burt Jordan. Queen's Rock is at $65. Scorpions is at $120. Boy, I like these jumps. $10 jumps, $20 jumps. Queen's Rock is at $70. Burton Cummings is $14.99. Everybody's always wanted me to implement a rule. If an auction gets over $100, we got to do $5 jumps. And I'd be, well, that'd be so many. We already got enough rules, I think. But I do like, after 100, I do like bigger jumps. It makes things go a lot faster. Joe Cocker, Unchain My Heart. Joe Cocker is $19.99. With Hop Sticker, Rivers Rising, $19.99. Queen's Rock is at $65, now $70. Terry Schneider says, Burt, $12. Sell that to Terry Schneider for $12. We have a final call on Scorpions. Nick's out, $120. A final call on Queen's Rock for $70. I think we have found our high bidders. Final call on those. Boys Club. Boys Club is $12.99. Boys Club, $12.99. Queen's Rock is at $70. It's an original press. No condition notes, Benjamin. That means the vinyl is going to be EX+. It's pretty close, in my opinion, to Near Mint Minus. We have the Fugs. We have a 1967 Terre Haute pressing. Tricolor Steamboat. That's on Reprise, and that's on the original label, $34.99. Can you do 100? You can do the air horn at $100 sales. Blow the air horn for $100 sales. We would be blowing the air horn too many. That would be too much. 500 is the threshold for the air horn. Elton John, Empty Sky. We sold his first U.S. album. Here's his first UK album, but it didn't come out in the United States until this reissue in 1975. So this was the first time this music was released in the United States, his first UK music. I love that stuff on there. So it doesn't sound like 1975 Elton John. It sounds like 1969 Elton John when it was recorded. Gentle on My Mind, Glenn Campbell, $9.99. The Best of Terry Gibbs, $9.99. And the last record in here was Elvin Bishop, Hometown Boy Makes Good. And Elvin Bishop is only marked. That's weird. I think John forgot to put a 1 in front of that. I think he meant $14.99, but it's marked $4.99. Elton John, Empty Sky, Larry, was $19.99. Scorpions is sold to James Bragg for $120. That's sold to James Bragg for $120. James Bragg, thank you and congratulations. And the Queen's Rock is sold to Mary Ann for $70. Mary Ann, that's sold to you for $70. All right, chipping away at these auctions. I told y'all at 7 o'clock, I said, I got a whole crate back here of metal. We'll be bidding on it till at least 11. That was just the stuff that I had prepared. And we probably will be on here until midnight, chipping away at some of the last ones. Let me do another Scorpions that I don't see as often. You know, I've got Love at First Sting in here. I've got Blackout. But I've got another one in here I don't see as often, as far as a cover variant, and that's Love Drive. And it's not the first cover, but I kind of like these reissue covers, because I honestly don't see those as much. It's kind of like when I see a Leonard Skinner Street Survivors with the Blackout cover. I'm like, man, I see more flames than I do these. So here's the alternate cover of Love Drive without the gum being stuck to the woman's breast or on the back where she's nude. It's been cleaned. It's in about EX Plus condition. It's very solid. It's on that 80s Mercury label. We're going to put that up for a $25 start. Scorpions Love Drive with the alternate cover. $25 start on Scorpions. And then somebody requested a while back, we put up this import. This is called Music for Nations presents Music for Nations. Hail Comes to Your House on red vinyl. So, some of the artists: Metallica, Creepin' Death. Manowar, Exciter, Anthrax, Earthshaker, Hellion, Loudness. Metallica, Hellstar, The Rod, Tsunami, Earthshaker, and Alaska. And it's on red vinyl. So this is Music for Nations. Wow, that's really cool. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Hail Comes to Your House, red vinyl import compilation. And of course, Music from Nations was the UK version of Metal Blade Megaforce, you know, the UK version distributor of those artists. Very, very cool. That's up for bid. Let me go ahead and put that in a new anti-static I got over here. That's so nice. I don't want to put that back into a paper jacket. This thing is pretty much near mint minus, it looks like. It's hard to grade a colored vinyl, but this is, as y'all can see, it's pretty nice. Let me go ahead and put it in a new anti-static. All right, so that's Hell Comes to Your House. Red vinyl. Cool printed inner sleeve of those artists in that catalog. And then there's the cover. All right, I left off by Larry Drish getting the EB, the Elvin Bishop, and I will do that for the $4.99. Christopher Brusher was second. Davey offered $15 for Elton John, sold. Patrick L. Williams says EG BDF. EG BDF. EG BDF. EG BDF. I'm not for sure what that means. Scorpions got bids for 25, 27, 30, 30, 30. Music for Nation got a bid for 35. Another 35. Scorpions 35. Scorpions 35. Hail 35. Scorpions 40. Scorpions 39. Scorpions 45. Scorpions 48. Scorpions 50. Scorpions 50. And Scorpions 53. So Hell Comes to Your House is at 3 people all bid 35, and then we stopped. And the first person to actually bid was Ray Road. And he still has it for 35. So that's where we're at. I'm going to read the titles that's left in here. If anybody wants to make an offer on anything left in this bin, just let me know. That was Every Good Boy Deserves Fudge. Oh, that's what he was offering. Somebody made an offer on, right? Gregory Gasky. Where was that? I've already lost it. Every Good, yeah, William Simmons. Or we keep on to say what keep. We have another buyer, William Simmons. William, what's his name? Patrick Williams. Yeah, I have a Patrick Simmons. I have a William Simmons too. Okay. I'll let him clarify that, though, if that's what he's making offer. I'm going to read what's left in here, though. Okay, first. Bob Dylan, Bringing It All Back Home. Kind of surprised no one grabbed this. It is a 70s pressing. Bob Dylan, VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus, $24.99. Bob Dylan, Bringing It All Back Home. Subterranean Homesick Blues, Maggie's Farm's on here. Mr. Tambourine Man, VG Plus condition, $24.99. It's a 70s pressing. If you're holding out for OGs, I hope you're holding out for big money. Frank Zappa, Uncle Meat, EX condition, $47.99. EX condition, $47.99. Frank Zappa, The Mothers of Invention, Uncle Meat. EX on the vinyl, solid, $47.99. Don't hesitate to make offers on these. We're here to sell them. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. The vinyl is in VG. So is the cover, $9.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, Ain't Life Grand, also VG, $9.99. Kansas, Point of No Return, EX condition, $17.99. Kansas. The Who, Face Dances, VG condition, $9.99. Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor, VG condition, $9.99. $9.99 on Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. Terry Schneider offered $7 for BST. That's sold to Terry Schneider. Update on our auctions. Hail is at 55. Scorpions is at 62. Pete Maselli said 12 on Kansas. Somebody offered 10 earlier, Pete, and I counted at 15, and I'm still at 15 on that one if you're interested. Terry Schneider also offered 7 on the Who. That's sold to Terry Schneider for $7. Burt Jordan, actually Greg Peck just said Who full price, but I've already said sold. And Burt Jordan said 7 on Moody Blues. That's sold to Burt Jordan. Hale's at 60. Hale's at 60. Hale's at 57. Scorpions at 65. Take that. It only takes a minute. VG Plus, $9.99. Jackie DeShannon, Your Baby is a Lady, $14.99. How to Live with Yourself, or What to Do Until the Psychiatrist Comes. I got to slow down when I say that word. Pete Maselli will take the Kansas for $15. That's sold to Pete Maselli. Thank you. King Cyst, $9.99. Carly Simon, Boys in the Trees, $9.99. Rockets is $9.99. Bob Dylan, $44.99, 72 Terre Haute. Bob Dylan Real Live is $29.99. Bob Dylan Real Live. Joe Cocker is $19.99, Unchain My Heart. Boys Club. Somebody said this sounds just like Wham. $12.99 on Boys Club. The Fugs is $34.99. Glenn Campbell, Gentle on My Mind is $9.99. And the Best of Terry Gibbs was $9.99. So update on Scorpions. Marianne has it for $65. Burt Jordan's out. And then Hale is at $76 now, $77. Susie Breedlove wants Boys Club. That's so does Susie Breedlove. I'm going to offer somebody a bundle on Dylan. They're going to be a major discount to try to get all three of these sold. They were marked for 25, 45, and 20. I'm going to do 20, 20, and 35, 40, and 35. $75 for these three Dylan albums. They're originally marked 50, 60, 70, 100. $75 for those three. That's $25 off. That's like getting that one free. Just a thought. Just a thought. Cherry Schneider says 7 on Glenn. Sold. We have a new bid on Hale for 78. We have a new bid on the Scorpions for 67. Fugs, condition, and price. The Fugs is $34.99. It's a 1967 Terre Haute. It's a tricolor steamboat label. $34.99. Yeah, really no condition notes on the vinyl. It's nice. The cover, obviously, VG, mostly because of ring wear. And psych price. Was that something in here? Psych. Deal with the psychiatrist. That was $14.99. No condition notes on that. So let me tell you about these two auctions one last time before we move them into final calls. This is a Music for Nations, the label, Music for Nations. This is a compilation they did on red vinyl. It's kind of a big deal because there's a band on it called Metallica, and it's an older compilation. So this has Creeping Death on it, earlier Metallica track. And the high bid is Marianne at $78. And then Forrest Appleton has the high bid on Scorpions for $67. He's battling that out with Marianne, who just bid $68. Christopher Brusha said he would give $10 for that. That sold to Christopher Brusha for $10, and that's gone. All right, that was a great crate. That was a really good crate. And he said 28 on Fugs. It keeps getting better. That's sold to Christopher Brusha. And let me go ahead and try to find another one because probably as we finish up the night here, I've got more auctions, so I know people's going to stay on for that. I'll try to find us some more discount records to go through. Let's go through this bin right here and also make it buy it now best offer. And FYI, there's some Beatles albums in here, it looks like. There's some Beatles albums, so we'll go through this bin and do buy it now best offer. And when we get to the Beatles stuff, I'll have some side rules so we don't get too confused on what we're looking at. I don't think anybody else is going to bid on Hell Comes to Your House. So when I come back, I'm selling that. One more reminder, Marianne has it for $78. Debbie said she'd give $65 for the three Dylan albums. Sell those to Debbie for $65. The Dylan albums. Debbie, I was at $75. I'll do $65. Debbie gets those for $65. Wow, not much left in here. Terry Gibbs, Joe Cocker, Rockets, Carly Simon, King Sis, Jackie Shannon, Take That, Black Oak, and one really good record, Frank Zappa, EX Condition, $47.99, Mother's Invention, Uncle Meat, OG. I did promise I'd go through that other crate of metal, but we already went through it once tonight, so it wasn't anything new we hadn't already been through. So we'll have time, though, to at least possibly get to it, but let me go ahead and go through this next bin of Vintage Buy It Now OBO. Vintage Buy It Now OBO. And Brent already had an offer on 28 on the Fugs, which I sold to Christopher Brusha. Let's sell this to Marianne. Hell Comes to Your House. That is now officially sold to Marianne for $78. We have an Out on Scorpions with Forrest, and that was between Marianne and Forrest. And now James Bragg. James Bragg has it for $78. Marianne, you're out. James Bragg has it for $78. James Bragg has that for $78. First Bob Dylan albums. Wow. Well, you got a great one there. Blonde on Blonde is iconic. And then that other one, of course, has some great hits on it. I don't know how many Dylan albums I've sold. A lot. We have Scorpions, which is now a final call to James Bragg for $78. Let's see what else I have over here in the metal bin. Well, I think you'll know we have lots of Scorpions, but we do have a Judas Priest I hadn't ran yet. But I will do another unique, what I think is a unique Scorpions, taken by force, because it's a cover I don't see very often. This is sold to James Bragg for $78. And before we get started in this bin, let's get 2 new auctions going. Definitely need something to keep us occupied, right? Alrighty. Judas Priest, point of entry. Judas Priest, point of entry. More auctions from the metal collection. Nice. Another very, very nice Terre Haute Judas Priest point of entry from Columbia. Lots of Columbia records were manufactured in Terre Haute, Indiana. $25 start. It has the original inner sleeve. Although it wasn't made like that, was it? I think something's been cut out of it. I don't think it was made like that, right? The inner sleeve. Nice jacket, though, with a gold stamp promo. $25 start on Judas Priest. All right, and then here's the Scorpions. Taken by force. And taken by force by the Scorpions. Looks like a European, definitely a German pressing. Nice vinyl. Very nice vinyl. German, taken by force. $35 start. We've got it cleaned and a new MoFi inner sleeve. Original inner sleeve. $35 start on Scorpions. All right, and let's go through this. Being everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Aerobic celebration. Aerobic music. Aerobic exercise to contemporary Christian music. $9.99. Mary Wells, greatest hits. My Guy, $17.99. Mary Wells, My Guy, $17.99. Or greatest hits. Sugar Ray. Sugar Ray is a 2019 Record Store Day edition on red vinyl. $74.99. Sugar Ray, $74.99. Carly Simon, Another Passenger, $9.99. Teddy Pendergrass, Life is a Song Worth Singing. Teddy is $9.99. Country Music, Waylon Jennings, Time Life. Country Music, Time Life, Waylon Jennings, $24.99. The Tim Weisberg Band, TWB. Tim Weisberg Band is $9.99 for Tim Weisberg Band. George Jones Sings Like the Dickens. George Jones is $9.99. Sings Like the Dickens. Also, the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, $14.99 on the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. Up at the top, we put up a Judas Priest and a Scorpions. Judas Priest got bids for $25 and $30. Scorpions got bids for $35, $45, $41, $38. Daniel Farrow put MW $12. MW, Mary Wells. Sell that to Daniel Farrow for $12. Susie Breedlove on TP. TP was for Teddy Pendergrass. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. Daniel Farrow offered 8 on Carly. That's sold to Daniel Farrow. And then Daniel Farrow also offered 11 for the Doobie Brothers. James Bragg's at 47. Scorpions year in condition. I don't have a year for you officially. I'll tell you what I see on the jacket. The jacket says 1983, but no guarantees on that. It probably is from 1983, but I haven't ran the matrix. The vinyl was nice, though. It's EX Plus. It's a non-check condition record. And James Bragg has that at 47. And then Judas Priest is a final call. Jim B has that for $30. Jim B has that for $30. Point of entry. We're about to sell that for $30. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Don't hesitate to make offers. Paul Brothers gets Sugar Ray for $59. That's sold to Paul Brothers. Mick Vicar, $19.99. Car soundtrack. Mick the Car soundtrack is $19.99. Mick the Car soundtrack is $19.99. This woman just absolutely scared me to death that walked up to the door. I turn around, this woman's just standing in the door trying to make a signal if I have a phone. Whew. The Persuaders, It's All About Love. The Persuaders is $19.99. It's All About Love. The Persuaders is $19.99. And Michael Martin Murphy. Michael Martin Murphy's in shrink wrap, $12.99. Michael Martin Murphy. That is called, it's self-titled, $12.99 on that. And Hoyt Axton Life Machine. Hoyt Axton is $9.99. Hoyt Axton Life Machine, $9.99 on that. I got to get my bearings back together now. James Bragg has Scorpions for $47. Judas Priest got a new bid for $32. Jim B, you've been outbid. And Tracy Soinger offered $7 for George Jones. That is sold to Tracy for $7. So we're doing a buy it now best offer, Ben. We have 2 auctions up. There are final calls now because we have everybody out. James is about to get the Scorpions for $47. We're about to sell Judas Priest for $32. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. The Best of Chad Atkins Volume 2, $9.99. The Best of Chad Atkins Volume 2. Charlie Daniels Band Windows, $24.99. Marianne's in on the Scorpions at $60. Marianne's in on the Scorpions at $60. The Electric Horseman soundtrack, Willie Nelson, $19.99. Electric Horseman soundtrack is $19.99. And Leo Sayer, Just a Boy, $9.99. Leo Sayer, Just a Boy. We have Daniel Farrow on CA for $8. Chet Atkins, that's sold to Daniel Farrow for $8. The Delphonics, Time, Tell Me This Is a Dream. The Delphonics, Tell Me This Is a Dream, $29.99. It's in shrink wrap. Scorpions has a new bid for $65. And Judas Priest has a new bid for $40. Curtis Marachi, you're out on Judas Priest. Chet Atkins, Fanger Style Guitar. That's a cool cover. Chet Atkins is $19.99. That's an original RCA mono. $19.99 on Chet Atkins. And Edwin Starr, Clean. Edwin Starr, Clean. $14.99 on Edwin Starr. $14.99. Teddy Pendergrass, Life is a Song Worth Singing. Teddy is $9.99. And ZZ Hill, I'm a Blues Man. ZZ Hill is $14.99. I'm a Blues Man, $14.99. Frank Zappa, Studio Tan, no condition notes on this, $34.99. Marianne, you're out on the Scorpions. James Bragg is back in at $65, and Marianne's bid $66. Curtis, let me know if you want back in on Priest. Marianne has that for $40. Final call. Gospel at its best, $9.99. Gospel at its best, that's $9.99. We also have Pointer Sisters. I'm so excited. If you want to get back your lady, that's a 12-inch single, $9.99. New bid on Judas Priest for $41. New bid on the Scorpions for $71. Maze Live. Maze is a 2LP in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $19.99. 12-inch single of Village People, In the Navy and Go West. Village People is $9.99. And Morris Day, Color of Success. Morris Day is sealed, $29.99 for Morris Day. Also, Gene Pitney, 20 Greatest Hits. Gene Pitney is $9.99. New bid on Judas Priest for $43. The Gospel Artist, Sensational Nightingales, Dixie Hummingbirds, Inez Andrews, Pilgrim Jubilee Singers, the Jackson Southerners, the Sensational Williams Brothers, Mighty Clouds of Joy, Five Blind Boys, the Loving Sisters, and the Biblical Gospel Singers. Scorpions has a new bid for $72. Judas Priest has a new bid for $45. John Lennon, Milk and Honey. John Lennon, Milk and Honey. No condition notes. $19.99 on John. We have an offer of GP for $7 and GP for $6. Larry Drish gets Gene Pitney for $7. Daniel Farrow sold on Gospel. Christopher Smith, you were second asking about it. Ian Thomas Band still here. That is sealed from 1978, $12.99. And this is John Mayer, Continuum, Waiting on the World to Change. A 2008 U.S. pressing, EX condition, $34.99. John Mayer, Continuum, EX condition, $34.99. Judas Priest has a new bid for $46. Marianne is at $72 on the Scorpions. Marianne's at $72 on the Scorpions. David Blair said $25 for John Mayer. $25 for John Mayer. Also another $25 offer with Christopher. It's a 2LP. It's a pretty good record. Waiting on the World Chain, probably his biggest hit. I'll do this for $28, Debbie. Larry Drish just offered $28. That just popped up. But 28, Debbie, and it's yours. Christopher second, Larry third. Scorpions new bid for 75. Little River Band, Backstage Pass Live, an Australian version with a different cover, $12.99. And Matis Yahoo, that's in VG condition, $39.99. A 2009 pressing, a couple small feelable marks. VG, $39.99 on that. 12-inch single for Sugar Hill Gang Apache. Sugar Hill Gang Apache, 1981. That's $19.99. Daniel Farrow first on Little River Band for $10. Sold. Christopher, you were second. We have an out on Judas Priest and we have an out on Scorpions. Well, I'm buying a house. I have to get a deal. Sold. Okay. This is sold to Debbie Blair for $28. That's John Mayer continuing. Looks like James Bragg is the high bidder on both auctions and everybody else is out. And that means Judas Priest is at, Scorpions at 75 out. Judas Priest 46 with Marianne. Curtis said out. James wasn't bidding on this. Okay. So Scorpions is a final call to James Bragg for $75. And then the Judas Priest is Marianne's for 46. Curtis said out. Okay, now we're about to hit some Beatles albums, and they're buy it now best offer, but don't comment the Beatles because there's about 10 here in a row. There's probably about 10 in a row, so comment the name of the album. So if you want to make an offer, album or album abbreviation and offer, or you can go ahead and just claim it. That would be best. Something new. This is a 1976 orange Capitol label pressing, $29.99. Something new, $29.99. No condition notes, 76 orange Capitol. Beatles 6 VI. This is a 78 purple Capitol label, $29.99. The Beatles 6 purple Capitol label, $29.99 on that. And the Beatles 65, that's also a 78 purple Capitol label, $29.99. $29.99. Let's go ahead and end these auctions. Judas Priest is sold to Marianne for $46. Marianne, you get that for $46. And the Scorpions is sold to James Bragg for $75. Sold to James Bragg for $75. I think we have some time for some more auctions as we do some final recaps of tonight and finish out some of these last auctions, especially for the Scorpions. Tom Moran wants Beatles 6 and Beatles 65. Those are sold to Tom, and those are sold to Tom, 6 and 65. Next is second album, which is a 78 purple Capitol. No condition notes, 78 purple Capitol. The second album, $29.99. Let's see what else I have over here, especially in the clean section. We definitely need to put up another Scorpions, right? Scorpions, let's do Love at First Sting, and let's do Dirty Fingers. Now, I don't know a lot about Dirty Fingers, but it's a Japanese metal record of some sort, so it's got to be good, right? We have Tom Moran on the Beatles second. This is Scorpions, Love at First Sting. Scorpions, Love at First Sting. Black Merc, beautiful vinyl. This is a very nice copy. And the cover is in shrink wrap, I believe. There's the original inner sleeve. This is nice. This is really nice. It's a Columbia Record Club. It's a CRC pressing. $35 start in shrink wrap. And then here's Dirty Fingers. Gary Moore. Gary Moore. Okay. It's Gary Moore, Dirty Fingers. Japanese pressing in shrink wrap of Obi. $35 start. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Gary Moore, Dirty Fingers. Derek says, Dirty Fingers is Gary Moore, killer album. There you have it. $35 start. All right, let's finish going through the Beatles. No posters tonight. I'm going to not do posters tonight in the agenda that I posted in the group. I got to get ready for this dollar sale. Those 2 hours will really, really help me. We have so much to work on. I'm waiting for Tanner to get here. There's going to be so many people in this store tomorrow. Let me show you how much of a disaster. If you're going to come tomorrow, you'll see a big change. But this store, That's where people are supposed to be going through dollar records tomorrow and see all those rolled posters and boxes and tubs full of posters. I can't have those out where people can get to them. So we got to move all that stuff over here to the back. I got to fill up these cases. I got more Kiss and toys and Funkos to put over here. Those are dollar records. Those are autograph posters. And that is all dollar records there. Those are all dollar records. So we have a lot to do before 10 a.m. when people walk through the doors here. So I'll be here all night working. All right, let's finish going through this Beatles stuff. Like I said, just claim, name, an album. The early Beatles, also a purple capital label, $26.99. Purple capital label, $26.99 on early Beatles. The Beatles story is an Apple pressing, $44.99. An Apple pressing, $44.99. I think we didn't do posters Monday, but we did 2 hard nights, Tuesday and Wednesday. And I'm thinking we'll get back at it Friday and Saturday. That might be a good schedule. None on Mondays and Wednesdays, and then we'll do Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then Fridays and Saturdays because we can stay on really late. Another Beatles 65, that's also an Apple pressing. That's not set in stone, but y'all get what I'm saying. That's $34.99, Beatles 65. Another Beatles 6, this is $34.99. That's on Apple, Beatles 6, $34.99. By the way, Scorpions and Gary Moore has 1 bid each. Chris Frazier is at $35 on Scorpions. Luke Rosenberger just bid $37. James Bragg's at $40 on Gary Moore. There's another Beatles second album. That's on Apple, $34.99. That's on Apple. These are very, very clean records. Super nice condition. In the Beginning, the Beatles and Tony Sheridan. That's the German pressing on the Carousel label. The German Carousel label. That's $34.99. And we have Paul McCartney, Back to the Egg, $19.99 on McCartney, Back to the Egg. So lots of new bids on both auctions now. Javi Soto's at $42 on the Japanese Gary Moore. James, you just got outbid. And the Scorpions is at $45 with Joshua Day. I'm going to go through that bin of metal stuff, the hard death metal, one more time that we went through. Like I said, final call on some of that before we call it sold. Who got the defecation earlier? I'm not real for sure. Does the Beatles story have the booklet? I can check. But first, Tom Moran wants something new. That was here from earlier. Sell that to Tom Moran. Scorpions has new bids for $50. Another $50 bid. Marianne was in first, and James Bragg's backing on Gary Moore at $45. Let's check the Beatles story here. Plus, my allergies are kicking my butt right now. No book with that one. Is there a bin of metal with no death metal? No, all that sells. Metal is our best seller here, as you can tell. It's the best seller for any record store. I have some I have relapse stuff. I have stuff like Razor and Death, and I guess that's still like pretty hard metal though. Baroness. I've got some stuff like that from the relapse bins. Tom Moran racking up on the Beatles here. He also gets Tom Moran on early Beatles. Scorpions 55, and Terry Schneider offered 15 for Wings. Which Beatles would be like a comp of their best songs? Your best bet would get in the Red and Blue albums. Yeah, Paul just took the words out of my mouth. There is one comp in here. This one has their early hits on it. It's called The Early Beatles. Or did somebody get it? Somebody might have got it. Did somebody get it? Oh, yeah, Tom Moran just bought it. Tom Moran just bought it. What year are the Apple pressings? The Apple pressings would be late 60s, early 70s. Late 60s, early 70s. That's all the Beatles. That's actually the only Beatle. We have we've got about 3,000 Beatles albums in the back we've never priced. 800 bootlegs and unofficials and imports. And we probably have 100 copies of this in the back. I'm not joking. I've posted videos if you want proof. We probably have 100 copies of that in the back. Let's update these auctions. Javi Soto has Gary Moore for $46. James Bragg was at 45. That's at 46. Scorpions is at 55 of Chris Frazier. Scorpions is at 55. Joshua Day's already at 60. Joshua Day's already at 60. And then James Bragg's back on that 50. I do have another metal compilation, but we'll have to sell one of these first. So the Beatles story was on Apple. And then the Beatles' second album was on Apple. The Beatles 6 was on Apple. Beatles 65 was on Apple. Those are all still available. All right. I'm going to swap out bins. Like I said, we're going to go through that. If anybody's interested in seeing that relapse stuff again, let me know. Of course, tonight we have time to show it. Joshua Cross isn't watching. That's usually the kind of luck he has. He's always asking for those titles. And do some condensing here. So a lot of LPs tonight. We're working on our 10th crate full of albums. That's a lot. That's a lot. All right, so James Bragg is 60. We have Debbie saying bundle on the rest, best price. And then, would you do 3 on the Beatles bundle? And just open a sealed copy of that. Let's see that crate. And yeah, they never did redo the Beatles jackets for Apple. And the Beatles albums have never been reissued. The Beatles albums have never been reissued here in the United States, the United States versions. There is no reissue of Beatles 6 in print. Beatles 6 has never been reissued in new vinyl, is what I'm trying to say. So you cannot go buy a new sealed copy of the Beatles 6. All right, Debbie asked first on these Beatles bundles, which I think y'all are not interested in Tony Sheridan and those. You're just interested in these 3 here, the actual studio albums, the 2nd, the 6, and the 65. Nice copy of Rubber Soul. That's what everybody's always looking for. We sell out of Rubber Soul, Revolver, Sgt. Pepper's, Magical Mystery Tour, White Album, Abbey Road. That's the ones people are always looking for, always interested. Now, Debbie asked first. She said bundle price on the rest. Debbie, I'm going to give you a price for these, and I'll give you a price for the other ones as well. Curtis offered $75. They're marked for $35, $35, and $35. That's $60, $70. That's $105. $105. 30, 30, 30 would be $90. I'll do $85, Debbie, because I would counter to Curtis the same way. So, Debbie, those 3 for $85. And then Curtis, if she passes, $85. And then Scorpions has a high bid for $65. Scorpions has a high bid for $65. The other 2 is live early Beatles when they were touring in Germany. And the other one is a spoken word record, kind of like the history of the Beatles. The Beatles story. I think it has little snippets of music, but it's actually just a spoken word. It's a narrative and musical biography of Beatlemania. A narrative and musical biography of Beatlemania. And then there is The Beatles and Tony Sheridan, which is early live recordings of the Beatles. I actually don't know if this actually isn't live. This is studio recordings. These are studio recordings. The Beatles with Tony Sheridan, etc. Okay, so I said, hold on a second. What did I say? I said 85. This one for 25 because it's marked for 35. So that would be $110. $110 on that. That's early stuff. That's when the Beatles first started playing with Tony Sheridan, Beat Brothers, Tony Sheridan, the Beat Brothers. That's the Beatles. And there's some of their early stuff there. That's a complex history. I've studied it and read it and watched videos, and I still get confused and on the timeline of everything that happened there when they were over in Germany, and then they came back. It's getting quite complicated. So sell those 4 albums to Debbie Blair for $25. Let's just call it across the board, 25, 25, 25, and 25. Sell those to Debbie Blair for $100. All right, now I don't think anybody else bid on Gary Moore. That is sold to James Bragg for $50. Got to call that one sold. That's sold to James Bragg for $50. There was no other activity on that. But there is still a little bit of activity on the Scorpions. And then I got another compilation to sell. So let me go back over here. And the Scorpions is got at 65 of Joshua Day. Chris Frazier bid 66. Chris Frazier bid 66. Now, quick deal, $25 if anybody wants this. First come, first serve, the Beatles story. Last one in there, $25. $25. All right. Chad, Paul Seal had some bad chipmunks, good jackets. Work deal. Okay. If we can find them, that's somewhere in our back room. That stuff is no telling how far buried back there. All right, let's put up another metal record. This is a compilation called Metal Warriors. Cinderella, Accept, Lita Ford, TNT, Ingve, New Frontier, Haywire, Excuse the Nudity. That's called Metal Warriors. It's a compilation. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's a Polyphon German pressing, $35 start. $35 start. Metal Warriors, $35 start. Also, we have Scorpions at $75 with Joshua Day. Chris Frazier, you're back out. Tom Moran says he'll take the Beatles story for a $25 buy it now. That's sold to Tom Moran for $25. I got another auction from earlier tonight. Y'all know we went through that non-payment putback bin. Here is Christopher Cross, a Japanese pressing. Here's what it sold for at auction. I'll do that same price. Sailing, Ride Like the Wind, $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. Christopher Cross. No bid. That's a buy it now. All right, let's run through some of this wild metal one more time. Davey Blair gets Christopher Cross for $35. There's the metal compilation. Final Call to Marianne for $35. Final Call on Scorpions for $35. We have Deaf Heaven, EX Condition, $26.99. Deaf Heaven, EX Condition, $26.99. Don't hesitate to make offers on these. Full of Hell, silver colored vinyl. Full of Hell, $24.99. Holy Terror, Live Terror, sealed, $24.99. Terrorizer, Caustic Attack, also sealed, $34.99. Archaic Excruciation, Cursed Blood of Doom, $14.99. Benediction, Grind Bastard, $29.99. A 2016 purple and red colored vinyl. Decapitated, Organic Hallucinations. Decapitated. Yeah, decapitated. Organic hallucinate. I can't say that one right now. Organic hallucinatus. That's why. It wasn't even what I was trying to say. That is $99.99. A 2010 UK import. $99.99. Chemist Desolation. Chemist is orange and black colored vinyl. $29.99. Fear of God, Within the Veil. Limited edition 1000. Translucent green colored vinyl. $34.99. Insidious Disease, After Death, $29.99 for Insidious Disease. Memoriam, For the Fallen, beer colored vinyl, $34.99. We have Crippled Bastards, Nero in Metatasi, $26.99. Memoriam, The Silent Vigil, $27.99. Fair to Midland, Arrows and Anchors, sealed, $124.99. Okay, so update on these auctions. We had the Scorpions, and that one's done. Joshua Day, $75. Joshua Day gets the Scorpions for $75. I think we have one Scorpions record left. One Scorpions record left. The Metal Warriors comp is at $45. $45. And now $50 of Brian Thurman, Metal Warriors. Let's go over here and find that last Scorpions record. That last Scorpions record was the iconic Blackout. It's now going up for auction, and I think this is OG as well, especially because I see it's a club copy. It's an RCA club copy of Scorpions Blackout. The vinyl is nice, though. EX Plus Near Mint Minus. Nice vinyl. EX Plus Near Mint Minus. There's that. Has the original inner sleeve. It is an RCA Music Club pressing. $30 start. Scorpions Blackout. 55 on Metal Warriors. James Bragg offered $100 for Fair to Midland. That's sold to James Bragg for $100. This is Cathedral, Forest of Equilibrium. Cathedral is $74.99, a 2015 U.S. pressing, $74.99. Fear Factory, The Industrialist. Fear Factory is a 2012 pressing on clear vinyl. Fear Factory, The Industrialist, $69.99. $69.99. Between the Buried and Me. Between the Buried and Me, that's on some very odd-looking colored vinyl. $39.99 on that. Sahima's Equinox. Sama's Equinox, $14.99. $14.99. James Bragg says Cat, $67. Cathedral. Sell that to James Bragg for $67. Marianne's at $60 on Metal Warriors, but Chris Frazier was in first. Blackout, really, really clean copy. No bid, $30 start. Benediction, Dark is the Season, the Grotesque. Benediction is a 2016 pressing, $39.99 on Benediction. Exhumed, green and red merged colored vinyl, $34.99. Orchid, Chaos is Me. Orchids on yellow vinyl, $49.99. Pestilence, Extivium. Pestilence is $36.99. A 2021 numbered pressing on blue vinyl. I've been trying to... Oh, there it is. Numbered. 14 of 100. Pestilence, $36.99. Another Pestilence, Hadean. Pestilence is $26.99. And Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost, $31.99. Obsidian. James Bragg on 40 on Orchid. That's Orchid. Sold to James Bragg for $40. That's sold to James. We have Valdrin, 2 carry-on talismans. 2 carry-on talismans. $24.99 on Valdrin. Cathedral. This one is called Freak Winter Live. Sealed, $29.99. Cathedral, Freak Winter Live. Sealed, $29.99. Symphony, Iconoclast. Iconoclast. That is $79.99. A 2011 blue vinyl, $79.99. James Bragg offered $20 for Cathedral. Sold to James Bragg for $20. Next is Voivod, Target Earth, the last Voivod, $39.99, orange vinyl. And Tribulation, the Children of the Night, Tribulation is $44.99. Let's update these auctions. Metal Warriors is at $62 with Marianne. Everybody else is out. Marianne also bid $35 on the Scorpions. We can now make that a final call. $35 on the Scorpions. So $35 on the Scorpions. Metal Warriors at $62, both with Marianne. David Baber offered $25 on Voivod. James Bragg offered $30. David, if you want it for $30, it's yours. If not, I'll sell it to James Bragg. Just let me know on that. All right, the other crate is what we went through twice already tonight, I think. Yeah. That's what we went through the other night. Yeah, that's what was left over from the other night. But I think I can officially say that those are now all going to very easily fit into one crate right here. All right, and David Baber says he will take it for $30. Voivod sold for $30. Scorpions did get a new bid for $40. Metal Warriors got a new bid for $65. And what's your best on Symphonics? This one right here. Symphony. I don't recall saying Symphonics unless that's what this is. Unless that's supposed to be an X. And then here was that stuff from earlier. Emulation. That was a $100 record. 2011 promo, Providence, and then Morgoth, Devil Wears Prada, Nails, Ramming Speed, Embryonic Autopsy, Napalm Death, Prophecy of Doom, Crippled Bastards, Tetchin Metal, Crippled Bastards, The Browning, Burning Suns, Full of Broken Hope, Brutal Truth, Nausea, Demolition Hammer, Misery, Nausea, Inculter, Earth Rot, Exhumed, Demolition Hammer, Sacrifice. Symphony, I'll do it for $65. It is a 2011 Symphony X. Oh, okay, I see it now. Symphony X. Gotcha. $65. Blue vinyl. It's a 2011 pressing we had marked for $79.99. So Luke, $65. Andre, you're next if you're interested. New bids on these auctions. Metal Warriors is at $66, and the Scorpions is at $50 with Greg Peck. $50 with Greg Peck. I'm going to mute my mic and drink some water. Pretty amazing. We had four full crates of this stuff Tuesday night, and now that's all that's left right there in that one crate. And there's more from this collection we've never put out, which we were going to do tonight, but it just didn't happen. So there's more new stuff, that kind of genre and titles that we hadn't put out yet. So just be on the lookout for the announcement, whatever night those pop up. All right. James Bragg says he'll take Symphony if he declines. He declines. So Symphony X is sold to James Bragg for $65. New bid on Scorpions for $55. How much was the Morgoth? Morgoth is $29.99. Morgoth is $29.99. Odium. Actually, Andre had next dibs on. He's still asking about Symphony. Iconoclast. Andre, Iconoclast. I'm going to run through a bin of new vinyl over here. So actually, Andre has that. If he passes, then it's James. And then there's that. Dave Sibler said 20. Sold. Sell that to Dave Sibler for $20. That's sold today for 20. And yeah, we might, you never know. We might one night just blow out this bin at like half off or something. I don't think it's the price so much on them as just finding the buyers, you know. I've only got so many people looking for death metal. I think when Paul researches those, I think he already marks them pretty fair. And it's just for us, it's just trying to find enough buyers for them. But usually that kind of stuff, we put it away, bring it back out a few months later, and it'll all get gone. Just like we did this week. So we kind of just put it away. It's been stacked up here on our counter. My mom's like, what is this music you got up here next to me? I'm like, pay no attention. Okay, and then this is sold. Symphony is sold to James Bragg for $65. All right, while we're wrapping up these last couple auctions, I have filled up another bin. I'm going to go ahead and get another one started. It would be amazing if we could fill up another crate, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Our viewers have certainly dropped off. We got 157 watching. That's okay. I'm going to go through some new vinyl that came in this week, like White Zombie, La Sexta Resto. White Zombie is new and sealed, $39.99. That's Rob Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, White Zombie. Babes in Toyland, Nemesis or Name Sisters. Nemesis Sisters, Babes in Toyland, $39.99. And we have Casino Royale, the movie, the James Bond movie. This is the soundtrack, gold vinyl, limited to 1,500. It includes a movie poster and inner sleeves, $44.99 on that. Really surprised I have these. These are incredible. Analog Productions, LA Woman. We had The Doors come back in, the self-titled one. We got Morrison Hotel. We had Strange Days. This is LA Woman, $69.99, 45 RPM. 45 RPM, The Doors, LA Woman from Analog Productions, 100% Analog Masters. Let's do the final call on these auctions. Marianne has the Scorpions for $61. And then the Metal Warriors, Marianne had that for $66. We've got to sell both of them very, very soon. When I sell those, I'll probably wrap up the rest of the show. Crosby, Stills, and Nash is $69.99. I said I was going to stop at 11 so I could get to work here in the store. Now we're going on 12:30, but we're almost done. Saxon, Forever Free, $38.99 for Saxon, $1,000 on blue vinyl, $38.99. Jake E. Lee, still have those left. Purple vinyl, $29.99. James Bragg, you got on the, yes, you were, you got this, the self-titled Doors album. And I was actually going to see if you wanted this one. I don't think you've claimed one this week. But you got the Doors self-titled, yes. And there's LA Woman. Also, Blackberry Smoke, Find a Light, $38.99. Surprised we still have Sadus, A Vision of Misery, $38.99 on Sadus. And the Piano Guys is $38.99. The Piano Guys, $38.99. James Bragg said sold. That was on the Doors, LA Woman. Let's officially end these auctions now. Scorpions Blackout is sold to Mary Ann for $61. We'll be back tomorrow, by the way, at 7 o'clock Central Time. We're doing this again tomorrow. Big day for here in the store, but don't forget, we're back here tomorrow again, and Saturday, doing this all over. Mary Ann, you also get this auction, and that's the Metal Warriors. That's sold to Mary Ann for $66 as well, or for $66 on that one. And the last couple things in here was the Cars, their debut album, a MoFi pressing. Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, new and sealed, the Cars, $49.99 on the Cars. We have Days of the New. That's their new release. It's a reissue of their first album, first time ever on vinyl, $49.99. First time ever on vinyl, $49.99. And Soul Asylum, Grave Dancers Union, 30th Anniversary Edition, black and gold marble vinyl, $38.99 on Soul Asylum. We'll probably go through again, that being tomorrow to start the show. That's probably what we'll start the show with tomorrow night. That's usually what I do. Whatever I end with, that's what I start with tomorrow, because this is some new stuff in here. It's been out of stock for a while. We've had a fantastic night. I almost filled up 8 entire full pack crates. So that is the equivalent of like, let's see, about, you can say 20%. So we probably did like 11, if you can imagine, like 11 full crates of albums sold tonight. That's a lot of orders. The way I think about it is like I used to sell a lot on eBay, and I'd get so excited when I'd see a notification like your eBay item sold on eBay. If I got a notification for every time like we sold something here on Facebook, like an order, it would just be like constant there for about 4 hours, whenever we lay a record off to the side. So that's pretty incredible. Thanks to y'all for tuning in every night and supporting Collectco. We sell records all over the world. If you're here kind of just tuning in, if you're trying to just scope us out, you can buy and bid with confidence. With that being said, I think I'm going to go down to Walgreens and get some allergy medication. I'm going to need some allergy medication to get through the night. I'm probably going to go get something to eat there as well at Walgreens, probably something to microwave, and we're done. Any Testament. We auctioned off a Testament tonight, and I don't think I have any New Testament in stock. There may be one copy of Low over here. Yeah, I got one copy of Testament Low for $39.99. Music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. And we have Accept Balls to the Walls. Accept Balls to the Walls is $39.99. There's a couple metal LPs. Here's Death Angel. Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park, $46.99. Frolic Through the Park, that's $46.99. And there was one more in here, Grim Reaper. I always like this cover. Grim Reaper, $39.99. There's a couple last-minute metal selections. Low, Testament, Accept, Balls to the Walls, Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park, and Grim Reaper. Walgreens is open 24/7, 365 here in Lebanon. The one down the road here, they're open 24/7, 365, just like Waffle House. That's the only two places I can go to if I need something this time of the night when I'm up. Waffle House and Walgreens, the W's. All right. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Good night. See you tomorrow at 7. If you're here at the store tomorrow, I hope you're already in sleep, because 10 o'clock when the doors open, and it's going to be a lot of people here tomorrow. Thanks for watching. See y'all.